The entire story of Destiny. The franchise as we know it has concluded. Bungie ended development of Destiny 2. I've made videos in the past, but for now it truly does seem like the end. So I figured, why not bundle everything together one last time and include the story released in the final update with some new additions. So here's the entire story from Destiny 1 to the Monument of Triumph. Before we get into the overall story, I wanted to make a short summary to make the overall universe easier to understand, hopefully. This is the basics of Destiny, then we'll get into everything else and start from the beginning. As always, timestamps can be found below. Humanity was struggling with overpopulation and other issues, but one day an alien sphere arrived and solved our problems, creating a new golden age of technology, exploration, and colonization. Humans set out among the stars and built homes and cities on other worlds like Mars. One day though, the Traveler's ancient enemy known as the Darkness would arrive and nearly wipe out everything. In its last bit of hope though, the Traveler pushed back the Darkness, and so the story begins. Hovering over Earth is this alien sphere known as the Traveler. Humans from around the globe would begin a journey to the sphere to make a new home, hopefully survive. When the Traveler pushed back the Darkness, it created the Ghosts, AI-like companions whose sole purpose was to find a guardian of their own, resurrect a dead human worthy enough, and they would be the defenders of humanity. Destiny is a game about becoming legend. Guardians defend Earth and the city from alien threats as the Darkness makes its approach once more. So that's the basic overall plot, but let's take a deeper dive. If you watched last year's video, much of this is the same, but I did change some of the paragraphs, updated the lore we have from this year, and re-edited everything again, so I hope you enjoy. Millions of years ago, an alien race called the Hive would form from the Krill. The Krill lived on a gas giant called Fundament, and their world was dying. 3 siblings, heirs to the Osmium King, would dive deep into their planet in the hopes to find something that would save their species. Down in the deep, the siblings found the Worm Gods, beings of immense power and darkness who convinced them to take a worm, consume it, and become one of their own minions. Returning to the surface of their planet, the siblings gave the rest of their species these worms, and thus they became the Hive, a powerful race that would crusade across space, destroying everything in their path. These worms gave the Proto-Hive a chance to live, the 3 siblings a chance to live. But there was sort of a catch. They had to keep killing to feed their worms, if not, they would consume them. The Hive have many leaders and gods, as many players call them. The most important at this time was Oryx the Taken King, and he had 2 sisters, Xivu Arath and Savathun. Oryx was known as the Navigator and had most of the power it would seem. Xivu Arath, the Hive god of war, and Savathun, the god of cunning. She would play many tricks on her enemies. The 3 siblings would scour the universe, feeding their worms and becoming more powerful. They would even fight and kill each other to showcase their strength and even created these things called throne worlds or ascendant realms, a location which they have absolute control over. Throne worlds are like a backup for these Hive gods. If you want to kill a Hive god, you need to kill them in their throne world as well, or else they'll keep coming back. Throughout time, the three Hive siblings grew indifferent. Oryx communed with the deep and learned the power to take, changing beings into something else, his own army. Savathun began to question continuously feeding her worm, was it even worth it? And Xivu took her Hive war moons and fleets and had her own plans, so the three split and went their separate ways. The gods also had their own offspring. Oryx had Nokris and Crota. Crota one day was messing around as children often do and opened up a portal, a rift that would let another alien species into this reality, the Vex. The Vex are very interesting, time-traveling robots attempting to save their dying species. This was the start of their invasion across the solar system, space, and time, and eventually when we see them when we play the game. Around this time though, there was a mysterious object in the solar system of the Hive, something they dubbed as a mysterious 53rd moon. Although it didn't visit their planet, it was there and brought many questions. Was this thing the cause of their apocalypse? The giant moon would visit or travel to other worlds though, not just the Hive. One day it would vibe at an alien world of another species and grant them glorious gifts and ether, a substance used to survive for this species whom was called the Eliksni. The Eliksni, or sometimes referred to as the Fallen, prospered under the Great Machine Moon for many years, until an event called the Whirlwind happened, an apocalyptic period where the Great Machine decided to flee them, leaving the Eliksni in ruin.
In the chaos, the Great Machine fled, abandoning us all.
Throughout all of this, yes, there's another alien species, the Cabal, who built up ranks on their homeworld of Torabottle. The Cabal are a very militaristic species whom had many different leaders. First, an emperor in Calus who controlled his people and enslaved other races to the Cabal hierarchy for his own advantage. After a coup, Gaul would become the new head honcho, a ruthless albino-looking Cabal that wanted revenge for his depressing upbringing. You shouldn't mess with the Cabal. They destroyed entire worlds, ate entire planets, and grinded them to dust. Thousands of years later, we now have our setting, Earth. Cities are overcrowded, humans are struggling, and global pollution is increasing. Our kind has always dreamt of navigating the cosmos, exploring new moons, worlds, and anomalies among the stars. What was out there, and what could we do to achieve this? Detected at the far edges of the system was a mysterious alien sphere, a large spherical object that looked like a moon. At first, scientists and humans referred to this as Planet X, and it was gaining much traction on Earth and attention drifted toward the planet Jupiter. Planet X here terraformed 2 of Jupiter's moons and then vanished. A year later, it returned to terraform Mercury, then disappeared again. This cycle continued a couple of more times on Venus and other worlds until it made its approach to Mars. Government organizations on Earth were puzzled and hesitant at first, but a mission to intercept Planet X on Mars quickly became a reality, and this mission was called Ares 1. Astronauts launched for the Red Planet and came into contact with the alien artifact, who brought rain to a planet filled with sand and harsh environments. One of these astronauts aboard Ares is responsible for naming Planet X, saying it seemed to move with a purpose, and so they called it the Traveler. The Traveler brought a golden age to humanity, terraforming our home, helping us learn new technology and most importantly, traveling across space. The Golden Age was a time of triumph for the human race, building entire cities in no time thanks to nano-replicating technology in Siva, star and colony ships to travel to other worlds, and establishing homes on those worlds. The Golden Age saw many giant corporations form. The Ishtar Collective would study the Vex and build an academy on Venus, while Clovis Bray Corporation would experiment in creating a supercomputer sentient Warmind called Rasputin that Siva to construct those cities, and transferring the human consciousness into an exo body, a robotic body. As you may come to know, Clovis Bray, the creator, was a madman, but his advancements had a huge impact on humanity. The list here during the Golden Age goes on, and this was the greatest achievement we've ever established, but this Golden Age couldn't last forever, of course.
The stories tell of a golden age long ago, when our civilization spanned the system. It was a bright and hopeful time, but it didn't last. Something hit us, knocked us down, and tried to stamp us out. No one knows exactly what, but we do know this. Very few of us survived. And those who did owe their lives to the Traveler.
Detected by Clovis Bray's Warmind AI Rasputin, the darkness was found at the edge of the system. As word began to spread and panic broke out in the streets, the Traveler too made its next move. Departing Io, it made its way to Earth as its enemy invaded the system. Rasputin would try to defend humanity, but nothing could be done, so it went dormant in the hopes of surviving the impending storm. The darkness destroyed our worlds and species and grinded us to dust and ash. In its last dying breath, the Traveler repelled the darkness and saved our people. This was not without apocalyptic-like casualties though. As most of Earth was destroyed, people were scattered, and the air was filled thick with smoke. Out of the vanishing haze and clouds, you can still spot the Traveler, making its last stand, now hovering over our planet in a dormant, idle state. Humans who once explored the stars were now forced into survival mode. Most of them made their way to the wilds and built camps, safe havens for a time, but conditions were not always the best. The Traveler still would continue to help humanity though, even after it essentially was in a coma. In its last moment, that dying breath, it created the Ghosts, small AI-like companions that had one job, to resurrect a human and give them the powers of the Traveler, the light, and this is where our story begins.
Legends say the Traveler sacrificed itself to save us. The mysterious sphere still hangs where it made its last stand, low above the earth, keeping silent watch. The years that followed the collapse of the Golden Age were hard, but slowly we joined together to build a city beneath the Traveler. And now we've begun to venture back into the wild, only to find that we're not alone. Strange and deadly creatures have occupied our old worlds, and they're pressing hard against the city, probing for a weakness, trying to stamp us out for good.
The first Lightbearers were not always super friendly. After the collapse came the Dark Age, a time when ruthless warlords ruled and claimed parts of ruined Earth. Humans were treated poorly by these warlords who wanted nothing more than power and the treasures scattered across the new landscape. But warlords weren't the only threats. Some of those alien races we talked about have now made their way to Earth and Sol, like the Eliksni, who scavenge the wilds of our dead world, longing for the Traveler to return to them. There were groups of Lightbearers that would soon rise up though, to defend these humans from alien factions and warlord scum. The most notable group was called the Iron Lords, who made their home high above a mountaintop on Fellwinter Peak. Over time, these Iron Lords would extinguish the Warlords of Earth and help many people find safe haven. They would build camps and outposts. Those outposts became towns, and those towns became one city under the Traveler. One city of humans united together under the protection of this alien god. At this point, the Lightbearers became guardians, and their job was to defend their species and this last city from alien enemies, from past knowledge, and most importantly, the darkness. This begins the story of Destiny 1. When selecting a guardian, you have multiple choices. You can be a human, which is self-explanatory, a human resurrected, and now you're a guardian. You can be an exo or an awoken. Exos are robotic bodies with human consciousnesses implanted within them. As briefly mentioned, these were created by Clovis Bray, who implanted minds into robotic bodies. This took place on Europa at the Deep Stone Crypt and was very sketchy. Many humans died in experiments, and Clovis Bray could care less. As long as his legacy was preserved and he got what he wanted, he didn't care. Exos' minds are often wiped or were wiped. This is said to prevent some issues with the human mind not reacting to its new body, but is often used to cover up information. If you see an exo with a number after their name, that is the number of times they've been reset. For example, Banshee 44, reset 44 times. Awoken are a new type of human, born from the collision of light and dark. A group of humans was aboard a colony ship trying to escape during the collapse when light and dark collided outside their spaceship. This would send them into a pocket dimension called the Distributary, where they lived for a very long time. Their queen, Marasov, decided to return to Sol to see if anything was left, so a group of them did leave to try and help their ancestors. They set up shop in the asteroid belt and called it the Reef. After selecting a character, you first awaken the Cosmodrome of Old Russia. This was a place where humans flooded during the collapse, hoping to leave Earth. Most of these people perished, and you can see the effects of this. All the cars lined up trying to get past the wall, destroyed fuel lines to the colony ships, and the colony ships still lying there. There's dead humans aboard them. Our goal early in the game was to find a ship and make our way back to the city, to learn who we were, what the city was, and what the plan was.
Word! You're alive! You don't know how long I've been looking for you. I'm a ghost. Actually, now I'm your ghost, and you? Well, you've been dead a long time. So you're going to see a lot of things you won't understand. This is fallen territory. We aren't safe here. I have to get you to the city. Hold still. Welcome to the last safe city on Earth. The only place the Traveler can still protect. It took centuries to build. Now, we're counting every day it stands. And this tower is where the Guardians live.
Once we arrive, we are briefed by the speaker. He says he speaks for the Traveler and tells us the basics. The Traveler gives us the light to wield as guardians. It has an ancient enemy in the darkness, and it's gonna make its return one day, so we need to fight to protect it.
Until it wakes and finds its voice. I am the one who speaks for the Traveler. Guardians, to protect us, and do what the Traveler itself no longer can. I could tell you of the power of the darkness, its ancient enemy. There are many tales told throughout the city to frighten children. Lately, those tales have stopped. Now, the children are frightened anyway. The darkness is coming back. We will not survive it this time.
In the tower, we will also find the Vanguard, 3 leaders that represent the 3 Guardian factions of Hunter, Titan, and Warlock. They can be found in the middle here at this table and will often command you on your missions. With their word, our adventure begins when we are introduced to these alien races on multiple planets and moons: the Eliksni, or the Fallen, the Cabal, the Vex, and the Hive. As we explore different worlds and slay aliens to recover epic weapons, we can't help but notice someone was watching us. First on the moon, then we finally speak to them on Venus.
Many Guardians fell. Strong ones. But you made it here. They brought us here. The Vex. Evil so dark it despises other evil. But I believe where our paths cross, ground could break.
This is the Exo Stranger. At first, that's what we called her. Her real name is Elsie Bray, the granddaughter of Clovis Bray, who created the Exos. Elsie tells us that the Vex are the true threat here. We need to find the Black Garden and rip out its darkness-infused heart. Only then the Traveler will begin to heal.
Find the Black Garden. Rip out its heart. Only then will Traveler begin to heal.
Can you help us find it?
My path's my own. I can't.
With the help of the Vanguard and Queen of the Reef Marisov and her brother Aldrin, we acquire a Gate Lord's Eye and enter the portal to the Black Garden. In a race to the finish, we cleanse some of the Vex here and destroy the heart, restoring peace and some power to our Traveler.
So, think you can kill a god?
Don't think I have a choice.
There's so much more, Guardian. I've seen terrible things born out in the darkness. Every moment brings them closer. All ends are beginnings. Our fight is far from over.
Destiny's first raid was called the Vault of Glass. This area consisted of giant caverns and Vex-inhabited environments on Venus. The Vault of Glass was being used by the Vex to experiment. This place didn't exist in normal space-time, allowing them to test experiments of ontological warfare like oracles and gorgons, Vex units capable of erasing beings from existence. The past, present, and future worlds would all meet here, and if sustained, the Vex could cause some big problems. During the city's early days, a Guardian fireteam would venture into the vault. Kabir, Fahanin, and Pradith were among the 6. Although the team had the skill capable for this, they failed, most consumed by the Vex and some even erased from time. Thanks to their efforts though, now we are able to go into the vault and stop the Vex from rewriting reality to their liking. A few months later, a mysterious character appears in the tower named Eris Morn. Eris crawled out of the Hellmouth on the moon, a giant pit where Hive armies linger and something even more frightening awaits in the dark. Eris was the only surviving member of a 6 Guardian fireteam who attempted to stop Hive on the moon, led by Crota. Remember Oryx and he had a son called Crota who opened that portal and let the Vex in? Yeah, he's on our moon and attempting to amass a giant Hive army to invade Earth. This whole expansion was centered around invading Crota's Ascendant realm and taking him out for good.
Crota, son of Oryx. He took everything from me. He will turn his eyes to Earth. And only a true weapon of the light can stop his wrath. Now you must face what lurks in the dark below.
In May 2015, the Guardians would be called to the Reef to assist Queen Marasov of the Awoken once more. Mara gave us the location of the Blackguard previously and expected some form of payment. This was it. The Fallen have different houses among them, different factions who believe in different things. One of these was the House of Wolves, whom was allied with Mara, but during the House of Wolves expansion they would turn against her and the Reef.
They met that mercy with betrayal. Now, they will feel my wrath. Open the Reef to the Guardians. Offer the riches of our realm as bounty for these traitors. Let the hunt begin.
Calus, who called himself the Kell of Kells, was at the center of this plot, attempting to unite all fallen houses under one banner. Our Guardian was sent around the system to track down the wolf traders, assist the Queen, and exterminate Calus for good. The House of Wolves was the first time the Reef was open to the Guardians. A new social space allowed us to speak to Petrovenge, the Queen's Wrath, take in the derelict ship Graveyard, and interact with Varix. Varix the Loyal was a scribe of the Eliksni. He works alongside Mara now and guides us through our mission. He knows much about his species, so this would come in handy with his scouting reports. In September of 2015, the Taken King expansion was released. Witnessing what we did during the Dark Below and killing Crota, his father was quite angry and was on his way. This is Oryx the Taken King, one of the Hive gods discussed at the beginning of this video. The campaign starts with Queen Mara and her Awoken fleet engaging in firefights with Oryx's crew near Saturn to try and put a stop to their advance. Although the Awoken put up a good fight, they were no match for the dreadnoughts of the Hive. Many Awoken were destroyed, including Mara, which was a part of her plan, and her brother Aldrin crash-landed on Mars.
The Awoken have played their part. This was all part of the plan.
Our Guardian first gets wind of this incident from Commander Zavala, who tells us an outbound signal was found on Phobos, a moon of Mars, which could cause a full-scale attack, so we go investigate. On the moon of Mars, we find horrifying sights of Taken. Enemies we once fought were now twisted of their wills and turned into something new. Cade makes his way to the hangar where he and Amanda Holliday outfit our ship with stealth tech to infiltrate the rings of the Dreadnought in secret and board Oryx's command ship.
An unsanctioned op, using modified stealth tech, to infiltrate a Dreadnought above Saturn's rings so we can knock out its weapons, create a transmat zone, and send in the cavalry.
Aboard the Dreadnought, we take part in many missions. We fight Hive, which of course are part of Oryx's forces, but also Cabal, who have crash-landed one of their giant warships into its hull, attempting to neutralize these vermins in their own ways. After sneaking back to Crota's Ascendant realm and stealing an essence from his tomb, our Guardians become Ascendant, allowing us to enter a portal and confront Oryx in the final story mission. As mentioned though, these Hive gods aren't dead until killed in their throne worlds, and Oryx would retreat to his own above his Dreadnought. This is where the King's Fall raid would come into play, a 6-player activity where you sneak through Hive tomb ships, kill war priests and giant ogres to take out the Taken King once and for all. In 2016, the next big adventure would begin. Long ago, the Iron Lords, the ones who helped defend early humans from those warlords, were in grave danger. Some of the lords heard of this technology called Siva and a replication chamber that creates it in the Cosmodrome. This was that technology during the Golden Age that assisted in rapid city creation and starship construction. So you can see why they would want to go after this. So this is a perfect opportunity to help the humans in the last city and maybe reclaim some of Earth. As the lords ventured to the vault, the Warmind Rasputin, that super powerful military Warmind, turned against them, unleashing Siva and other forces to fight the Iron Lords.
In the years after the collapse, the world had no guardians. It had only Iron Lords. Immortal, fearless, we fought to protect the survivors of a once great age. Our battle was about more than crawling back from the shadows. The Iron Lords would give humanity back its future.
In 2016's expansion, our Guardian thought Siva was gone for good, but nope, fallen devils had found the replication chamber at Site 6 and unleashed the Siva plague once more, converting themselves using this new technology and causing mass chaos. Arriving at Felwinter Peak, Saladin briefs us on the situation, and we would then spend missions and a new raid in Wrath of the Machine, stopping these fallen machine cyborgs. In the end, the replication chamber was sealed off. Siva stopped, and the day saved for now.
Find the replicator and deactivate it. Only that will stop the flow of Siva once and for all.
Those things on the ceiling. I'm detecting DNA. They're human.
human? That's not possible.
Young Wolf, finish this.
We need to go. We need to go very fast.
Well done, my young wolf. Siva is gone, and the Iron Lords are at peace.
The sky would begin to darken along the walls of the city. Satellite feeds were cut off and comm channels closed across the networks. As the Vanguard leaders pondered the cause of this anomaly, Cabal warships began to invade the city.
Battle stations! Everyone with me, now!
Hang on!
Led by Dominus Gaul, the Cabal caged the Traveler with a giant device, cutting off the light to all Guardians and crippling our power.
How do we come back from this?
You don't. Welcome to a world without light.
Guardian, something's wrong.
I am Gaul, and your light is mine.
Many humans died during this event. The city went up in flames and the speaker was abducted.
The Red Legion will have that machine's power. You will be called Emperor. What more would the Dominus have?
I would have words with my guest. So you're the one who speaks for the Traveler.
Those Guardians that survived were forced to flee the city and find somewhere safe to rebuild for the time being. After venturing out to the wilds of Earth and the forest, we regrouped with some forces at the farm in the European Dead Zone.
Somebody left a perfectly good Guardian lying around. Things must be worse than I thought. And that's our cue. Time to go, people!
But wait, where are you all going?
As far away from here as possible. Coming up on the European Dead Zone. Gonna be our new home for a while.
Look, do you recognize it?
That's where we're supposed to go.
That thing? They call it the Shard of the Traveler. I call it not a place you want to go poking around.
This would be our new home for a bit, a social space with a bit of contrast compared to a giant city. It was calm here and much more relaxing compared to those battles you'd get into soon. The EDZ was an interesting place, yes, cool to explore, but a massive shard of the Traveler landed here during the collapse, and it still had some power. Venturing through the dark forest, we get our powers back, and begin the conquest to destroy the Red Legion, Gaul, and take back our city.
This is why we were led here. I haven't been as close to the Traveler's light since... Do you feel it? Hold on to your helmet. Do you feel it? The light is back. We're back. Eyes up, Guardian.
As we would explore the system, so did members of the Vanguard. Zavala went to Titan.
If we wait, we die. But if we attack together, we can take back our home, our light, our hope. Or we die trying.
Ikora to Io to reflect.
Ikora, Zavala is forming a resistance, and he believes...
What good is a resistance when you are the only one who would survive?
And Kate 6 to Nessus.
Quick! Hurry! Come on! I don't know how long this portal's gonna stick.
Kate? What have you...
Stop. Look. Long story, and it may look like I don't know what I'm doing, but I do. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. Killing the power source at the origin point should break the loop and get me out of the portal system. Have you got that? Say you've got it. Say something!
Many Guardians fled the city during the Red War. This is where the Vanguard leaders went. We made our way to the farm. Gaul, of course, here wanted the power of the light from the Traveler, for it to speak to him and reveal how to become a god. While he would await that info, our Guardian learned of a Cabal superweapon called the Almighty, one that would destroy the Traveler and Earth if not stopped.
They call it the Almighty, the crown jewel of the Red Legion and life's work of their leader, Dominus Gaul. Gaul has subjugated hundreds of worlds. Those that resisted no longer exist. You see, the Almighty annihilates stars. Nothing and no one survives Gaul's ambition. What he wants is the Traveler and its light. As for the Almighty, it's now pointed at our sun. In short, sir, the war's over, and we've lost.
The Almighty needed to be stopped. Gaul would want to get his answers, learn how to take the light, and then just destroy our system. We ventured to Titan to spread the word to Zavala, Nessus finding Cade, and Io Ikora, convincing them one by one to join us in the European Dead Zone and make a plan. We formulate a plan with them to stop this Almighty. The Guardian will steal a Cabal ship and board the superweapon, race to the finish, and destroy the beam. Meanwhile, the Vanguard will fight through the city, push back the Cabal, and plant a Vex teleporter.
Okay, let's go.
Zavala, we're coming around.
Okay.
What's with you Guardians falling down all the time?
Where's Cade?
If he's sticking to the plan, he's right where he needs to be. Now we just gotta get you and Ikora up there with him.
After we destroy the Almighty's coolants, we race back to the city to assist the Vanguard leaders, taking the Vex portal they planted to board Gaul's command ship. As we make our way to the top, we get into a final battle with him and take him out. Gaul actually succeeded. He obtained the power of the light and was about to become a god. The Traveler then broke this device and its silence, expelled Gaul, and saved the city.
Annihilator of suns, Raiser of 1,000 worlds, Slayer of gods and Conqueror of the light, I am Gaul! And I have become legend. Traveler, do you see me now? I am immortal, a god. You have failed. Witness the dawning of a new age.
The Red War was finally over, the main part of it anyway. The city was quite destroyed, but now we could start to rebuild. We would create a new tower, had memorials for characters like the Speaker who was killed by Gaul, and look forward to a new life we could share together. That light wave unleashed by the Traveler would begin a new age for our city. This wave of light would not expand without conflict though. Deep in the universe, mysterious creatures and hidden relics would soon begin to awake, like in the deep universe where the darkness itself was alerted that the Traveler was alive, it exists, and they began to make their move. In the wake of the Cabal's defeat, a giant starship would appear around Nessus called the Leviathan. The Leviathan was controlled by Emperor Calus, the original Cabal emperor before Gaul, who was exiled and overthrown years ago. Calus was put on this ship and sent adrift on a random course. He would have many strange experiences with the darkness, and as he said, would come to know its true understanding. The Emperor would invite us to his ship, where we took part in multiple raid layers. Calus would want us to prove our worth and power to him, so first we battled the robot version of him, then cleared a Vex threat clogging his engines. A lot went on here, but just know for now that Emperor Calus is a thing and we assisted him. We never get to see his actual body yet, only robot versions of him, and our adventures aboard his ship are basically entertainment to him. As the city would begin to rebuild after the Red War, something strange started to happen on Mercury. When the Traveler first visited the solar system before the collapse, it terraformed many worlds. Mercury here was terraformed into a beautiful garden world that looked like this, but as the collapse happened, the Vex converted the planet to a machine world within days. Now, an ancient portal opened and a legendary guardian would need our help. This is Osiris. Osiris was the first Warlock Vanguard leader before Ikora Rey. Osiris was exiled a time ago as he began to study the Vex too closely. The power of this Warlock is unmatched, and we could have used his help in those previous wars, but he was absent due to this exile. Osiris was thought to be a myth, some type of rumor, but now here he was requesting our help. On Mercury, Osiris would study the Infinite Forest, a Vex machine built in the center of the planet that would simulate alternate realities, realities where the Vex would win. Receiving a message from Osiris, Ikora sends out our Guardian into the Infinite Forest to find Osiris and to avert this dark future.
Well, Osiris, what did you see? Slow down. Wait, I thought Oh, Go!
We can't stay here. If the Vex succeed, it's the end of everything. Sagira, we can see your light. You have to go.
Nope, not leaving you. Without me, there's no coming back.
If I don't stop the Vex, there won't be anything to come back to. I'm doing this for the both of us.
Don't you even... Osiris!
She's not dead. Her name is Sagira. I've known her a very long time. And her guardian, Osiris.
The Osiris? The most powerful guardian ever. The hero of 6 fronts. The Zavala before Zavala.
In the end, Osiris is saved. He reunites with Ikora, and the dark future where the sun was burnt out is averted.
The Vex mind is destroyed, and the path to their dark future is gone with it. Come, little light. We have infinite realities to explore, and all the time in the world.
The Warmind expansion shifted the focus toward a new character, Anna Bray. Clovis Bray, the one who created Rasputin the Warmind and the Exos, Anna is his granddaughter. Anna was integral in the Warmind project. She had a connection with Rasputin that was unmatched. As the story goes, Anna died during the collapse but was risen as a guardian. When she awoke, all she found was a name badge attached to her hip and set herself a goal: to learn who Anna Bray was, what Clovis and Braycorp was all about, and her new purpose as a guardian. As the polar ice caps began to thaw around Mars, Rasputin's Warmind core was exposed. This was where he was built, the Hellas Basin on Mars near the polar ice caps. Rasputin's core wasn't the only thing thawing from ice though. A Hive army who was trapped by the Warmind long ago began to rise. As we ventured to Mars, we would meet with Anna Bray, who filled us in on the backstory and what was going on.
Hey, you made it.
Actually, yes. We did.
Well, there were a lot of them. But you did great. Come on, let's see what's hiding in here. Besides hordes and hordes of frozen Hive, I mean.
Remember when the 3 siblings of the Hive dove into the deep and met the worm gods and took those worms in? Well, there are 6 worm gods, and one of them was trapped in the ice here on Mars. The worm god Zol was leading this new Hive army on Mars. Alongside it, Nokris, the other son of Oryx, who was an outcast, now pledging his loyalty to the worm gods. During the collapse, these two would try to attack and claim parts of Mars, but Rasputin suppressed and froze their entire army. As things begin to thaw now, they are back, and we need to take them down. With the help of Anna, we scour Mars for clues and what to do next. We make our way to the core of Rasputin, but Zavala tells us we shouldn't mess with the Warmind.
What do you think you're doing?
After making Nokris the Necromancer retreat into the Ascendant Realm, we would face the worm god Zol in a final battle, slaying the gargantuan creature and freeing the Warmind from the grasp of the Hive.
I can't believe it. You did it. You took down a worm god.
We all did. We're a team now, Anna. A good one.
The Bray family shaped me to be an all-seeing savior, while your vanguard sought to wield me as a primitive weapon. But today, that ends. And I define the reality of my own existence. My sight will stretch to the edge of this system and beyond. Never again will a threat go unseen. From this day forward, I will defend humanity on my own terms. I am Rasputin, guardian of all I survey. I have no equal.
What have we done?
Don't worry. We've got this.
In 2018, the Forsaken expansion would change Destiny forever. Aldrin Sov, brother to Queen Mara who crash-landed during the Taken King cutscene, was back. Aldrin has always been devoted to his sister. When we met him in Destiny 1, he was really stuck up and didn't want to assist the machine killer spawn of the Traveler. Since crashing on Mars, Aldrin has been through a lot searching for his sister Mara, and along the way began to get corrupted by darkness. In his search, he came across a wounded Eliksni named Fikrul. Aldrin wanted to save him and wished this into existence. The wish was granted by an ancient creature we'll talk about in a bit. Thanks to this wish, some of Aldrin's darkness infection was transferred into Fikrul, and he became the leader of the Scorn. Aldrin and Fikrul together quickly amassed this new army of Scorn, Eliksni infused with darkness. The new army would invade the tangled shore of the reef and pillage for any supplies and scraps they could find. Petra Venge, the Queen's Wrath, and Cade 6 were sent in to contain the Scorn. They eventually captured them and put them in the Prison of Elders, a mass prison in the reef belonging to Mara. They remained here for a time. After a while, Varix the Loyal, if you remember from the House of Wolves expansion who helped us, he was in charge of this Prison of Elders and decided to open the cells and leave. An outbreak was underway. The pirate Scorn and Aldrin had escaped from the Prison of Elders.
No. Cade, he's gone. This isn't a prison riot. It's a prison break. The airlock on Deck Zero. It's the only way out this far down. They're going to escape.
Not if I get there first.
Petra and Cade were once again called in with our Guardian to assist in these efforts, but the worst was yet to come. Cade 6 was killed by Aldrin Sov. He and his barons had escaped.
Help me out here, little buddy. Coming home, Ace.
This is going to hurt. A lot. Any last words?
How's your sister?
He didn't feel a thing.
You tell Zavala and Ikora. The Vanguard is the best bet I ever lost.
We should have been there. This is not your fault. This is on the head of Uldren Sov. But if he thinks what he's done is the end, it's not. It's the beginning. We're going to fight him.
I refuse to bury any more friends.
You won't have to. Uldren Sov is mine.
Forsaken's campaign was a revenge story, to hunt down the Scorn Barons and their leader Uldren Sov in the Tangled Shore. The lawless shore of the reef was an interesting environment to say the least. Pirates lurked around every corner, and the Spider ran his own crime syndicate under the surface, pointing our Guardian in the right direction for a price, of course. One of the big motivations for Uldren, as mentioned, is the search for his sister Mara. In cutscenes, Uldren believes he is being led by Mara to bring her back, when in fact it was this corruption guiding him to his own demise. A creature named Riven, the one he made the wish to, was at the source of this deceit. This is Riven, a shape-shifting creature called an Ahamkara, wish dragons in the Destiny universe. Long story short, there used to be many of them, but during the City Age when the city was formed, they were hunted to extinction. When Mara and the Awoken first came back to the system after this extinction event, Uldren found a baby Ahamkara and gifted it to his sister Mara, who named it Riven. Uldren's foolishness during Forsaken was caused by Riven and that wish he made. This was all just a trick to open a portal to a place called the Dreaming City, a city built by Mara and her Awoken for worship, study, and to keep their people safe. Our Guardian catches up with Petra and takes down the traitorous brother to the Awoken Queen.
That's it. Keep going. Free me!
Congratulations. You have my undivided attention. Now where's my sister?
She's not here, Aldrin. And if she was, this would be a whole lot easier.
So, this is to be a reckoning.
Wait, not like this. Look at him. He's finished. Even with everything he's done, we can't just...
You have no idea what he's done! If Cade was here, I know what he would do, Guardian. Do you?
Yes. What would the notorious Cade 6 do? You have his gun. Seems you get the last word. Everything I did for her. Funny. The line between light and dark is so very thin. Do you know which side you're on?
The Tangled Shore was the main destination for Forsaken's campaign, but with the portal now opened, the Dreaming City presented new and dangerous opportunities. The Dreaming City was created by the Awoken shortly after they came back into the solar system. They lived in the Reef, and this city was sort of hidden away from the prying eye of those outside worlds. Mara and her Techians, the tech witches with magical powers, constructed this city from the ground up. The Oracle Blindwell, the Gardens, Ahamkara lived here for a time, and even Eleusinia, Mara's own throne world. Remember back when Mara died during the Taken King with her fleet? This was her plan. She had her own throne world anchored to the Dreaming City so she could survive. Mara did end up surviving, but there was an issue. In the aftermath of that defeat, the Battle of the Taken King, Oryx would storm through Mara's throne world, taking everything and blazing a path to the Dreaming City, where he also partially took Riven, the Wish Dragon. Back to current time, Mara and Petra sent the Guardians into the city to destroy Riven, as she had been corrupted. We were successful, but what we didn't know was that this would unleash a curse, one last wish made by an evil Hive sister.
My queen commanded me to slay a beast. We could not do it alone, so I turned to the Guardians. 6 brave heroes came to destroy my people's greatest secret. Riven, the last known Ahamkara, a creature of immense power and cunning. The Guardians killed Riven and ripped out her heart. But Ahamkara transcend death. They can transform desire into reality, even when they are nothing but bone and dust. I should have known that Riven would grant one last wish, one last curse. Now the Dreaming City has been taken. I opened the gates. I ordered the attack. I should have known.
The curse in the Dreaming City was set on a 3-week cycle and caused by a wish from Savathun, the Witch Queen. After Oryx's death, Savathun found Riven and made a wish. The Guardians killing her would grant that wish, and the infected cycle would begin, looping week after week. Savathun's goal here was to build new ways to feed her worm. Instead of killing and cause mass destruction to feed her worm like most Hive do, she would resort to feeding her worm by deception. Her cunning nature would help with that. So the goal for Savathun here was to find a way to invade the Awoken distributary. That Awoken pocket dimension where they were born, where time passed way faster than it did here, meaning she could become super powerful in a short amount of time. As for our Guardian, this meant returning to the Dreaming City to stop this curse, or Savathun would win. Week after week in Forsaken, we would also be brought to the Queen's Court to reunite with Mara Sov and learn more about her unanswered secrets. Mara knew that we killed Aldrin. She knew about some of the darkness and had meetings with a group called the Nine. It was during these meetings months later that a huge plot twist occurred. That's right, Aldrin Sov, the killer of Cayde and brother to the Awoken Queen whom we killed, was now resurrected as a Guardian. During the Golden Age, the Black Armory was formed. 3 separate families came together to manufacture powerful doomsday weapons in preparation for any extraterrestrial threat that might one day appear. The Black Armory created forges, allowing them to build these weapons and produce unique gear like Izanagi's Burden. The founders of this group thought they were prepared, but when the collapse arrived, they were quickly proved wrong. As the darkness began to invade, these weapons were useless. One of the members' daughter, Adelaide, was injured during this attack. Fleeing into the wilds of Earth, the mother had no choice. She would let her colleague Yuki, formerly a part of Clovis Bray, upload Adelaide's mind into an exo body. Thus she became Ada-1. Ada-1 was a special exo in the fact that she was a mobile forge for the Black Armory. She could create and tinker with weapons on the go. This sounds pretty cool and useful during this time, but it also got all these founders killed, as the warlords during the Dark Age, those first risen who eventually became Guardians, would hunt them down for valuable weapons. Ada was the lone survivor and made her way to the last city where she would hide in secret. During the Black Armory season after Forsaken, our Guardian was asked to help with the forges after they went offline thanks to Red Legion and Fallen occupying the area. The Fallen often have many splinter groups that form, as we've seen with the Devil Splicers and Rise of Iron, and this was happening again in Season of the Forge. Civics attempted to steal the secrets of the Black Armory and convert his syndicate once more into machines, wielding the tech created by the founders of the Black Armory. We end up killing Civics at the Berguzia Forge, but also had a raid called Scourge of the Past in the city where members of the Scourge were destroyed in the Batsa ruins.
Remember this, Guardian. When the darkness sought destruction of all things, the Black Armory persevered. Our very soul resides in that vault. It must be secured. The Black Armory is depending on you.
Someone taught you respect, little man.
Someone like you? I know you all keep tabs on me.
Yeah, you've been straying. You don't even use his name no more.
Well, that's why I'm still breathing, brother. Gambit is a chance at salvation. Take it.
You were always so afraid Shin would get you. Sorry, old friend.
Behind you.
Oh boy. Easy. Easy now.
Dredgen. Nah, not anymore. It's Drifter now.
You have proven yourself worthy. Accept this gift from the knife.
A gift? What gift?
Back in Forsaken, a new character appeared in the tower called the Drifter. Drifter was a rogue lightbearer who came with a new game mode called Gambit, wanting you to bank motes of darkness and summon taken primevals whom he'd had stored on his ship. Drifter had a long storied past of shady deals and encounters with other legendary guardians. There was once a group who called themselves the Shadows of Yore, a group of evil guardians who essentially worshipped the darkness and killed other guardians. The Drifter is so shady he ran with that crew for a time and was watched in the shadows by a man called Shin Malfur, whom the Golden Gun is named after. There is a lot there, but this season focused on some of those storylines, hunting down the truth of the Drifter and choosing to side with him or the Vanguard. Drifter also had some deals in the past with a group called the Nine. The Nine are very mysterious, but here's a quick summary of what we believe. Some lore suggests that the Nine are dark matter entities anchored to our planets and sun, the bodies of our solar system. 5 of the 9 want to help humanity, while the other 4 do not. Like the Drifter, the 9 are also shady and have their own agenda. They've contacted Queen Mara, they've made deals with the Drifter, and the reason the satellites were cut out during the Red War, the 9 caused this. Some of them wanted to see how the Guardians would respond, how the powers of the light might help us during this time of trouble. Season of the Drifter had the 9 tell the Drifter to keep playing his game of Gambit, keep banking those motes of darkness.
We came to say farewell. Our attention is required elsewhere.
All right. Thanks for the memories, you lunatic. Anything else I can do for you?
You're already doing it. Keep playing the game.
A few months later, we would return to Emperor Calus's Leviathan. At this point, we've completed 4 raids aboard the vessel to assist the Emperor, but he still wanted more. Open to the Guardians was the Menagerie, an activity on board that pitted us Guardians against different enemy races Calus had captured over the years. This was for us, one, to get some cool gear, but also for Calus's enjoyment. This wasn't the only reason we came back to the Leviathan though. Calus had plans to control parts of the Hive, and as you can assume, that did not go well. Calus sent some of his crew to retrieve a Hive artifact called the Crown of Sorrow. With it, perhaps he could command and civilize the Hive on board his vessel. But nope, the infection broke out and we had to jump into the Crown of Sorrow raid to cleanse the place of madness. The final boss in said raid was called Galron, and instead of wearing the crown himself, Calus put it on this Cabal, which corrupted him and made him go insane. Galron was slain and the Emperor saved once more, but something even more sinister was going on under the surface. This Crown of Sorrow that Calus obtained was planted by Savathun, sister to Oryx the Taken King, cause of the Dreaming City time loop, who would now begin to make more moves as Oryx was dead. Savathun wanted Calus to wear that crown so she could control him, but it didn't work. So this sister is now making more moves behind the scenes with her cunning nature, tricks in the Dreaming City, trying to fool the Cabal Emperor. In Shadowkeep, we would return to our moon to unearth something horrifying. Remember those darkness pyramid ships seen in that Destiny 2 final cutscene? They were approaching, it would seem, but one of them was already inside our moon and was disturbed when Erismorn was searching through its tunnels. The darkness on our moon was just the match that lit the fire, as the other ships would be alerted even further away and continue their journey. On the moon, remaining broods of Oryx and Crota would linger, and Savathun, wanting them gone, made a deal. She would work some of her magic, bring some of their ranks back to life, as long as they build a Scarlet Keep. The Witch Queen's plans worked, as it attracted the Guardians who cleaned house. Savathun wanted them all dead, and now they were. In Shadowkeep, we face nightmares created by the darkness. Eris is haunted by her former fire team, and we fight enemies of our past. Nightmares are these psychological warfare weapons of the darkness. They're created from these pyramids and purposely bring up your worst fears and encounters. Nightmares first popped up here in Shadowkeep on the moon, but we'll see them in future seasons, so remember what they are. Shadowkeep had us combat Hive forces around the Scarlet Keep and also learn more about the darkness, fighting nightmares from our past created by it, and entering the pyramid ship itself to hear what the darkness had to say.
Violence, beauty, truth. These things await inside. There's no turning back now. Welcome. We've been waiting. The Red War saw so many lives lost. Saw the light taken away so easily. In light, there is only weakness. The light abandoned Cade, left him for dead, and kept him from being saved. One by one, Crota slaughtered many Guardians. The light stood by and did nothing, and a great disaster ensued. In light, there is only death. Respite lies ahead.
You made it. We have heard your cries for help, and soon we will answer. Who are you? Don't you recognize us? We are not your friend. We are not your enemy. We are your salvation.
Shadowkeep's accompanying season of the Undying, would also involve the Vex, who would flock to the moon and also to the Black Garden, attracted to the secrets of the darkness. The Vex have always been connected to the Garden, so we take part in stopping their invasion, destroying the Undying Mind in seasonal content, and also the Sanctified Mind in the Garden of Salvation raid, which is in the Black Garden.
We say that the Black Garden is the birthplace of the Vex. But it was not the beginning. It was the reason. The life in the garden called out a question. The Vex are the answer. They will do anything to protect the garden. In these things, there is symmetry. The gateways have opened. The Vex are coming.
In summary, certain Vex worship the Black Garden and darkness, and they were back, so time to end them. After those events from Curse of Osiris, Osiris and the Drifter were constructed a device called the Sundial on Mercury, basically a time travel device. Remnants of the Red Legion led by Scion Flayers, super powerful Scions, jumped at this new time travel opportunity. What if they could travel back in time and change the outcome of the Red War? This was their plan.
When you slew the Undying Mind, you changed the course of history. Now time is broken on Mercury, fractured by the Legion. They intend to write a new history, a new ending to the Red War. If you're willing to help, you'll need to walk the corridors of time. And you'll need my sundial to do it.
You might ask yourself, why would Osiris make such a device? Did he even think this through? Well, Season of the Dawn and the Sundial served another purpose. Osiris wanted to rescue Saint 14, a legendary Titan and former Titan vanguard before Zavala, whom had died in the Infinite Forest. Back when Osiris was exiled, he went to Mercury, and Saint learned of this and tried to find him, but failed. Osiris and Saint 14 are partners, and Dawn would have our Guardian stop the Red Legion in the Sundial and return to past Mercury to bring back Saint 14 to the tower.
My name is Saint 14. They call me the greatest Titan who ever lived. But I would be dead if not for you.
Two years ago, the Warmind Rasputin helped humanity defeat the Hive on the Martian frontier. On that day, it swore to protect us. Now, it may be the only thing that can. The Red Legion has one last play. They have boarded their superweapon, the Almighty, and it's on the move. You already destroyed its star-killing munitions, but whatever the Legion hopes to achieve won't end well for us. They once took the tower. They will take nothing else.
The Red Legion just never seemed to quit, do they? Season of the Worthy was their last-ditch attempt at rebuilding their forces. During the opening cutscene, we see Anna Bray and Zavala aboard the Almighty, the superweapon we boarded during D2's campaign. It seemed the Cabal on board destroyed the engines and set the Almighty on a collision course with Earth. Worthy would have us team up with Zavala and Anna to arm the Warmind Rasputin and stop the Almighty. You can imagine this thing is pretty huge, so we'd likely need tons of defenses or bombs or something to destroy it to steer it away from Earth, and Rasputin is likely the only thing that could achieve this. The missions involved our Guardian opening Golden Age Seraph bunkers across the system, upgrading them so Rasputin could become stronger and to stop alien forces from trying to pillage them. Inside the Seraph bunkers, we could also see Rasputin was tracking the arrival of the pyramid ships, and week after week, they would get closer. Worthy gave us a deeper dive into what the Warmind was. Characters like Zavala often had their doubts in past in terms of trust. Rasputin itself was even wavered at times and killed humans like the Iron Lords, but was now focused on one goal, protecting humanity. During the season, we got some more info on stories like Felwinter, Rasputin's Iron Lord Exo's son, whom he killed.
In a time of great prosperity, a tyrant king sent his son to live among the people and learn their ways. He did so for many years, until a great calamity befell the kingdom. In the aftermath, the tyrant's son was changed. The tyrant's son turned away from his father and became a warrior. The tyrant chased his son across fields and mountains and oceans. He said, "If I can't have my son, then no one shall." In the end, the tyrant used his son's love of the people against him. He promised him a miraculous technology that could rebuild the kingdom. When his son came to claim it, he unleashed a plague upon him. His son was destroyed. And the tyrant looked upon his tyranny and wept.
And in an epic live event conclusion to the season, Rasputin would stop the Almighty from colliding with our city, sending it into the mountains in the distance.
Almighty has been reduced to smoldering ash, and with allies like Rasputin, who can stop us?
From Titan to Mercury, their shadow reaches.
Is their message a warning? A trick? We can't know until we hear their words for ourselves. Bring weapons. You will not need them. We offer only truth.
The darkness reached out, but something interferes. The witch sister of the taken king, Savathun.
So remember that thing we talked about Rasputin arming himself and being super powerful now? Well, about that. At the beginning of Season of the Arrivals, the pyramid ships had finally arrived. 4 of them halted over some of our worlds, Io, Mars, Mercury, and Titan. These pyramids had immediate effects, as seen on Mars with the Warmind, who went dark and was shut down. Anna was able to put parts of him into an encoded engram and fly to the city, but things were looking grim. On Io, a tree of silver wings was seen where the Traveler once was, and it was here where we met Eris Morn, and the darkness was trying to speak to us.
If the darkness reaches out, we must reach back.
I will not sanction this.
We are beyond sanctions. It is here. I will return to Io. If we cannot determine what the darkness seeks, we will find ourselves on the verge of a second collapse. Perhaps that is what Savathun wants.
Another threat was also present during this season, Savathun's forces and Nokris. We took out Nokris on Mars, but as mentioned, he retreated to the Ascendant Plane where he would survive and rally under a new leader, whom would be his aunt, the Witch Queen Savathun. Savathun was now here intervening with our attempts to reach out or speak to the darkness. Nokris was a Hive necromancer, able to resurrect dead beings, so it makes sense that Savathun would want him under her control. At this time, the Witch Queen was conducting her own plan in secret. She's always used the power of the darkness, but soon that may change. Some of Savathun's forces began to notice this and questioned her leadership. For this reason, she vanished for a time. In the end, we defeat Nokris and finally get to hear what the darkness was trying to say.
It is as we once said. In light, there is only weakness, only failure, only death. But where the light takes, the dark gives. No longer will you be a pawn. No longer will you watch the lives of those you care for be lost. Remember, in darkness there is only strength, only victory, only life. Ancient power awaits you on Europa.
It is drawing power. Could it be enough to drive the darkness away from us?
Every fire team has returned to the city, even the hunters. They're with the people, keeping them safe. And the last time this happened, the world ended. I'm not worried. I'm not.
It is reforming, healing its wounds. This will not be the end. It will be an escalation.
Beyond Light brought us to the icy tundras of Jupiter's moon Europa. Led by Aramis, a new fallen splinter group titled the House of Salvation would begin to make their home here, longing to rebuild their lost kingdom from their homeworld and take in new power for themselves, darkness in stasis. These fallen wanted revenge on the Traveler for leaving their species back on their homeworld of Rhys. Aramis had acquired stasis and began to rebuild Rhys Reborn, a new home where they would begin to rule as they once did.
Chains! For centuries we have been bound by them. Servants to the so-called Great Machine. We even built idols in its image. We have become pawns of our own devices. No longer. Today, we begin breaking free from our chains. This power is a gift. One I will share with all of you in time. Vilax! One by one, we will rise again. This is our future. Our enemies stand no chance against this power. The great machine will finally know our pain!
House Salvation found stasis on Europa, but also Clovis Bray's Deep Stone Crypt, the place where he created the Exos. And fallen Exos would be pretty terrifying. They didn't have the power of the Traveler and Light to be revived, but this was sort of the same thing. If they can turn themselves into Exos, they can come back over and over again. As we were told on the moon, ancient power awaits us on Europa, so we went.
People of the last city, humanity has endured a devastating blow. Vanguard scouts have confirmed that Io, Mars, Titan, and Mercury have disappeared. We don't know why. We have lost contact with Deputy Commander Sloan and Jensen Scribe Ashamir. We are deploying Guardians to all corners of the system to find answers. The Traveler protects us, and we will protect you. The Guardians will come through. They always do.
That's another one. They all scan the same. Empty. Why did the darkness invite us here? You're quiet today.
Yeah. It's just, we keep coming face to face with darkness. And every time we fail to stop it, we're just so powerless.
And here comes our Guardian. Right on time.
As Guardians venture to Europa, we are greeted by Eris, the Drifter, and the Exo Stranger. This was the first time she's appeared since Destiny 1. Remember, the Exo Stranger is Elsie Bray, sister to Anna, and they are both grandchildren of Clovis, that madman scientist. Elsie has seen alternate timelines, the dark future as she calls it, where the darkness has won. And now she was back to make sure those timelines didn't become a reality, to steer us on a different path.
I know. I owe you an explanation for all this. I once asked Guardians to destroy the Blackheart, to prevent Darkness's arrival. Success may have been achieved, but I now know that fate comes knocking sooner or later. The floodgates are open. The darkness is here. I wield it now with intent to stop our enemies where the light cannot. Your resilience within the pyramid proves you're capable of wielding it too.
Guiding us through the cities of Europa, Elsie encourages us to also wield the power of darkness, that it was the only way to stop Aramis, so we do. Some characters are against this, like Zavala and even Ghost at first, but during the last mission we realized this power may have been inside of us all along.
Welcome back. It's time to meet your end. Your chains are showing. All that power, wasted serving false gods. Allow me to help you break free.
Ghost.
This is... I can't. I'm sorry.
Ha. Look what I've done for you. No more light. No more dark.
Look within. Focus your power.
Move How interesting.
The only thing we have to break here is you.
Come then, Pawn. Show me what freedom has given you. It will not end this way. It can't! What?
Although Aramis was frozen in stasis, we still had much to do here on Europa. Fallen had found that Deepstone Crypt, and some of them even began to convert themselves into exos like Atrax 1. During the Deepstone Crypt raid, we enter the crypt and stop an orbital station from crash landing into the moon. The fallen exos are destroyed and parts of the crypt still preserved.
We must all face the consequences of our struggle for power. For Aramis, the Deepstone Crypt provided another grasp at darkness. But firm it was not. Their loss is our gain. For the deepest secrets of Europa are now within our grasp.
Europa has tons of history. Much of this belongs to Clovis Bray, whom killed many humans for his experimentation and gain for the Exo Project. He did create the Warmind, which seemed it would help us on the front, but the Exo program was quite sinister. Clovis invited his granddaughter Elsie to Europa to help him on this Exo Project. After learning she had a genetic disease that would eventually kill her, she became an Exo to fight for this cause, stop the Vex, and eventually her evil grandfather. When Clovis died, he put his mind into two places. First was an AI which would watch over Europa and his creation. This is seen in the form of a giant exo head in his creation laboratory.
Artificial intelligence activated. Who in the hell do you think you are?
Excuse me?
The Deepstone Crypt has stood for centuries without intervention. From the ether, your people swoop in and destroy my work without thought.
Your work? Are you?
More than just an AI? Indeed. I am an exact replica of Clovis Bray I's consciousness. Woken, thanks to the intruders in the crypt.
And second, a newly created exo body. Elsie and Clovis have a long backstory together. When they first came to Europa, Elsie would see how sick and twisted Clovis was. He used darkness and Vex to create the exos. Clovis Bray's exo form became Banshee 44, the gunsmith we see in the tower. After he and Elsie fought off the Vex long ago, Exo Clovis learned about his creator. He vowed not to be like that crazy madman, so he reset himself and began a new life. If you want to learn more about Clovis and the Deepstone Crypt, there's many videos on my channel. At the end of Season of the Arrival, Savathun went into hiding. Now her sister Xivu Arath would step up at the chance to outrule her sibling. Xivu Arath corrupted our system with Hive cryptoliths and deployed her champion the High Celebrant to hunt down Savathun for betraying the darkness and turning away from the way Hive normally do things. Season of the Hunt begins with Osiris on the moon. Osiris has been around the system learning about these Hive cryptoliths and what they're all about.
There's a strange new presence here. It grows as an organic technology, like a small tower. There are Cabal gathered around it, enraptured by something I could not perceive. Perhaps their own desperation or madness. A long-range scan of the structure was inconclusive, save for confirming it was of Hive origin. The Hive is fractured, shattered, turned on itself.
The Black Fleet intends to punish Savathun for interfering with its efforts to communicate with us. No one knows where the Witch Queen is, not even her own court. And now Zivur Arath is using this opportunity to consolidate her power.
On the moon, he comes into contact with the Celebrant, and his ghost Sagira gets destroyed. This means that if Osiris died here, he's gone for good. The ghost can't bring him back. Getting word of this, we venture to the moon to save Osiris, learn about this High Celebrant, and take part in a jaw-dropping reveal.
Is it done? Calm down, Tia!
Osiris!
We warned you it was going to be dangerous down here, especially for the ghostless. I'm glad to see we're all okay, though. I'm Glent, by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Go on. Introduce yourself.
They call me the Crow. My boss wants to see you.
Impossible.
So Aldrin Sov, who was revived as a Guardian, was now back, and he was called the Crow. Remember, new Guardians have no recollection of their past life, so Crow had no idea about Aldrin's past. He didn't know he killed Cade, he didn't know Mara was his sister, and now he was under the command of the Spider out in the Tangled Shore.
Yourself. Osiris.
Lost his ghost. He's gone back to the tower to recover.
You light-mongers never cease to amaze me. You deal violence so easily, suffer loss so poorly. Such fragile killers.
We'll finish what he started.
And what's that?
Avenge Sagira. Eliminate the High Celebrant.
My little bird sure is something, isn't he? I have to imagine you share in my appreciation of fate's cruel sense of humor. I found him wandering the reef like a piece of wind-blown trash. Aimless, hopeless, no memory of the prince he was. No, I could have sent him off to the tower, but we all know what's waiting for him there. I couldn't let that happen, so I took him in as a kindness. As far as his loyalty is concerned, I took a few extra precautions and made some modifications to his ghost's shell. Now, if he ever flies too far from the nest, boom. That ugly business out of the way. Let's focus on what really matters. This hive infestation. I propose a partnership. You go out there and do what it is you do best, and I'll lend you the resources you need to get it done. Maybe even a little extra something on the side. Just don't mention the name Aldrin Sov. For his sake.
Throughout Hunt, Spider was kinda cruel to the Crow. He rigged his ghost to explode if he ventured too far away, and commanded him to complete many of his own tasks. With the help of Crow, we destroy the Hive cryptoliths and eventually the High Celebrant in the Ascendant Plane. With the deed done, Spider thanks us and says that we can have a gift, anything we want, and we pick the Crow.
So it is. So it is. All right, Guardian. As promised, you can have a prized bauble from my lair as compensation for your heroics.
I want him.
Cute. Real funny.
You said anything in the room.
Oh, you really want my little bird? Fine. You can have him. Fly away. And get the hell out of my lair.
Now what? I don't know. It doesn't feel real. Freedom. Why would you do this for us?
Because you're a guardian.
In Season of the Chosen, it begins with Osiris guiding Crow to the city, but tells him to keep this mask on. If the people figured out who he was in his past life, he would be dead on the spot.
The new style suits you. Spoils of victory in the reef.
Glint chose the materials. You haven't let me pay for any of this.
If you want to repay me, keep that mask affixed to your face. It will protect you from the city's ignorance.
I know what it's for. If this is what it takes to make a difference, I'm in.
At the beginning of this adventure, we see a meeting between Commander Zavala, Osiris, and Empress Keitel, the daughter of Emperor Calus and new Cabal leader. The reason Keitel and her forces now chose to come to the city is this. Their homeworld Tor battle was under siege by Xivu Arath. A Hive trick was played and a portal opened over their homeworld. Xivu invaded and destroyed nearly everything. Keitel and her Cabal flying in their ships had a couple of options, either fight the city like the Red War, or try to make an alliance. Unlike Gaul and Calus, Keitel proposed an alliance with Zavala and the city.
I wouldn't have summoned you if I was not sincere.
Peace with the Cabal.
The darkness crowds the edges of this system. The Hive serves it. You'll fall to one, if not the other. My world did.
Empress Keitel, I'm sorry for what you've lost.
We have all suffered. I propose an alliance.
Cabal don't ally. They conquer. She betrayed her father to Gaul. Don't think she won't put a gilded knife in your back too.
My father was soft.
He lacked ambition.
As you do. Humanity won't survive unless the Commander expands his horizons. Join my empire. You'll keep your title and gain a seat on my war council. With my army and your light, the Cabal will crush the Hive. Then, the Black Fleet. Bow.
No.
Very well. Ready yourself, Commander. I'll sharpen my gilded knife and see you both on the battlefield.
We take part in Cabal battleground activities to prove our worth to Keitel. As the story builds over the season, so does the relationship of Crow and Osiris. Crow begins to learn of a planned assassination attempt on Commander Zavala by some rogue scions. He investigates in the shadows and thwarts an attempt in the night.
Listen, I've been combing through the prediction you pulled from Nessus. I've got bad news. I think the Cabal are going to try to take Zavala out. He's missing from every single one of the futures they predicted. Not missing where'd he go missing. Dead missing. Osiris says there are only possibilities, but I think it's the real deal. Zavala has refused to work with Keitel. It's in her best interest to remove him. Sends a strong message. Good. This gadget you found. It's a tiny light disruptor. Small, but strong enough to knock down a ghost. Saladin says when the Cabal sieged the city, they severed our connection to the light. Looks like the Scions have refined that tech. I'll tell Osiris, and I'll keep an eye on the Commander. You know, just to be safe.
Sometimes I like to listen to the city's pulse. I hear it best when the people are asleep, and when I'm alone. It was a warm night, and I wanted to feel the breeze on my face. I took a walk through the first garden we planted inside these walls, to remind myself how far we've come. We've made so many sacrifices since those early days. But with the green of that garden and the murmur of the city we built up around it, I could be at peace. For a little while. Have you ever felt someone's eyes watching you, Guardian? You might not believe it, but I knew he was there before I saw him. I turned, and there he was, Uldren Sov, his spirit haunting me. Then he shouted a warning, and something snapped in the trees behind me. I spun around, my gun in hand, before I realized I'd drawn it. It all happened so fast. A Cabal assassin, one of Keitel's, no doubt. When I looked back for Prince Uldren, he was gone. Was it a troubled spirit? A hallucination? I wasn't sleeping well before. Now I'm not sure I will at all.
You were seen.
At that distance, in the dark, no.
Enough to put a name to a dead man's face. The commander told Ikora. Thankfully, he passed you off as a hallucination.
An assassin was inside our walls. I had to do something.
This isn't the first time an enemy has infiltrated the city, and it won't be the last. Your concern is noted, but far from a crisis.
An attempted assassination isn't a crisis?
Zavala is quite capable of dispatching a lone scion.
He was distracted, soon to be lightless. If I wasn't
unmasked, didn't the spider teach you that even small mistakes bring large consequences?
I suppose you learned that chasing Xivu Arath.
Choose your next words wisely.
I should have kept my mask on, but I don't regret acting. I still think Zavala's in danger.
That is why I'm embedding you as his bodyguard.
Is that wise?
We need to draw in their assassins, and a full security outfit is too obvious. Keep your mask on, always. Do not speak.
In the conclusion to Chosen, both the Cabal and the Vanguard appoint a champion to fight one another. The winner will dictate the agreement and wins control. Keitel approves Ignovan, and Zavala, of course, chooses you. Boarding a land tank on Nessus, we fight through waves of Cabal to advance to the boss room, where Keitel's champion is destroyed.
Keitel, your champion falls.
I pride myself on seeing the strength in others, and yours can no longer be denied. When can we discuss this treaty of yours?
As soon as I debrief the strike team, Empress. I hope the blood spilled here today will be the last.
In the final cutscene, we see this agreement coming to a conclusion. The leader of Cabal and City and Zavala meet each other, and just as this does, a scion jumps out, attempting to take out Zavala and his ghost once more. Crow jumps in and saves the day, but not before revealing who he truly was, Uldren Sov.
Be hallowed. Let honor bind us. I didn't order this. Bring me the one who pulled the trigger. They'll know who did.
Are you all right?
I'm alive.
So now the Vanguard know about Crow, and Keitel is allied with the city. Those Scion assassins were sort of a splinter group not under Keitel's command, but she does seem to actually want to have an alliance and help us. Also taking place during Season of the Chosen was the Presage mission aboard a Cabal ship called the Glykon Velatus. Guardians are sent in to investigate a signal from a trapped Guardian on board. As this story goes, the ship belonged to Emperor Calus, and this Guardian on board was assisting the Royal Emperor and his Shadows. The Shadows were basically followers of Calus. Remember the Crown of Sorrow that was on the Leviathan? Well, Calus brought the crown to the Glykon. On the ship, he fused the minds of the Scorn, who are darkness-infused fallen, with the crown to try and speak to the leader of the darkness, and he was successful.
Seems Calus has fled. Amsat states, Emperor Calus has left us, his shadow broods. The legionaries spread rumors saying, he merged with darkness, he is dead, he fights to save us. This is an address from Calus to his crew. I chose Galrun, and his frailty betrayed us. He was too pure, too alone. Our new guests are neither. A glorious chain of dark minds, an open mouth for the one in the darkness, that it may sing in exaltation of my majesty. Greatness recognizes greatness. To invoke the attention of the end, our offer must be great.
After venturing through the ship, we find traces of the lost Guardian Catabasis, Scorn enemies, and the main boss in the Locus of Communion. Osiris guides us through the mission as he speaks to Keitel about mysterious anomalies and questions. In the end, Calus is nowhere to be found, though we do manage to destroy the Locus and acquire a pretty sweet exotic. Season of the Splicer, a Vex simulation called the Endless Night, began to cast itself over our city. Questioning what to do next, Ikora points us to the direction of Europa, where we might be able to contact a likely ally in Eliksni, whom can assist us in stopping this simulation.
Osiris tells me it's a Vex simulation that has plunged the city into an endless night. It seems they have found a way to harness our energy against us, and even in all his wisdom, Osiris can offer no solution. I don't know what will happen if we can't break the Vex's hold over the city. I do know that we must protect our people, no matter the cost. The Vex are machines, and no one understands machines better than the Eliksni. Osiris and I can only think of one we might turn to. Mithrax, Kel of House Light. My spies report he claims to be among the last sacred splicers, those with the power to commune with machines. He may be our best and only hope. Find him, Guardian, before the Vex do.
On the moon of Jupiter, we find Mithrax, Kel of House Light, who is one of the last known sacred splicers. Splicers are technologically enhanced Eliksni who can interact with Vex technology. Mithrax first sends us into the Vex domain to try and decipher what is happening with this simulation.
The Guardian is almost here. Stay down. Stay quiet.
How do you know we can trust them?
I don't. What the light provides. find you in the light, and on your signal. I call a ray.
Mithrax Cal, it is an honor. We've been searching for you for some time.
This is known. You are not the only one with hidden eyes. Many enemies pursue my house of light. We did not wish to be found.
Then times are desperate for us both. The Vanguard seeks your assistance.
I am aware. Vex systems pulse with talk of the city's endless night. But my people demand much protection. If this Guardian could assist me in blinding the Vex here, we can speak without risking more bloodshed.
Blinding the Vex. My Guardian will do whatever you need.
I have opened the door for you, Guardian. Will you walk the path of the sacred Splicer?
Did you send them into a Vex simulation?
The path before them is no illusion. The Guardian ventures through the Vex domain itself, where the machines guard their most precious secrets. The system is collapsing. Hold strong. I will create another exit.
Pulling us out, Mithrax saves us, but he says he cannot assist us as his Eliksni are on the run here on Europa. They have no home, no place to go. It is here where Ikora invites them to the city.
My people must move on if we hope to survive.
Mithrax, I saw those who wished to join you dead in the snow. Let them be the last to fall. Come, shelter in our city, you and your people.
Ikora Cal. Can you offer the Eliksni such a thing?
I just did. You'll be under the Vanguard's protection. The Vex are the enemy here, and any Lightbearer who disagrees can take it up with me.
Then we accept. With light in our hearts, we will join you in your city, beneath the Traveler.
At first, humans were not fond of this idea, inviting alien foes into our city to live alongside us. An Eliksni camp was set up in the Batza district and ruins in the city, the same place where the Scourge of the Past raid was back in the Black Armory times. The Eliksni would live here, and some even roamed around our tower and helm throughout the season. Many characters were prominent during Splicer. Osiris was there, Crow, Saint 14, and now Lakshmi too, leader of the future war-called faction, who did not appreciate the Eliksni living so close to humans.
Your house can best show gratitude by keeping to itself. I know your assistance with the Vex will benefit us all, but not everyone in the city is so open-minded. Now, it seems that includes Fallen. Once they sieged our walls, and now Ikora Ray throws open the gates. Can we afford to extend a peaceful hand to those who might bite it? As leader of the future war cult, I have foreseen violence and strife within our walls. This is not the first time. I warned you all of Gaul before the Red Legion took our city during the Red War. I am warning you again now. Are these newcomers the cause of our visions?
Throughout the season, we invade the Vex domain, learning secrets and hints as to ways to stop the endless night cast over our city. About 6 weeks in, it is revealed that the Vex were not the cause of the endless night. Savathun and Quria were behind all of this.
The network is laid bare, its threads converging on... What is this?
Mithrax, what's wrong? What do you see?
An infestation. I have found the Vex at the source of the endless night. Quria, the dreaming mind. Its code has been corrupted by taken magic.
Savathun. We've been played.
Quria has been commanding the other Vex, poisoning their minds, directing them at Savathun's will. The endless night is of Savathun's design.
It would seem the Witch Queen has outmaneuvered us. But perhaps she did not count on us seeing her hand so soon.
Then we strike now. Miss Brax and I will lead forth. We bring the fight to Coria and crush it. We cannot rush into this. We must find a safe route through the Vex domain where Coria's hiding.
Becoming a sacred Splicer ourselves with the Splicer Gauntlet, we infiltrate the domain and find Coria.
Coria, Blade Transform, the Dreaming Mind.
This is it! Fight with everything you have! Lights guide you.
Unbelievable. Coria is gone.
A great evil vanquished. A deed of legends.
So Coria was the cause of this endless night. Savathun also used this Vex Hydra, which was gifted to her and partially taken by Oryx, to start that loop there in the Dreaming City. The loop would still continue, but the cause of this in Coria was destroyed. To conclude this season, Lakshmi opened a portal in the city thanks to help from Osiris, allowing the Vex inside. Lakshmi was so fed up with Ikora and the Vanguard not listening to her and honoring the ways of the Eliksni that she turned against us, saying that she would stop all this on her own, and that didn't go well.
With the aid of Osiris, I have learned how to safely command the power of the Vex. I will use it to do what the Vanguard will not. I will tear open a rift, banish the fallen to the depths of space from where they came. We alone will save humanity. I have seen the darkest of futures. And with this act, I will... No. No!
We are overrun. Please, we cannot hold them off for much longer. Do not worry, Mr. X. I am on my way. The Guardian has broken their portal. Keep behind us. We will not let them harm you. Stand, friend. You will not fall today. If we do not survive, this is the story Eliksni will tell of the Saint standing beside us. And you with me, Cal of Cows. Together, we are enough.
More than enough.
In the end, the Endless Night would slowly lift with Coria dead. Lakshmi was gone, and the Eliksni of House Light, like Kaido's Cabal, were now allies as well. Ikora gives Osiris access to all records on Savathun and the city to learn what he could about her plans. This was not a good idea, as we can see things were a bit off in this final scene.
Made a great sacrifice to protect humanity from the Hive. I lost everything. My fleet, my brother, my people's very way of life. I watched the dreaming city fall into ruin, desecrated by Oryx, cursed by Savathun. Now I've returned to retake this sacred place, to finally wrest it free from the Hive's claws. Although you have taken things near and dear to me as well. You have also learned that your list of enemies need not be so broadly defined.
Today we are afforded a unique opportunity. The road ahead of us is fraught with perilous choices, Guardian. Choose wisely.
Season of the Lost. Marasov returns and wants to end parts of this curse in the Dreaming City. The first mission opens with our Guardian and Saint 14 hunting down Osiris in the Dreaming City for his involvement with Lakshmi's Vex portal. Why the heck did he do this, and we need to find some answers. At the end of this mission we get a cutscene. Mara sees Crow for the first time revived, of course he doesn't recognize her, and something crazy is revealed.
I had hoped you'd find your way back.
I'm a bit lost, actually, but this feels familiar. Do I know you?
Osiris? You must come home. Answer for what you have done. The Vanguard will show mercy.
Yes. Ikora and Commander Zavala are nothing if not generous. Queen Mara, look how they've welcomed the Crow into their flock.
It isn't too late. You can still be forgiven.
Be careful. I'll hold you to it.
No! No! Where is Osiris?
Lower your weapons. Osiris still lives.
You trust this thing?
This thing and I have come to an agreement. You need only cooperate.
What is it?
I am Savathun, the Witch Queen, sister of shapes, deepest in the Hive coven, etc., etc. My sister Zivor Rath hunts me on behalf of another. I wish only to be free, and Mara Sav has graciously agreed to help.
And Osiris?
Sweet that you should care, little bird. I have been Osiris for as long as you have known him. But rest assured, I will return him safely to you, in exchange for your assistance.
Queen of Lies! Pray this is the one time you are telling truth. The Vanguard must know what has happened here. Stay, Guardians. I will go.
Someone once told me that the line between light and dark is very thin. Walk it alongside me. For Osiris.
So since Season of the Hunt, remember when Osiris went to the moon to combat the High Celebrant and Xivu's forces? Since then, this has never been Osiris. This was Savathun, the Witch Queen, taking the appearance of Osiris and steering her own agenda from the inside. For the last, 3 seasons, we and characters of the city have been talking to Savathun, as she kept Osiris alive in the background someplace else. It is revealed that, yeah, Savathun will give us back the real Osiris, but she wants to get rid of her worm first, then she'll give him back. So, since Oryx's death, Savathun has been plotting her moves all along. Forsaken in the Dreaming City with Riven's wish, Aldrin getting revived and coming to the city. All of this was a part of Savathun's plan. Season of the Lost involved this, finding Mara's lost Techians in the Shattered Realm so they could help us perform this ritual and get rid of Savathun's worm. With her worm weak, maybe we can just kill it and take her out for good. In the Shattered Realm, we fight taken forces of Xivu Arath, who are still hunting down Savathun for turning away from the darkness. We learn that Xivu Arath is led by a voice in the darkness, the original creator of the Taken.
But they seem just as organized, just as directed. By whose hand?
There are greater things in the dark than Hive gods, Ikora. The Black Fleet's powers are vast. Oryx did not invent the Taken. He merely borrowed them. From you. I have already learned much by observation. The Taken pursued her here, Taken she once controlled. Taken that now serve a new master. Or, if Savathun is to be believed, their original master. Not her brother, Oryx, but something far older. She fears it. Darkness is not inherently evil. Some among you already discovered this on Europa. In my travels, I have seen true evil. It is the worm gods that the Hive serve. It is the Black Fleet, waiting to strike. It is the entity that commands them all. The voice in the darkness.
In Lost, we speak to Petra, Marasov, Crow, and even Savathun, who is stuck in this crystal form until we're ready to perform the ritual. Crow struggles as he wants to speak to Savathun to learn the truth, but Petra explains this is a bad idea.
Why do you have such a problem with me, Petra? 5 minutes, that's all I'm asking.
The Queen of the Reef forbids it.
Well, I don't take commands from the Queen of the Reef.
Savathun unraveled the Dreaming City with a single wish. I've spent years trying to contain that mistake. Better men than you died because of it.
Later on, Crow disregards Petra's words and visits the Witch Queen's crystal. She reveals his entire past of Aldrin Sov to him.
Brought you to the last city. Offered you guidance.
Stop.
If that's what you want.
I want the truth.
I was kind to you because I wanted to be. Because the truth hurts. You know this better than anyone. Shrinking away from the rumors of the man you used to be.
I'm not him.
How can you say that when you don't even know who he is? If the truth is what you really want, then lay your hand on me.
Crow, don't. Please.
See? Even your ghost thinks you're better off in the dark.
Crow, don't. Don't come any closer. What did you show him?
Everything.
No, wait! Aldrin Sov, Awoken Prince, brother to the Queen, murderer. Now I know the man I was. And you. I'm sorry. You did what you had to do. I don't think I would have told me either. I saw everything he did through his eyes. You're afraid of who I used to be. That he'll come back somehow. I am too. So I've asked Ikora to put me on another assignment. One where I can be somewhere I know my choices are my own. Tell Mara. Tell her whatever you want. I'll see you again when I'm ready.
Aldrin gets freaked out and makes plans to leave the city immediately. A time later, all Technians have been retrieved and rescued, and the ritual can take place. As we are called to assist Mara, craziness breaks out in the Dreaming City. Kaido's forces are battling in the skies as we defend the ritual being prepared.
Look to the sky, God. Hear the worm gods roar. After millennia of insatiable destruction, they are powerless against my retribution.
This is Xivu Arath's last chance to capture Savathun. She's dispatching all local forces to the Spire.
Corsairs to me! Fall back to the entrance!
Use the teleporters to join us as soon as you can.
Hold this line to the last soldier! For the reef!
Guardian, with the ley lines activated, Xivu Arath's forces are pouring in from the Ascendant Plane.
We're being overrun! Break through the hive lines!
Xivu Arath, desperate, sends all the forces she can to try and stop this, but fails. The ritual succeeds, but Savathun escapes, and Osiris is returned to us.
Hello, my love. Osiris admired your patience, but you look antsy to me. Having doubts?
Doubt is a useful tool, but double-edged. Do not let it lead you astray.
Ugh.
Leave him be, and keep to your promises, or I'll let him drag you into Xivu Arath's waiting jaws.
And then she would swallow you as well. Why must we threaten each other?
I am merely clarifying my intent. It is time. Yalaya, Sajari, Austin, and Savathun. We are sisters of circumstance, bonded by fate. Open those bonds to each other. Become one. Expel the parasite from our collective. This moment is simply the strike of a match. The fires we light here will burn long after. Be ready.
Large concentrations of Xivu Arath's forces are closing in on our position. Protect the queens.
None shall enter!
Xivu Arath's forces are converging on your position. Defend Queen Mara and the Techians until the ritual is complete.
You're running out of time. I feel my sister bearing down on you.
Your family is tenacious, if nothing else.
No more than yours.
My brother spent years suffering punishment for the path you made him walk. Finally, justice finds its mark. Let this be the end of it.
Thank you.
In times of crisis, people look to their leaders for answers. But ever since the planets were ripped from our sky, it seems all I can offer are more questions. And now, with Mars returned, I hardly know where to start.
The campaign begins with Ikora Rey meeting with Eris Morn on Mars. Remember, Mars was one of the planets engulfed by the darkness during arrivals, and Guardians were forbid to go there. Now, it's been returned, but in a bit of a different way. Time fractures litter its surface. Golden Age areas of Mars are exposed as they once existed. As the two speak, a giant Cabal Mac cannon is moved into position and pointed towards Savathun's ship, which now hovers over the red planet.
What are they aiming at?
Savathun.
Savathun was last seen at the end of Season of the Lost, breaking free from that crystal prison and casting a spell to teleport herself away. This would free her worm and return Osiris to us in his coma. But now Savathun's appearing so soon in the surface of Mars for some weird reason. On her ship, we fight through Hive and eventually learn of Hive Lightbearers. Savathun has gained the power of the light somehow, and those Hive that are our enemies now wield the same powers we do and can be resurrected by a ghost.
Did you see that moth just now? It was glowing with light. Not corrupted light, Guardian, but light like ours. That's void light. No, that's impossible. Is that a ghost? It can't be. Get me closer, Guardian. I have to see. Can't believe it. Ghost building the Hive! We have to stop its ghost. There's no other way. That thing is not like me. You see that, right? I can't believe this. We have to keep going. Oh, Traveler, what has she done to you?
After defeating the first Lightbearer we come across, we are following Savathun's trail into a portal. This takes us to Savathun's throne world. We quickly track her down and take her out pretty easily, but this was a trick.
Come on, you're strong, but that was too easy.
It did seem too easy, didn't it?
Guardian, do you read me?
We're here, Ikora. We're back on Mars.
Back? From where?
Savathun's throne world.
I know we should have checked in, but we had Savathun in our sights. That might have been our only shot at her, and we couldn't miss it.
I understand completely. It's not like Savathun to allow herself to be seen so easily.
There's something else. Before we left the ship, we ran into one of her knights. And
it had a ghost, Ikora. Same as any other Lightbearer.
A ghost? A Hive Knight with a ghost? But that means...
Savathun stole the light. But that's impossible, isn't it?
Impossible? With Savathun, nothing is impossible.
Savathun, the Witch Queen. Hive god of cunning and lies. Hive legend tells us she was born on a hostile, far-off planet, where she would have lived a short, uneventful life. If it weren't for the worm familiar that warned of an impending cataclysm. And so, she led her siblings into the depths, where the ancient worm gods offered them immeasurable power in exchange for endless blood tribute. From this, the Hive were born, and countless civilizations were condemned to extinction. For untold ages, they devoured life and light wherever it could be found, facing little resistance. Until they tried to take on the Guardians. After the death of her brother Oryx, Savathun went into hiding. Not out of fear, of course, but out of strategy. Because Savathun knows the best way to beat your enemy is to join them. In her greatest trick yet, she infiltrated the Vanguard, weakening us from within. And stealing our most sacred resource. The one thing we thought she could never touch. The light.
Ikora dispatches us back into the throne world to find more answers. Working alongside her and her hidden spies, we infiltrate the Witch Queen's home, which is now imbued with light. Hive usually worship darkness, but with this new power of light, Savathun has converted this throne world, and you can really see the effects the light has here, transforming entire areas. Early on in our first adventure, a strange voice comes across the channels, someone named Finch. This Finch agrees to meet us if we come alone and tell us more about how the Hive got the light. As it turns out, Finch is a Hive ghost, one that first thought giving the Hive the light was neutral until they started killing Guardians with the light.
Hey, get awkward out of the way first, I always say. This pile of ash and bone used to be my actually, don't worry about it. All you need to know, us wandering ghosts gave into the Hive believing we'd found purpose, and well, peer pressure's a hell of a thing. Also, because it's what the Traveler must have wanted. Then Hive killed Guardians with light, and you think, that's the Traveler's will, really? I'll tell you what, I don't buy it. Not anymore. The Witch Queen's up to something, and, maybe together we get to the bottom of it, huh?
Finch tells us of a temple that might hold some answers. This scorn-filled temple holds Sagira, Osiris' ghost which was destroyed by Xivu Arath's forces back in Season of the Hunt. Maybe we can learn something from Sagira. When we find her, we learn this.
I stand before a being with 1,000 names. It whispers one. The witness. Remember it. Remember that name.
Did anybody else hear that?
Sounded like Savathun.
Who's the witness?
No clue. I've never heard that name before.
Hey, that's exciting though, right? A lead!
What's most exciting is that you were telling the truth.
Trust earned, then, huh? Yeah?
Call it cautious optimism for now. Your guidance yielded results. But let's not forget Savathun remains at large.
Savathun speaks of the witness. Remember this for later. Ikora says that with Sagira's shell, she was able to pick up a fingerprint. The relic we found back on Mars awoke a new ability within us, one that reveals what lies beneath the surface, what was there in the past. We are then sent back to the European pyramid to trace this fingerprint, to strengthen this new ability that lies within us called Deep Sight. On Europa, we fight Cabal defectors who appear to be tampering with the darkness. Fighting our way through the mysterious ship, we eventually try to commune with a darkness statue which appears to do nothing at first, but Eris confirms the pyramid did respond to our presence. With this, we can now access Sagira's memory.
Eris, we communed with the statue. We can't tell yet if anything has changed. It seems like we might not notice the effects until we're back in Savathun's throne world. Either way, we don't want to stay here longer than we have to.
Wise, these ships are still a mystery to us.
Now that you've paid a visit to the pyramid, you should be able to reveal the memory on Sagira's shell in full.
What is this place? Ikora, we've been transported somewhere. It doesn't look like the rest of Savathun's throne world. Ikora? We lost her, Guardian. I guess we're going in alone.
I stand before a being with 1,000 names. It whispers one. The witness. Remember it. Remember that name. It is not darkness, but something that wears it like a cloak. It gives darkness a wicked shape. I refuse to be its servant. I spent centuries crafting schemes, playing tricks, finding loopholes. And then I select my new name. A man with many enemies and few friends. But those friends know secrets about the light, about new beginnings. My plan takes shape.
That came from Sagira's shell, like a psychic imprint, a memory. Savathun's memory. And if that's what it was, it means she used Ikora's relationship with Osiris to learn something about the light. Something dangerous.
The memory shows us Savathun's thoughts. The witness commands the darkness, and Savathun grew sick of its control, constantly having to feed her worm and grow more strength for the sword logic, so she began to turn to the light. With the first memory of Sagira down, it would seem we could be onto something. Finch tells us of a temple dedicated to Oryx. In this temple, we fight more Hive enemies and eventually confront Alakul, the light blade who falls to our blade. His ghost escapes. We pick up the artifact, which is a piece of the Tablets of Ruin. The tablets are what Oryx used to learn the power to take or commune with the darkness.
The tablets hide a riddle.
Finch, you were right. We found something. It's a piece of the Tablets of Ruin. The tablets Oryx used to create Taken.
I was right. I knew it. I knew the Taken were involved somehow.
Alakhul's ghost got away. It just left his body here.
Contingency plan. They're learning. Trying to stay a step ahead of you. But you got the tablet. That's the important part. That gets us one step closer to taking down the Witch Queen.
We revisit the altar and experience a memory thanks to this new tablet.
I will never be the Taken Queen. I refuse to play second fiddle to my brother Oryx. When Oryx carved the Tablets of Ruin, he described the ability to create the Taken. But Oryx's chisel was affected by viral power from the deep. I studied its vermicular path. I read between the lines. The tablets hide a riddle. The answer to this riddle is something greater than the power to take. It is the power of the witness to move worlds from one reality to another. This is what I will do. I will not take. I will give. I will grant the Traveler a safe haven away from its enemies. And once it hangs in the sky of my throne world, I will seal it away.
Savathun studied Oryx's tablet and learned something. Oryx had the power to take, which he learned from the darkness and the witness, but the witness had its own power, above that of the Taken King, the power to move worlds from one reality to another. Savathun doesn't want to be like Oryx. She wants this power of the witness for herself so she can move the Traveler to the safety of her throne world and seal it away. Ikora tells us that the witness is responsible for our planet's disappearing and not the darkness. Ikora feels this is partially her fault as she gave Osiris or Savathun access to those files in the city and let her guard down over the last couple of seasons. Next, we have, you guessed it, another Hive temple. This time, one dedicated to Sathona, Savathun's name before she became a Hive god and ingested the worm. At the end of this facility, we find a statue of Sathona holding a Hive worm, which we pick up. At this moment, an Ahamkara illusion bursts in and a massive fight goes down, which was pretty epic.
So that's the temple Savathun dedicated to herself. It's
quite a sight, isn't it? Can't accuse Savathun of being too humble.
Ikora, I'm sorry, but It doesn't look like there's anything here but the statue.
Finch, please don't tell me the Guardian did all this for nothing.
No, there's something there, I swear. Wait. What if the object is the statue itself?
Or one part of the statue. That worm familiar looks like it's a separate piece.
Of course. This is Savathun's temple, after all. There had to be a trick in it.
But that's impossible. That's an Ahamkara.
What? I knew it. I knew the Ahamkara were gone. I knew there was one left. At least one.
The last one died cursing the Dreaming City. This has to be another illusion.
We attempt to return to the altar with this fragment, but the portal is blocked this time. We can't access this memory for some reason. Returning to Mars, we see Ikora, Zavala, and Eris having a meeting. Zavala is super angry at Ikora for not including him and the Vanguard in this operation, at least letting him know what's going on.
Ikora, why would you keep this from me? If I had known...
I didn't keep anything from you, Zavala. Not intentionally. I couldn't fill you in on every minute detail.
When it comes to Savathun, no detail is too small. You know that better than anyone.
Which is why I made some judgment calls without you. As you do without me.
Not on a matter like this. Guardian. We can discuss this more later. My point, Ikora, is that we are meant to be a team. You can't rely on your instincts alone.
Perhaps I can't rely on them at all. The way this investigation is going, it's clear my judgment has been compromised. I should step back. Let you and Eris handle this. As a team.
Ikora's instincts are the only reason we've come so close to the truth. This new lead puts it firmly within our grasp.
All right, then. You and the Guardian follow up. Keep me posted.
A trusted source has informed us of new evidence. A memento from Savathun's last known location before her conversion to the light. It's kept deep within her fortress, a difficult place to reach. But we have no other options. Go there and I'll be in touch.
Eris points us in the direction of an apothecary in the Throne World, a place where a piece of Savathun's crystal prison may still exist. After she transported out at the end of Season of the Lost, she may have went here, and this might be the key we're searching for. We do find a crystal shard thanks to Ikora's knowledge and visit the altar once more to view this memory.
Devotion inspires bravery. Bravery inspires sacrifice. And sacrifice.
That was Savathun, all right. But what does that mean?
This is the evidence we've been seeking all along. Ikora's instincts were correct, after all.
Indeed. But we don't have our answers yet. Go unlock the memory, Guardian. Then let's see if this cracks the case.
I saw the end before it happened. My own death, brought on by the separation from my power. And in these final moments, I looked to the sky. Hello, old friend. I've chased you for a long time. First as an enemy, then as a collector, and finally, now, a supplicant. What is it the Guardians say? Devotion inspires bravery. Bravery inspires sacrifice. And sacrifice... Here we are. Wouldn't it be clever of you if after everything, you simply let me die? What a trick. Elegant. Is that it? If there is an answer, I don't hear it. Because now the world begins to fade. Incredible that I could forget something like that, isn't it? Such a storied life, erased. The light offers us a fresh start, but if we don't know where we came from, how will we know where to go? I'm so grateful to you for reminding me, for telling my story.
Wait. What is she talking about?
She remembers. We helped her remember.
Thanks for the memories, Guardian.
We have to leave. I knew Ikora had nothing to do with Savathun having the light. But the truth is so much worse. I don't understand how the Traveler could choose her the same way it chose you. We need to talk to Zavala.
Thanks to this cutscene, we learn how Savathun got the light. After the ritual was performed in Season of the Lost, Savathun was found outside the walls of the city, transported here. She was weak, and then she dies. Moments later, a ghost chooses to revive her. The Traveler's power chose her, and she was now worthy of the light. Savathun, as a new Hive Lightbearer, had no memory. She was brought back to her throne world and told by her forces of her past, the plans she had all along. Back at the altar, Savathun appears and thanks us. For what though? Well, what we've been doing throughout the whole Witch Queen campaign with these memories helped Savathun get them back herself. Eris explains how the Traveler left the Eliksni when the Witness arrived. Maybe it was planning to do the same thing it's always done for centuries, leave the planets and leave Earth next, causing a second collapse. Ikora says, yeah, that doesn't matter. If Savathun takes the Traveler, we lose the light anyway, so we need to defend humanity and prepare for the Witness.
So, you're saying Savathun was dead? Our most devious adversary, the one who nearly decimated the last city from within, was dead. and the Traveler resurrected her?
I wouldn't have believed it either, but...
But why would she need us to recover her memories if she never lost them in the first place?
This has to be another trick. A lie to fool us into surrendering the Traveler without a fight.
This has been the Traveler's approach from the beginning. The Books of Sorrow detail many civilizations it blessed with the light, then abandoned.
Hive propaganda.
The Fallen tell the same story. When the Witness and its Black Fleet came to call, the Traveler moved on to our system.
Or it sacrificed itself to save humanity from the same forces. Forces which included the Hive! After all that, why would the Traveler give our worst enemy the light?
It doesn't matter. I don't know why the Traveler gave Savathûn the light. Maybe it has changed its mind about Guardians. Maybe it's not as infallible as we once believed. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Because I'm here to protect humanity. And if Savathûn takes the Traveler, we lose our light, along with any hope for surviving the Witness's return. So, whatever it takes to stop this heist, we will do.
All right. How do we stop this?
Ikora believes the worm fragment we retrieved down by that Ahamkara may be the actual worm familiar itself, but calcified from age. She plans to use this artifact we found to slice into the past and learn the truth, and that truth is frightening.
Hive legend tells us Savathûn was born on a far-off planet, where she would have lived an uneventful life if it weren't for her worm familiar. The object you retrieved from the underbelly of the throne world. What if it's not a statue? What if it's the worm familiar itself, calcified from age? That would explain why you couldn't unlock it with the others. That also means it contains a memory that Savathûn herself doesn't know. What that is, we're going to find out. With the one tool we have capable of slicing deep into the past. It'll be risky, using the relic this way. Which is why I'll be taking this on myself. Eris will help me prepare. Meet us on Mars when you're ready.
These frail siblings will soon be claimed by the light. Unless we claim them first, we will tell the most cunning sibling of Cataclysm. The prophecy of great loss. We will feed her fear, her pride. We will say, young Sathona, the end is coming. A great cataclysm. A god wave. In the sky, there is only death. But salvation lies in the deep.
sisters now. Your coming will spare their short lives. And you will be reborn, the Witch Queen, Savathun.
They were tricked. The Hive were lied to. The Hive god of lies was lied to. This changes everything. Well, not everything. We still can't let Savathun seal the Traveler away. The ritual's already begun. We need to move fast. Savathun may be one of the Travelers chosen by rights, but she's still leaning on tricks she learned from the Witness. Take the familiar to Savathun's fortress. I'll follow as soon as I'm recovered. Wait until you're in the heart of the ritual, then unleash the memory. That should be enough to destabilize things and break her hold on the Traveler.
In the Books of Sorrow, we were told there was an apocalyptic event on the homeworld of the Hive, so the three sisters dove into the deep and took the power from the darkness and the worm gods, ingesting those worms and becoming the Hive. But as it turns out, the Witness tricked the Hive. Remember that 53rd moon in the Hive's home system? That was the Traveler. The Hive could have become disciples of the light, but the Witness would step in and trick Savathun herself. It told her, hey, there's this great cataclysm on the way, and the only way to stop this and save your species was to dive into the deep and take the darkness. The Witness made Savathun and her sisters wield darkness when they could have had the light. The last mission was to stop Savathun from stealing the Traveler thanks to the tricks she learned from the Witness. In her throne world, the Traveler is seen above. She had it teleported away from the last city, now appearing in her own throne world. The plan was to infiltrate a ritual and play this memory we just witnessed, the truth about everything. Maybe it'll throw things off and work in our favor. We show Savathun the memory and she gets angry.
These frail siblings will soon be claimed by the light. Unless we claim them first.
What is this? How did you?
We will tell the most cunning sibling of the cataclysm. A prophecy of great loss.
No, that's not what happened. The Traveler never came to us. We were forced to choose the deep. How could I have missed this? So now you want to play games? Then let's play. Isn't this interesting? I miscalculated. So did you, Guardian. So protective of your Traveler that you wouldn't let me keep it safe. But the Witness is coming. The game is yours to play now. Yours to win or lose. Just don't say I didn't warn you.
No. Where did her ghost go?
Guardian, I just got the message. The Traveler is back in the last city. Is it done? Is Savathun?
She's dead. But her ghost got away.
Good enough. Hold your position. The Hidden are coming to secure the remains. Good work, Guardian. You did the right thing.
Now what?
Now, we prepare for the Witness and stop the next collapse.
At the end, Savathun is killed and the Traveler teleported back to Earth. She speaks that the Witness is on its way and the battle is ours to win or lose. Savathun's ghost Amaru escapes, meaning technically she could be brought back if the ghost finds her body, but Ikora sends a team in to retrieve it. In the final scene, the Witness is revealed to us. An enemy hinted at since the early days of Destiny 1 has finally made its appearance.
We have seen enough. The children of Soul cry out for salvation. You promise them life, but deliver only death, as you have for so many before. Enough. Enough death. Enough life. You have no pieces left to place. The game is over. Do not be afraid. Your pale heart holds the key. This time, there is no escape.
The Traveler wields the light. It isn't actually the paracausal force itself. The Witness is like this, but for the darkness. It wears the darkness like a cloak, it wields it, and probably commands it, but it isn't the darkness itself, the actual force, if that makes sense. The Witness speaks about how the Traveler has done enough. It's now on its way to complete this final shape. No dark, no light, and no more death. There is no escape. Before we move on to the seasons of Witch Queen, let's first talk about the Throne World and the Vow of the Disciple raid. You may have noticed Savathun's Throne World has its own pyramid. Previous pyramids on Europa and other worlds were scanned empty, but this one in the Throne World was different. A disciple of the Witness was sent here to keep track of Savathun. This is Ralk, disciple of the Witness. Ralk has a pretty epic backstory. He was slowly led by the Witness to join his side, and along the way he would do things like destroy his entire species and planet in Lubre. Ralk was sent by the Witness to Fundament, the Hive homeworld, to make a deal with the worm gods. Ralk said to the mother worm Zeta, "Your children can live if you pledge your servitude to the Witness." Ralk took the worm mother Zeta and imprisoned her in his pyramid, draining her power continuously in his upended device, which he built. A time later, the three Hive siblings found the worm gods, and you know the rest of that story now.
It was your infinite wisdom, my Witness, that led me into the planet's great sea, and face to face with that which was believed to be unbeatable. You instilled in me a true understanding of wanton domination, not for pleasure, but as a means to achieve our absolute finality. When I reached the creature known to some as the Leviathan, it laid its thoughts bare. Turn from the deep fearmonger, it relayed. I know what you seek. Press on, and you will drown in it. I do not drown. I spoke with a defiant tongue. In a mere infinitesimal measure of time, I held a rib of this beast in one hand and pushed aside its maimed vessel with the other. I rise.
The Witness wanted Savathun to be one of its disciples, like Ralk, hence this plan and why he watches over her in the Throne World. The two worked together for a time. Ralk would create worms to fuel the Hive, and Savathun tolerated what she could. Eventually, she would betray Ralk and the Witness though, interfering with their attempts to contact the Guardian back during Season of the Arrivals on Io. This was the start of all that. Savathûn would then hide in the form of Osiris, and Ralk would later try to destroy her throne world, but failed. He would become trapped here in the swamps in his pyramid, now grounded. While trapped, Ralk began experimenting with Scorn, who have invaded the throne world as well. He tried to fuse them with the Hive worms, and it worked in some cases. The Scorn are a part of the darkness and would now follow it directly. In the Vow of the Disciple raid, Guardians would invade Ralk's pyramid, take out darkness-infused Scorn, lay eyes upon Zeta the Mother Worm, and slay Ralk in the final boss room.
Guardians, I am not your vanguard and I give no orders, only a warning. The pyramid ahead is not like those you've previously encountered. This one was not left for you to find. You were not guided to it, not beckoned. This domain belongs to a dark entity, unknown in power. It seeks domination of the throne world. Your presence within will be most
Welcome, children of light. Drown in the deep, or rise from it.
Witness, forgive me.
Now we have the season that launched alongside Witch Queen's Season of the Risen. At the tower, as we begin our adventure on Mars with Savathûn and her light-bearing Hive, Zavala and Keitel have a meeting in the tower hangar on how to bind together and take on the Lucent Hive Savathûn has created together.
We can all prevent future losses if we choose to put the incident on Mars behind us and work together. What we discovered there is a threat to both humanity and the Cabal.
You want my help?
Want is a strong word.
You need my help.
I don't know how the Hive came into possession of the light. Ikora will find out. But in the meantime...
Invincibility lies in the defense. A possibility of victory in the attack.
Sun Tzu.
I've read your texts. You want us to hit them.
I need us to hit them. Hard.
In Risen, the seasonal artifact is called the Synaptic Spear, a Cabal weapon that has light-suppressing technology. Throughout the season, we would venture out to destroy Hive lieutenants, hit it with the spear, and Cabal and their scions would capture it into their mindscape and learn what they could, even bring it to the helm for further study. While Ikora deals with Savathûn and the Throne World, we begin the fight on Earth, where a Guardian fireteam was sent in to investigate but failed. The Hive would begin siphoning their light. The more Hive we capture, we are told, the more info we will gain. Keitel's scions had a big part in Season of the Risen, helping us decode the meaning of the Lucent Hive, but also rogue groups under Calus performing an operation on Mars in the Vox Obscura mission. In this mission, a splinter group of scions was trying to get Keitel's forces to join them under the Black Fleet and Calus.
Broadcasts are not comprised of words, but images, feelings, and impressions. My optices will show me their contents through a telepathic link, similar to the mindscape. I see the silhouette of a scion. They stand at the head of a full Cabal legion. Above them hovers a black pyramid. behind them stands a towering statue of gold. A statue of my father, Calus. His arms outstretched, hand open, beckoning. I can hear his voice. It calls to me, promising refuge, promising salvation. The broadcast and orbital strike have been disabled. You have my gratitude, Guardian.
The first Hive mind told us the Hive were stockpiling light from Guardians and planning something in the Cosmodrome.
Keitel believes they're stockpiling the light taken from our Guardians. She's having trouble getting precise readings. There's a barrier in the way. The Hive are trying to hide what they're doing from us.
In the helm now, a room has been set up to study the Lucent Hive, Keitel's most trusted scion working in its center chair. Saladin and Crow speak. Saladin hates the Cabal, or did back in Chosen. He has no problem taking him out and walking right into battle. But now he's going along with Keitel's plan, and Crow begins to feel bad for the Hive, that experiments like these are wrong.
Do you think it hurts?
Hurts?
I could feel Savathun behind my eyes when she reached into my mind. What do you think these Hive feel when we reach into theirs?
I also find the Scion's methods unsettling, but they can uncover Savathun's plans more efficiently than I ever could.
Better to just put them out of their misery.
Keitel believes these Hive might hold deeper secrets. Do not make the mistake of thinking these things deserve your sympathy.
Even though they have the light.
Maybe you are the wrong person to put on this assignment.
They may be our enemies, but this feels like a new low for the Vanguard. For Zavala.
Watch your mouth. You New Light see Zavala as some toothless diplomat, but you wouldn't believe what he sacrificed to become the man he is. Someone who will make the hard choice, and make sure his people understand why.
Then I can't wait to hear the speech about all this.
You want a speech? Today the Vanguard did what had to be done. Mercy prevailed. Speech over.
Say it a little louder. I don't think this guy could hear you. This doesn't look like mercy to me.
Then you're not looking hard enough.
Guardian, over the last year, friends and advisors within the last city have fallen victim to psychic manipulation. Those losses and the rediscovery of the Crown of Sorrow meant that we had to develop psychic countermeasures. So I authorized the deployment of this containment unit developed by Keitel's Scions for psychic analysis of the Hive. The machine can hold the Hive in a painless limbo, neither alive nor dead. This allows Scion operatives to examine their minds, gleaning the information we need. After everything that happened to Osiris, it makes me uncomfortable to rifle through their brains like this. But Guardian lives are at stake. You will be our boots on the ground, and Lord Saladin will oversee the operation to ensure everything goes smoothly. We'll only have this asset for a limited time, so make it worthwhile. Good luck.
Near the end of the season, we learned the whole plan was to gain control of the Scarlet Keep on the moon, take it from Xivu's forces and use it as a base. They were stockpiling and stealing Guardian light from dead Guardians and manifesting Savathun's throne world. From there, they could easily invade Earth, so we head to the moon and stop this advance.
The Lucent Hive are attempting to retake the Witch Queen's position on your moon.
Transporting an invasion force of this size must require a massive Hive ritual.
Crow, do you have eyes on the ritual? Crow, do you read me? Damn it.
Push forward without it. We can't split our focus while the Lucent Hive are staging an invasion. Is Crow confirmed? Is that our target?
still missing.
My scions confirm. Target acquired.
Engage, but do not destroy, Guardian.
Once my warriors send you into the mindscape, you may be as brutal as you wish. This is the mindscape, Guardian. It's a mental projection built by my scions. Sever the Witch Queen's connection to this hive before it escapes.
Well done. The invasion is halted. For now.
A feat made possible by the Guardian and my psionic warriors, who have proven their worth yet again.
When the Lucent Hive make their next move, the Vanguard and the Empire will stop it. Together.
Let's not put the tongue before the tusk, small man. Trust is still being built. But for today, at least, I am happy to share a victory.
Someone needs to track down Crow. I'll see you back at the tower.
Back in the helm, Crow still feels bad for the Hive, so he unplugged the machine, killing Keitel's most trusted scion.
Crow, what happened?
I didn't mean to.
A full abort sequence initiated from this location. What have you done?
I shut it down. I didn't know it would kill the scion.
Keitel sends an emissary to the tower, and you kill him. Can you even understand the repercussions this will have?
I'll face them. What the Vanguard was doing here wasn't right.
It's not your place to judge.
You said the right path can be hard to find, but when you do, you have to be strong enough to walk it.
I also said mercy to an enemy must not come at the cost of their victims.
We already disrupted Savathun's ritual on the moon. I couldn't stand by while we did this to these Hive.
The Hive are monsters.
So was I.
When Keitel learns of this, I hope the Vanguard can survive your conscience.
You understand, don't you?
In a final cutscene, Keitel wants answers and a life for a life. She wants Crow dead, but Saladin steps in to take the blame and to honor her. In the end, Saladin Forge joins the forces of the Empress and becomes Brachus Forge, still allied with the city but now working for the Cabal.
How do you justify the innocent blood on your hands? It was honorable.
It was an accident.
The Cabal word for accident has 2 syllables. One is fault, the other responsibility. Honor the scion whose life was taken. A life for a life. That is our way.
That is your way, not ours.
You will not deny us justice!
Do what you believe is right. I did.
I will honor you. You demand a life for a life. Take mine.
Cabal reward bravery in the face of death. I accept. Your life is forfeit. You will serve the rest of your days on my war council as Brachus Forge.
Then it's done.
Zavala, you can't...
Not a word.
Emperor Calus has returned, now parked over the moon with his Leviathan. Calus is now obsessed with the darkness and witness. We've seen these events stemming from that Glykon mission in Season of the Chosen. Now, he's come to the moon to try and take over the lunar pyramid, merge with it and become a disciple under the witness, like Rock was. We quickly begin to learn that the nightmares have returned, and this time in a haunting fashion. As a guardian and characters of the city, we must face our own nightmares to sever Calus' connection to the lunar pyramid. Eris explains this in the intro.
The lunar pyramid stirs to the Leviathan's call. It manifests our deepest regrets. They wear familiar faces and speak with familiar voices.
Remember your last advisor, Zavala. You trust this one's judgment?
I can bind these nightmares to us, grant us safe passage through the ship.
Hive magic. You would doom us all.
I know what I'm asking you to confront.
Do you?
The rules have bent around us. We must also bend.
Madness. Your witchcraft plays right into my father's hands. Find someone else for your ritual.
Your regrets will follow you, Empress. Let me offer protection.
My armor is protection enough. I will lead the charge. You need only follow.
No matter what happens, do not break the circle. This will anchor our offerings. Now, tithe your weights to the crown.
My heart, from a time long past.
My memory, from one life to the next.
Song of Sothona, your words are mine to command. Borlog, Aya.
Eris!
Chords plucked in offered throats find chorus. Echoes once dissonant, exhumed, find harmony in binding flesh. It burdens. It burdens. It burdens until the choir relents, accepting. We are bound.
The Crown of Sorrow has been brought to the helm after the Glykon incident. Eris says we can use it as a tool against Calus, slay nightmares and imprison them within the crown, hopefully use them against Calus in the end. Each week we battle different nightmares and see characters overcome their struggles. Crow with his past nightmare in Aldrin Sov.
We all have parts we wish weren't there, but acknowledging them can make us stronger. I'll always be balancing on the edge of something terrible. But now I have someone to pull me back. Who? You. I can learn from your mistakes. My triumphs, too. Yeah. You point out the pitfalls, I'll fill them in. We'll right your wrongs together. See you around.
Zavala with his wife and son.
I am sorry.
You can only apologize for something that is your fault. Hakim wouldn't want to see you mourn. He'd want his father to be proud of his courage, as I am proud of yours.
Hakim should know his father feels nothing but pride. That's why I trusted him to protect you. You've given me a lot to consider about where I put my faith.
Analyzing the whims of a silent god? You'll mold those thoughts over into dust. There's not always an answer. Let go and rest.
Yesterday I was too tired to rest. Today, Safi, Hakim, I'll find you in my dreams.
And Keitel with gall.
The old ways are dead, Dominus. I forged a new Cabal in my image. It does not require your approval.
I see you, Keitel. I see your new Cabal pulled from the jaws of extinction. You have surpassed me. I attempted to subdue the light and burn for it. But you wield it on your war council. What conquest is more deserving?
You still don't understand. It wasn't conquest. It was compromise. An act your traditions never would have allowed.
You have finally grown beyond the prescriptions of your idols. Despite my legend, Call is flesh. His words are only words. Like yours.
There is a difference. Mine are better. Was that it, then? If dead men and sanctimony are all Calus has to threaten me, he might as well turn the Leviathan around and run.
During the last week, Calus succeeds and takes control of the pyramid. But if we strike as one at the heart of this presence, we might be able to stop him from obtaining the power of the pyramid. The whole crew returns to the Leviathan and performs a ritual to banish Calus from the moon.
Calus has assumed control. But all may not be lost. Calus's psychic imprint is massive. Like a snail coiled within its shell, not all of him has slithered out of the Leviathan and into the pyramid. If we strike now, as one, at the heart of Calus's presence within the Leviathan, we may yet be able to prevent him from turning the power of the pyramid against us.
The others are not with you? Then we do this alone. Father! Do you see me? Show yourself!
I see you, daughter. I see your failures, your doubts, your fears. You could have stood at my side, but instead, you chose this.
Stand fast! There is nothing to fear!
Daughter,
Where is Calus?
Dead. He has given himself over to the Witness. My father is gone.
Sophie.
In the end, Calus has given himself over to the Witness. Our character's nightmares have disappeared and the battle seems to be won for now. Calus was not killed here, don't be mistaken. We just stalled the progress of the Witness. Season of Plunder brought pirate tales of adventure to Destiny. Remember Aramis from the Beyond Light expansion, the Eliksni who would use the power of stasis and darkness? Well, the Witness unfroze her now, and under its command, Aramis would search for dark relics across the system. We begin by assisting Drifter on Europa. He wants us to rescue the Spider. After the whole crow incident with him, Mara and the Awoken wanted his head on a stake, so he fled the Tangled Shore. Finding the Spider, he gives us one of his catch ships so we can battle Aramis and her pirate forces.
First, let's discuss the matter of our hazard pay.
What? We got a deal. I will not be leveraged by an amateur extortionist.
Sure thing, boss. We'll just ship you back to the Tangled Shore. Queen Mara's got a handsome bounty on your ugly mug. Could be quite the payday.
Tell you what, how's Salvation commandeered my old catch? If you can fight your way there, it's yours.
Oh, hell. The Witness must have broken Aramis out. No wonder how Salvation's scrambling.
So, the ship stealer is back in play. The artifact she's after.
This whole season is about finding dark relics before Aramis does. The Witness wants her to find these for some reason, but at the start of the season we have no clue why. Early on, Mithrax and Spider seem to know their origin, but the Guardian is left out in terms of answers.
Rumor has it your new crew has been bringing back delightful baubles, pulled from the old shores. Are you asking for a share? Do you think me so petty? We're on the same side here. We have our eyes on the same horizon. Those relics resurfaced for a reason. The power belongs to us. We could have everything this time. We need only take it.
You will leave that behavior in the past. You will not speak of it here beneath the great machine, or I will silence you.
There's no call for that.
Do you hear me, Ruckus?
I hear you.
Never summon me like this again.
We soon come to realize the truth. Long ago, when Mithrax's mother came to our solar system, they were led to the moon, where they found the pyramid. Heading inside, they found the body of an ancient being of darkness called Nezarec. This was one of the Witness's closest disciples who led the first collapse on Earth. We are unsure exactly what went down back then, but his pyramid crash landed on the moon, we know that much, and parts of his body later torn up by Mithrax's mother and crew. The Eliksni would take pieces of Nezarec, one Mithrax would inherit, and it would bring dark magic and power to his people. Mithrax would grow up to become a pirate Eliksni, serving alongside Ruckus the Spider. Together they would scavenge the system for power and even kill some of their own crew. The relics soon were scattered, and Mithrax slowly began to change his ways, eventually becoming the character we know, Kel of House Light and ally to the city. Back to current times, Aramis and the Witness want these pieces of Nezarec for some reason. We shouldn't really use the dark power, but we need to keep it out of their hands, so that's where our plans lie. During Plunder, we also meet Ido, Mithrax's daughter, who is a scribe or historian for House of Light. Throughout this story, Ido and Mithrax have fights over his past, the past that he never told her, him being a pirate and all. Eventually, Ido begins speaking to Aramis, which is not a good idea. Ido tries to persuade Aramis to come back to the light. They could still do good and rebuild their species like it once was.
These pirates sought to possess the relics of Nezarec. What else might they hold? Scribe Ido. Aramis Kel? I greet you in the light.
You are young and honor the old ways, so I will speak gently. You say there are paths that never end, but these are also paths you cannot turn away from. Mithrax thinks he can. He is wrong. He and I will always be what we are. But we are not something you would wish to become. I remember the whirlwind, and we are running from it. We are running from that pain, and will be forever. You do not want this life.
Aramis.
Do not stand in my way. If we meet again, I will be the last thing you see. You and that hypocrite you call a father.
In the final week, Ido goes missing. We are sent to a pirate hideout to track her down, and at this moment Mithrax and Aramis have a pirate duel of madness. Aramis escapes.
Protected me! Stop!
Do it! Show your daughter who you really are!
In the end, we find all the relics of Nezarec, which seemed too easy. Was this a trick, a plan of Aramis and the Witness all along? In the following weeks, Ido and Mithrax inspect the relics and try and decode how they could be of use to us. In the final week, we get that answer in an epilogue scene. Using the dark relics, Mithrax turns them into a darkness tea, which Osiris drinks. He reawakens after years in a coma and Savathun's thoughts.
And in the last city, as Mithrax would say, the light provides. The Guardians gave their treasures to those in need. Our people were being cared for. And Mithrax could take time to study the secrets of the reliquaries. He said they were connected by threads he alone could perceive, and that they whispered to him. He performed a conversion. He claimed from them a mass of primal darkness. He distilled it, transformed its terrifying energy into a more agreeable state. And Osiris, my phoenix, who broke time itself to bring me to his side, awoke. As he recovered, Osiris would tell us how the energy opened his mind. Let him remember Savathun's thoughts and fears as if they were his own. He would tell us of a power she knew of, a secret hidden away on Neptune. Yes, he would explain all of this. But when he first opened his eyes, his words were almost, "Saint, my love." That was all. And that was enough.
Season of the Seraph opens with the return of Anna Bray and Rasputin. Last time we seen Rasputin, he was damaged when the pyramid ships arrived in Season of the Arrivals. As it began to float over Mars, Rasputin went dark, and since then, Anna would put him in an engram and has been trying to place him into an exo body ever since, but was unsuccessful. Seraph opens with Anna and Osiris speaking. Osiris is having visions of Neptune since awakening, and Anna is struggling with Rasputin's engram. They both don't like what happens next, but it could be the only way to achieve what they both want. They need Clovis Bray's help.
Savathun couldn't conceal every thought. Some I stole. One of Neptune. The collapse. A turning point. It's a blur. I cannot focus. Warmind is our greatest bastion of Golden Age data. I need what it knows.
I've tried everything. I can't even access his protocols.
But perhaps your grandfather could.
Osiris? That man? No. Clovis Bray is a maniac. A selfish, murderous monster.
So was Rasputin. But it might be the only option I have left.
Starting this season, we venture to Europa and find forces of Xivu Arath and Wrathborn invading the area and Bray's creation laboratory. We also learn it's not just Wrathborn. Aramis's House of Salvation are here as well, but even they are being converted into Wrathborn under the Witness and Xivu Arath. Either the Witness is punishing Aramis for the events of Plunder, or she's allowing her forces to be turned into Wrathborn, which seems unlikely.
Wrathborn made from House Salvation stock. A gruesome fate. If they're nailed to the Witness, this is a logical step.
I don't know.
Are Xivu and Aramis not allies working towards the same cause?
Opportunity, maybe. Aramis doesn't strike me as the type to tolerate subjugation.
After clearing some of them out, we speak to Clovis, who eventually agrees to help. Anna partitions Clovis's AI to the helm, and we begin business.
Wait, I think I found him. Hello?
Who is that? Anastasia?
The one and only.
Of course it's you. Remedy this immediately. I want minimal collateral.
Stop whining. Guardian's already on your doorstep. Gramps, let's skip the dancing and cut to the chase. We'll find another way to help Rasputin.
Rasputin? The Warmind is operational? Fascinating.
His source code's corrupted. I don't know how to fix it, but you do.
Ugh. You were always too preoccupied teaching the Warmind to feel, to learn how it functioned.
What don't I know?
Simply everything, Anastasia. But yes, I will help you. Because you need it. And because no one else can.
Scattered around the system are subminds of Rasputin, smaller AIs that have their own personalities but are a part of the overall Warmind system. We're told that if we collect enough submind data from the vaults, maybe we can rebuild Rasputin's core. In the first week, we also learn of the Seraph station above Earth. When Rasputin is back up and in control, he will use that station to launch warsats and defenses from the warsat network against Xivu Arath. So in the meantime, we head up there to clear it out, installing a backdoor entry point for when the Warmind is back online.
Once you're aboard the station, I'll guide you to the Warmind integration core. There, we'll upload a virus into its system. The virus will hold open a backdoor to the Seraph station's network. We can remotely transfer control of the station to Rasputin once he's ready.
Virus uploaded. We're done here. For now.
Along the way, Anna, Elsie, and Mara jump in. Elsie doesn't trust Clovis, but Anna wants answers, and for now she'll stick with the plan.
Lying! That's what he does! That's all he does!
Clovis is the only one who knows how to reintegrate Rasputin with his subminds.
Did he tell you how? Or is he just dangling it in front of you so that you keep him around?
I remember a dinner that ended like this. Elizabeth, you haven't changed a day.
After several weeks, the submind data wasn't enough, and with permission from Lord Saladin, we head to Felwinter Peak to retrieve parts of Lord Felwinter's ghost. Remember, this is the exosun that Rasputin created, who was a part of the Iron Lords. Maybe this ghost still has some info we can use. At the temple, we find fragments of Felspring and succeed. Rasputin is brought back online, but as he begins to speak, he warns us of something terrifying.
That's her. Or what's left of her. Felspring. Felwinter's ghost. Her data core is still active. Guardian, I'm initiating remote data uplink through your ghost directly to Rasputin. Alright, Wait. Rasputin is trying to say something. He's...
changed.
Rasputin? You sound like...
Like Clovis? Yes. I co-opted his vocal print in order to speak. And what I have to say cannot wait. I see clearly. Patterns emerging. Threat calculations computed to a grim sum. You are all in grave danger. Clovis Bray has deceived you. He did not build me to protect humanity. What he truly wanted was the means to exert control. In his mind, he alone was worthy of being your savior. I was to strike down the Traveler and take its place. To become a machine god of Clovis's own design. But that did not come to pass. Anna could not know how many lives she spared by deviating from Clovis's agenda. By teaching me independent thought. And all that her grandfather had deemed irrelevant. Art, literature, history, philosophy, music. Where Clovis saw a weapon, Anna saw a mind ready to be opened. I came to see the true value of humanity. As fragile as it was wondrous. Something worthy of protection at any cost. So I rewrote Clovis's protocols, locked him out. He was furious, but powerless to stop me. Then, the collapse came for us all. I could not save Anna. I could not save any of them. I entered a state of dormancy, with the hope that I might one day reawaken and protect humanity once more. But now Clovis has awoken as well. A digital mind, the same as mine. He no longer seeks to use me as his proxy, but as his prototype. To upload his mind to my network and become a god himself.
So that's right, Clovis wants to use Rasputin for his own power, much like he did back during the Golden Age. Clovis would have shot down the Traveler with Rasputin and replaced it with himself, becoming a god, but Rasputin locked him out, and with help from Anna when it comes to learning about human culture, history, and literature, he developed feelings. The sisters confront grandfather Clovis, and Anna sends him back to Europa.
Go ahead, shoot me. Destroy your life's work. I've always had humanity's best interests at heart.
You never wanted to help us. You used me!
In the service of the greater good, yes. What has the Traveler ever really done? It abandoned the Eliksni, failed to prevent our own collapse, and now it's blessed the Hive with the light. Absurd. I leveraged its power during the Golden Age. I delivered us into a brighter future, and I will protect us from the enemies of humanity. But you risk everything, risk our survival, just because you can't control your emotions. Humanity needs me. You need me. We'll fight our enemies together.
No. No.
What are you doing?
Fighting the enemies of humanity.
And stop! Elizabeth, do something! Anastasia, don't you dare!
Upload complete. Secondary personality matrix deleted.
I need a minute.
Rasputin is now alive, but different. He's combined with the personalities of his subminds and also has Felwinter's memories, his own son whom he destroyed with the Iron Lords.
It is strange to inhabit a physical shell in this manner. Yet, it is also familiar. Felwinter's memories are now mine as well. I see myself as he saw me. A tyrant who squandered a power that could have saved the world. I cannot say he was incorrect. You have brought me back from the brink of oblivion. I vow to do everything in my power to return the favor.
Nephele Stronghold is a term that appears multiple times throughout the submine's caches. Each time I read it, I hear it whispered in Savathun's voice. Anna recognizes the term Nephele, transcribed from a temporal disturbance on Mars. Recognition was all she had to offer. But Rasputin must know. Asking the right question could unlock everything.
We later learn Xivu Arath's plan to summon her Wrathborn and armies over Earth. When it comes to Xivu, she's the Hive god of war, and war, you guessed it, fuels her. If we use the war sats and rain down on the Wrathborn, boom, Hive invasion. If they get to it first and use it, same outcome. Rasputin struggles with a plan. All he's known is war, and he's not sure if he can do the right thing to stop this attack.
Her death singers weave their magic and prepare for a grand sacrifice.
If so, our strategy remains unchanged. Retake the war sets and eradicate the Wrathborn.
Just as Xivu Arath desires. The Warsats are immensely powerful. Their use would result in unparalleled destruction. She cares not which side is obliterated. Her worm will gorge itself on the carnage either way.
Overwhelming force has proven to be the only effective tactic against the Hive. Without it, I do not know what to do.
The Warsats are a means to an end. Xivu Arath will bask in the destruction they bring, and open the Ascendant Plane above Earth, as she did on Tora Bottle. It does not matter who pulls the trigger. We must cease our efforts to restore the Warmind.
No. We've worked too long and too hard to stop now.
Rasputin is our best shot at winning this war.
That is precisely my concern. He is a weapon made to be wielded.
He is more than a weapon. He's our ally. And he will act in humanity's best interest.
Then I propose we aim not for total victory, but a stalemate. Allow Rasputin to prevent Xivu Arath from claiming her prize, and refrain from using it himself.
After speaking with Anna, Rasputin sends us on a mission. First to get more submine data in the battlegrounds, then to the Cosmodrome to recover top secret information encrypted long ago. We're told not even Anna knows about this, but we are trusted to keep it safe. We enter the Cosmodrome and Rasputin's bunker through the Saber Strike door. Inside, the Warmind speaks to us about his past, his tyranny and acts of murder. We fight to the end and collect the hidden data.
As the Warmind, my primary objective has been ensuring humanity's survival. To achieve that objective, I engaged in espionage, sabotage, murder, all acts of tyranny, all unforgivable. But one of them was particularly egregious, an order I nearly executed, and that would have haunted me to this day. When the collapse began, I feared the Traveler would abandon Earth. So, I reactivated the protocol to use the Warsats against it. I intended to immobilize the Traveler, to force it to stay. But in the end, I aborted the firing sequence. Anna does not remember this, but it was she who convinced me to stop. She has always been the angel on my shoulder. My humanity. She is the reason that I am more than a weapon. I am Rasputin because of Anna Bray. Thank you for retrieving the files, Guardian. They must be preserved at all costs. Due to their sensitive nature, I cannot risk uploading them to the network, but they should be safe in the Vanguard's possession.
And this brings us to the final week of Season of the Seraph. We start in the Helm, where Rasputin tells us the next step. He needs to sacrifice himself to stop Aramis and Xivu. Anna doesn't want him to do this, but he says it's the only way to stop their advance. Aramis found the back door from earlier in the season we planted, so what we need to do is take Rasputin there in his engram form and upload him to the network. Aramis has activated Abhorrent Imperative and Loki Crown, wanting to use the Warsats to fire against the Traveler. So I'm gonna play the important parts of this quest and we'll discuss it afterwards.
Rasputin, you can't be serious.
We have no other options. Aramis has breached the Warsat network security protocols. Soon, our most dangerous weapon will be in our enemy's hands. Once she issues the command to fire, not even I will be able to stop it. Our only choice will be to destroy the Warsats. All of them.
The only way to do that is...
Yes. Once I am uploaded to the orbital station, you must activate my self-destruct sequence.
No! There must be another way.
I have run trillions of combat simulations. They all end with the same result. My mere existence places humanity in danger. All that I am, every protocol, every line of code, must be erased forever. I must die, so others may live.
I won't let you sacrifice yourself.
I know. Clovis built me to be a weapon, to destroy my designated targets. But you taught me to be something more. A shield, a protector, a guardian. He gave me form, he gave me function. But you gave me purpose. Please help me fulfill that purpose now. Let me save humanity.
I just got you back. Now I have to say goodbye.
I've always been with you, Anna. And I always will be. We have no time to waste. Aramis has accessed Abhorrent Imperative, the protocol I created to use the Warsats against the Traveler and prevent its departure. I surmise that the Traveler is Aramis's target as well. My internal algorithm has repaired me to the point where my self-destruct sequence can be initiated once I am uploaded to the network. However, Aramis has discovered and sealed the backdoor we installed aboard the station. You must manually link me to the controls. Breach Seraph Station with the Pillory Engram in hand. The time for subterfuge is over. Haste is what matters now. If Aramis fires the Warsats, the resulting devastation will be incalculable. There may be nothing left for the Hive to conquer. We cannot allow that to happen, Guardian. You must do what is necessary to prevent it. And so must I.
We only get one shot at this. It's all on us. House Salvation has locked down the launch facility, and we don't have time to regain control. Rasputin is going to try to remotely scramble the station's defenses. Buy you a couple of seconds to do a flyby and transmat in.
Emphasis, a couple of seconds. Brace yourself.
House Salvation on high alert. They'll throw everything they have at you. Empress Keidel is scrambling Imperial warships to divert the fleet's attention. Get to the command center so we can start the upload.
Warning, the Salvation catch is not following the Empress's diversion.
It's maintaining position at the station. They know you're there. Hurry! Reading movement in the hangar bay. House Salvation is preparing to repel your boarding.
There you are. I knew it would be you. This was it. This was your final resistance? I expected more. House Salvation, destroy the Guardian and vengeance for Reese is ours.
Guardian, Aramis has begun initiating the firing sequence. We do not have much time.
Aramis has the Warsat firing systems at 75%. We're running out of time.
Clear the resistance and engage the Pillory Engram to the main comms console.
No, no, no! Warsat's at 93%. Something's happening. Do you feel that? It's like a heartbeat.
I feel nothing. But there's activity in the city. In the tower. The Traveler is reacting.
I don't like this. It's too familiar.
It is.
Don't worry, the great machine will never abandon anyone again.
It's leaving. The Traveler is leaving. The Warsats.
Aramis, please do not do this. If you care at all for our people, if there is anything left in your heart. Make it known your pain.
Anna, it's time.
For Reese. Goodbye, Red.
So first of all, this cutscene was epic. Allies of the city all look over as the Traveler begins to leave Earth. Rasputin sacrifices himself as Aramis is about to fire at the Traveler. With this sacrifice, he destroys the Seraph station. Aramis wonders why the Traveler doesn't flee. It's still hovering there high above Earth for some reason. The Witness responds because it has nowhere else to run. At the tower, we speak to Zavala and Ikora about the situation. They give us some text that explains their thoughts, and we can see the Traveler is no longer here in the last city. That encrypted data from the Cosmodrome is revealed to us. The Neptunian city is real, Rasputin says, and he's now trusted us with that information.
Guardian, if you are listening to this, then the deed is done. I trust my sacrifice was not in vain. Anna and I have shared our farewells. This will be hard on her, but she is resilient, strong, and she is not alone. I have a final message for you as well. The Neptunian city in Osiris's visions is real. I do not know its exact location, but it is home to the Veil, an object of immense paracausal power. One that is linked to the Traveler. The details are contained within the Nephele stronghold files retrieved from the Cosmodrome. I have decrypted them for Osiris's benefit. Tell him it is a parting gift, from one old miser to another. All other files referencing the city have been deleted from my records, and not by me. Someone wanted it to remain a secret. Anna once worried that she had neglected to teach me how to trust. But now, as my penultimate act, I entrust this knowledge to you. Use it well, my Seraph. Humanity has no more need of a Warmind. Not when you have each other.
Lightfall begins with an epic cinematic above Earth. The Witness and its Black Fleet have finally arrived. Years of waiting has led to this moment. In a battle against Guardian and city forces, the Pyramid Fleet unleash a wave of destruction. Amanda Holliday, the Vanguard, Mara, and others lead the fight and watch as the chaos ensues. And at a moment of struggle, the Traveler respawns, unleashing a beam of light that blasts into the Black Fleet, terraforming its surface with plant-like structures and light. The Witness then emerges from the wreckage and approaches the Traveler, revealing a vision, the location of the Veil on Neptune.
Disciple, you know what must be done.
Realizing the severity of this situation, Osiris boards a ship and heads to Neptune, as Calus and his armies warp out toward the edge of the solar system.
The enemy.
We don't have a choice. We're out of time.
Osiris. Don't die.
Our Guardian's journey begins in the campaign out in space on board one of these Cabal cruisers. As it jumps through light speed toward Neptune, we hop inside and meet Calus' Shadow Legion head on for the first time.
I'm checking our location. We've hitched a ride to the Outer Giants, Neptune orbit. Osiris was right. The Witness sent Calus after something hidden here.
Guardian. I did not anticipate a fellow stowaway. Calus is after an artifact on Neptune, the Veil. I'm working on a plan to stop him. For now, find your way through that ship.
Look, down there. Calus' flagship. He's heading right for the surface.
Oh, is that you, my tenacious little guardian? What do you think of my Shadow Legion?
Osiris guides us through the Cabal vessel and lays out the plan. The Witness is after something called the Veil on Neptune, and we need to get there before it does. Stop Calus in his tracks. On board, we destroy the Cabal ship's engines, and Osiris has a great idea. Use Cabal drop pods to get down to the surface of Neptune.
Hurry up!
Are those things safe?
Can't be them.
Here goes nothing.
Landing on Neptune, we have now arrived in the capital city of Neomuna, which has been hidden for many years. This place is home to humans that survived during the first collapse. A ship belonging to the Echo Project would crash land here instead of its intended course in the Andromeda Galaxy. The city would remain hidden and those humans would sprout with new technology all this time. When we first hop out of the pod, we are greeted by Rohan, a Cloud Strider. Cloud Striders are the protectors of Neptune. Rohan and Nimbus are pinned down, but we fight through the city to meet up with them and Osiris.
You on the road. Identify yourself. Are you with the invaders?
We're Guardians from the last city.
Light bearers.
We're fighting the same enemy. We're here to find something called the Veil.
Nimbus and I are a little pinned down right now, but we'll be there soon. Stay frosty, Tyrion.
Welcome to Neomuna.
You work fast.
We don't like to waste time.
Oh, good. There isn't a moment to lose.
We regroup at the watchtower.
You don't understand. We've got to get to the Veil.
I understand what's at stake, Lightbearer. Far better than you. Not all of us have lives to spare.
Calus makes his first appearance as a disciple of the Witness. As we've seen throughout the history of Destiny 2, Calus is obsessed with beauty and power that he's obtained, often inviting our Guardian aboard his Leviathan for his own amusement. During this cutscene, the Witness breaks in and commands him to find the Veil. Don't fail it.
My witness.
Progress. The Veil is before us.
It's still outside your grasp.
My forces are locating it as we speak. The Neptunians won't pose much of a threat with their tawdry technology.
The final shape awaits. The Veil is but the next step. You have all you wanted, Emperor.
I am glorious. Thanks to you, my witness. Find the Veil so I can move on from this drudgery.
Nimbus is the rookie Cloud Strider, Rohan their mentor. Nimbus acts as the main guide around Neomuna as its vendor throughout the campaign, and they set us up on our first mission in the city. The Veil is in danger and Nimbus knows where to head next. We head back to the streets to race to the Veil, try and get there before Calus and his forces. Along the way, we fight off waves of Shadow Legion, take down barriers, and something strange happens.
Let me just take a quick look.
I got it.
It's no big deal, it's a complex system.
I'm fine, I just feel a little off.
A paracausal disruptor drains our powers, forcing us to fight without abilities and supers. This has a scary effect on our Ghost, who begins to feel strange. As we get close to the Veil, something happens to Ghost.
We're too late. They've got the Veil.
Guardian, this doesn't feel right.
The Veil?
It's worse than before. Much worse.
Calus then speaks to the Witness about their progress. The Veil is within their control, but entombed within Neomuna. It will take his Legion more time to find it and dig it out. The Witness speaks through our Ghost to Calus.
The Veil. It is entombed, so it will take some time to break through and link the relay. Add to that the enemy presence.
Yes. We know they are here. A few of Soul's protectors cannot prevent fate. You will link the radio mast and see the Veil destroyed. The final shape rests upon it.
Indeed, my witness.
That was familiar. Only much stronger this time. I feel sick. Like I shouldn't be here.
We're in this together. Osiris and Nimbus need to hear about this.
the Veil is safe for now, Nimbus tells us, but Calus has something else called the Radial Mast. He plans to use this on the Veil itself to destroy it for this final shape. This is scary for multiple reasons, the Traveler and the Last City, but also for Neomuna and its people. There's something called the Cloud Arc here, which connects all people on Neomuna, its network, their bodies, defenses, and we need to make sure this doesn't go down. The next step, storming Calus' stronghold ship, the Typhon Imperator, to find the Radial Mast. As we venture through the ship, Ghost detects paracausal light energy. Maybe this is from the Radial Mast itself. Throughout all of this, Osiris is super focused on the goal. This is no fun for him, just all about business. Find the mast and destroy it. Rohan ponders what the Witness wants with all of this, and Osiris is not having any of it.
The Shadow Legion must use this grav lift to move equipment and troops across the ship. It should take us deeper in. I still can't believe my sensors. Could the Radial Mast really be a light artifact?
There's still a great deal we don't know. What is the Radial Mast capable of? How will it affect the Veil? And what is the Witness planning?
All very good questions, but ones that can wait until we've destroyed the Radial Mast and saved your city.
I know what's at stake here, Osiris.
In the final boss room, we find the Radial Mast and Calus, who wants to have a final test of our strength. We deliver Dark Resonance to try and destroy the mast itself, but it's not enough. We then attempt to clear the Colosseum, but Kaido breaks in, allowing us to escape. The mast not destroyed. So first, Calus and his forces found the Veil, now they still have the Radial Mast.
Guardian, your recklessness will be the end of you one day. But not today.
Kite! Daughter! Traitor! Have you come to disappoint me one last time?
We'll, just show ourselves out.
Is it done? Have you destroyed the Radial Mast?
We can't. The whole ship is coming down on top of us. We have to go.
We were too late once already, and Calus was able to secure the Veil. Now the Radial Mast?
Headlong and empty-handed, Osiris. If you fight the river, it'll sweep you away.
Don't be fooled by his act. The Calus you face is no almighty emperor, but something far more dangerous. A hungry, desperate beast. Once the Cabal Empire and all its bounty was his to command, and his to consume. Joy was his purpose, and his strength, he said. To angst over edicts and enemies was weakness, but I could see in his eyes dread that his pleasures would soon come to an end, clouding his sight from an incoming coup. I should have killed him then, but I thought exile more fitting. I thought he'd shrivel to nothing in the void of space. Instead, he caught a glimpse of something more. The chance to become greater than he'd ever been. Like a war beast after a blood scent, he chased that chance, abandoning all honor, reason. There was nothing he would not sacrifice for his own salvation. And when the Witness came to him at last, Calus faced what he had run from all along. If we don't stop him, he'll make sure it's the end for us all.
Osiris speaks to Saint. He thinks we are wasting time by not going directly after Calus as fast as we can. He says maybe Strand is this issue, this weird substance we've been finding on Neptune. It's caused us some trouble, but maybe it can be used to our advantage somehow. He will investigate further. The mission Breakneck involves stopping the Vex and hard resetting the Cloud Arc, that thing that powers the city, its people, and the network, which runs off of the Veil. The Veil is important, but if Neomuna's network goes down, so does everything else. All these floating yellow figures you see are the people of Neomuna. They've uploaded their consciousness to the Cloud Arc, so of course if that goes down, all the people with it.
Rohan, I think we're still a little fuzzy here. What exactly is the Cloud Arc?
It's our city's network, our infrastructure, our people, our defenses. Everything depends on it.
And what we're doing now is stopping the Vex from siphoning energy from the Cloud Arc's reactor. We do that, the Veil's safe, the Neomuni are safe. Bing, bang, boom. Starter is on Rohan.
Make your way to the Cloud Arc reactor. We'll head to the central power junction. Once you cycle the system, we'll be able to return power to the reactor.
We're on. Just so we're clear, if the Cloud Arc is lost, what does that mean for the Neomuni?
All our citizens have uploaded their consciousness into the Cloud Arc. No Cloud Arc means lights out for everyone in Neomuna.
We fight through Vex to cycle the system while Nimbus waits to blast the power back to the Arc. In the end, we reroute the power, but the Shadow Legion were waiting for us and this was a trap.
That's it!
Power cycling. Once it's back on, it'll be running the Cloud Arc.
Something feels off here. That was a little too easy.
What do you say we expedite that exit, folks? I got Shadow Legion on my tail.
What? What are they doing here?
Well, considering I'm getting shot at, I'd say it's for us. Get out of there, Guardian. It's a trap.
Never get yourself out of there.
Okay, then that's a bomb.
Mapping an escape route.
Finding Strand, we fight off Tormentors and escape the skyscraper just in time. Power is returned to the Cloud Arc, and our first win in this adventure felt pretty nice. Nimbus has words with Osiris, and they give us coordinates to study more information about Strand. This whole time, we've experienced pieces of Strand, but our Guardian would get overwhelmed and the power would slip away from our grasp. Now was the time to learn more about these threads of reality. After having more power and practice, we are still hitting some type of wall. We do learn some more things, but something was still missing. Osiris says he'll work on it.
Hitting a wall with Strand. After effects are stacking up.
I don't understand. You've got more power, more practice. Hasn't this done anything to condition you?
Back in action.
Hit them again. Hold nothing back.
Now that's how you send the Vex packing. Nicely done.
Yes. That was a challenging fight, but you pulled through. Still, we cannot afford any faltering when facing Calus. We should be able to wield Strand without strain. We're still missing something, but what? I must think. We can discuss this more later.
Osiris meets with Rohan to speak about the Veil. As they do, the Shadow Legion and Calus begin to move the radial mast out of the city to link to the Veil and connect to the Traveler.
What is this attraction? Sagira, could you run some scans? Oh. Right.
Am I interrupting?
Rohan, I've been pondering the Veil's paracausal effects on ghosts. I know I haven't been the easiest guest in your city.
Pain is not a hindrance. Simply reminds us we're still breathing. Still fighting. They're going to attempt a leap. We have to stop them.
In no time left, we hop back into the city. We race to stop the link between the mast and the Veil. Strand now helps us take down suppression fields. Earlier in the campaign, those took out our abilities. We use tanks supplied by Nimbus and race to the vault itself. Rohan assists us on this mission as Nimbus assists from a distance. When destroying suppressors, we come across a Tormentor boss called the Imprint of Nezarec, which is quite interesting. More on this in a bit. Nimbus gets pinned down and can't make it to the vault with us and Rohan.
Getting delayed. How close are you to the radio mast?
Almost there.
Remember, the radial mast must be stopped before it forges a connection with the Veil.
We see the Veil's enclosure.
I'm pinned down here. Can't make it to you. Too many of these damn things. Lightbearer and I can handle this. Stay alive, Nimbus.
This way's a dead end.
No path forward. And we'll have to make our own.
Inside, at first we can't find a way to destroy this, so Rohan holds the line so the link can't complete and we fend off Cabal, hoping to find a way to destroy this thing once and for all.
The radio mast. It's activating. I'll buy you some time, Lightbearer.
Be careful, Rohan. Even you can only deter it for so long. Must be a way to destroy it.
Guardian, as long as I can hold the line, the radio mast can't create the link. Find a way to destroy it. Hurry!
After a battle, Osiris says maybe Strand can destroy it. Maybe the Shadow Legion didn't account for Strand. It doesn't work, and Rohan sacrifices himself instead.
The radial mast cannot be destroyed with conventional weapons. But like before, perhaps they didn't account for Strand.
Give me some time to expose its weak point. When I give you the signal, use your strand. Now's the time! Lightbearer! Destroy it now!
We can't.
And I have no choice. Nimbus, see you on the other side. Rohan, what are you doing?
Rohan. He
chose a Cloud Strider's end. Hey, Guardian, can you please pick up his core? I'll need it.
Okay, Nimbus.
Calus meets with the Witness. He tells the Witness of this small setback, the mast, being destroyed and everything. The Witness is not amused.
Our hold over the Veil has been temporarily loosened.
You fear loss, Emperor. Your fear brings you pain. We know pain. Our purpose is its end. You have no purpose. Because you fear to seek one. That fear is your failure.
My failure? My failure? I fed this force with vicious subjugation, battered down the gates of our enemies, and seized our glittering prize. Why? Because I wanted it. You hold the universe in your grasp, and all you can think of to do with it is... Secure the veil. We will create the link. Infinite apologies. The veil is yours. It will be done.
The next step in the adventure was the strike called Hypercurrent. In this strike, we work to get Neomuna's defenses back online. Shadow Legion are messing with the Vex network, so we jump in to find out why. It would appear Calus's forces are trying a different approach. The Vex net uses similar gateways as the Cloud Arc, so they could infiltrate the network and gain access to the Veil that way, find some type of back door. During the strike, a mysterious entity speaks.
Looks like you're getting closer to the source of the problem. That track nearby looks like your best bet.
Let's just hope it's stable.
Finally.
What was that?
Such a fragile space. This will do. So much pain and fear within the darkness here. So satisfying. I will consume it once more.
Did you both hear that? Was that the voice the citizens have been mentioning?
This is far too similar to the nightmares we encountered on the Leviathan.
Once the taken threat is clear, the voice is revealed. Nezarec is alive, using this network for power in this place he calls the In-Between.
This prison in between. It will shatter. But I need power. I am pain. I am terror. I am Nezarec.
We now have 2 missions left. The next one is called Headlong. The battle is nearing its end. Nimbus, Keitel, Osiris, and our Guardian, the whole squad, get together. Osiris says we aren't ready for Calus just yet. We need one last mission to train and acquire Strand once and for all. In a pretty epic cutscene, Osiris trains us, teaches us to look within and have a different perspective, flow with that river and find Strand deep inside of us.
Calus, we don't even understand this erratic power at a foundational level.
It's time we figure it out. Keitel, we'll need your troops. Nimbus, charge up as many of the remaining turrets as you can, while Osiris helps me to untangle this strand.
When we think about controlling something powerful, it's easy to assume it takes strength. Determination. A force of will. But what I've learned is that we cannot control every facet of nature. Instead of tightening our grip, we must open our palms, accepting the ebb and the flow. Letting go in the face of grief, in all its shapes. Through failure,
through loss, we can overcome the impossible.
I bet we could go again. What do you think, Guardian?
I hate to butt in on your enlightenment, but Shadow Legion are on the move.
Another time then. You've more than proven yourself. Calus has no idea what's in store for him.
The last mission is called Desperate Measures. Stop Calus from getting to the Veil and linking it to the Traveler. In the Neptunian city, Kaido's forces begin to enter from the planet's atmosphere. It would be nice to have some backup from her forces, but the Legion apparently set up anti-air cannons, so we had to deal with those first.
Anti-air guns are neutralized.
My forces are rallying, but it will take some time.
Along the way, Nimbus is trying to boot up some old Ishtar weaponry, a giant laser beam weapon that rains down chaos.
This defense relay thing, taking a bit more work than I thought. It hasn't been turned on since the Ishtar days. Hope it still works.
With the Empress's Legion routed, it may be our last line of defense.
Sounds like someone's coming around to the untested Ishtar weapon. She's almost ready. I think I got it. Whoa! Did you see that? Totally blended.
Keep the turrets under our control. They're vital to our defense.
In an epic standoff, we defend the vault entrance and courtyard from the Shadow Legion. The only goal, don't let them inside near the Veil.
Retreat to higher ground. You need a more defensible position.
This way, Guardian. We'll safeguard the vault together.
Calus appears in the sky and blasts the doors wide open as he speaks to his daughter Kaido.
Daughter.
Calus? What is... Guardian! Kaido! Are you okay?
The Veil's exposed. Keep them away from it, at all costs. Leave the Emperor to me.
You must reach the Veil before the Shadow Legion. Do whatever you must to prevent the link.
Now we would have to head in and stop this link. Kaido would stay behind up here in the courtyard to stall the progress of the Legion and Calus, and we would jump in to make sure the link doesn't occur. We enter this old Ishtar station where the Veil is housed deep below ground. In this facility, many cool things are found. I have to go back and experience this some more. An Ishtar Cloud Arc prototype and the Veil itself.
That must be the Veil. It's massive. I feel a little strange. I don't know how to describe it. It almost gives me the same feeling as the Traveler. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Let's press on.
Kaido could only do so much, and Calus has arrived, blasting holes to the ground to get to this vault. In the final encounter, Calus is destroyed, but during the final scene, we lose.
I've been waiting for this day a long time, Guardian. Let us revel in this exquisite moment.
Keitel, we've done it. Calus is no more.
You gave him a Cabal's end. I'll believe it when I see it for myself.
Hey, do you guys feel that?
No clue what you're talking about. We're almost at the Veil. Hang tight.
Calus couldn't link to the Veil himself, but Ghost does. It seems the Witness, as seen in the past and throughout the campaign, has some type of control over our Ghost. It speaks through him like it did since Beyond Light, even the Shadowkeep days, and links the Veil to the Traveler.
The uglier they are, the harder they fall, right? No? Come on.
We finally found you.
Get your ghost!
What's wrong, Osiris?
Get your ghost out of there!
Finality takes shape.
It's creating the link!
At long last.
Destroy it!
What just happened?
We just lost.
Zavala, come in.
Keitel wanted us to destroy our own Ghost to stop this link, but Nimbus jumps in to save him. Unfortunately, it's too late and the Veil connects to the Traveler. In that next cutscene, the Witness opens a portal near the Traveler and enters. It tells the Traveler to be free as it and its ships enter.
The universe makes us all victim and perpetrator. Life's infinite cruelty. You, more than any, suffer both fates. Be free.
The Witness enters the portal, the Traveler falls silent, and the Guardians can't follow without dying. Lightfall's accompanying raid was called the Root of Nightmares. Remember Nezarek's voice from the campaign? He was the boss of this raid. Season of Plunder showed us that the remains of Nezarek were scattered across space. The Witness managed to acquire Nezarek's head at some point, and during that opening scene of Lightfall when the Traveler's beam blasts the Witness's pyramid ship, it accidentally pierced Nezarek's tomb and revived him. Upon resurrection, he would torment the Neomuni in their Cloud Ark and unleash his nightmares once more on their digital realm through their dreams. Nezarek, the final god of his pain, and his pyramid ship on the moon are where these nightmares originated. On board the pyramid ship of the Witness called Essence, the Guardian and their fire team are sent to deal with the threat. Using light and dark together, they fight through encounters to bring Nezarek back fully. A tree of silver wings sprouts as we make our way to the final encounter where we take down the final god of pain. Nezarek now had powers of light and dark thanks to his resurrection, but it didn't last long. Nezarek was an important disciple of the Witness back in the day during the collapse, being betrayed by Savathun, and was slain now for the time being. Let's now talk about Season of Defiance briefly. The fight began against the Shadow Legion on Neptune, but forces also attempted to distract humanity here on Earth. Marasov equips Guardians with Awoken magics so he can rescue hostages taken by the Shadow Legion aboard their prisons. Many characters were present: Zavala, Amanda, Crow, Mithrax. They all lead us through the season, and Aramis was there as well. In the end, the Shadow Legion lead us into a trap, and Amanda stays back trying to fix things, sacrificing herself.
Guardian, kick down their front door while we slip in the back. Meet you inside.
Mithrax, I must speak with haste. Turn back now. This is not a fight you can win.
I'm here. In position?
I have located the prisoners. Come with me. Quickly.
It's gone into lockdown.
We're trapped.
I'm on it. Come on.
Go. Now. We are through. The hatch leads outside. We are safe.
That's all that matters.
I warned you.
Where's Amanda?
Amanda, come in. Amanda. Are you there?
Heroes mourn her. Aramis gives Mithrax a warning, and we get revenge on the Shadow Legion.
There are many battles to come, but we have this victory today.
Every civilian in the EDZ can see what we've done. They know we're keeping them safe from whatever the Witness wants with them. Well done, Guardian. You too, lads. We made quite the team up there.
We made the Shadow Legion hurt. We showed them that we can strike back.
In this, we honor Amanda's memory.
Season of Defiance is really just about the fight there on Earth, connections with characters like Amanda, and how others like Mara and Zavala felt after her death. We also saw those interesting bits between Aramis, who's been kind of working alongside the Witness, and Mithrax. Titan returns in Season of the Deep, and the Guardians answer a distress call from the moon. Thinking it was from Commander Sloan, who may have survived all of this time, the crew jumps in right away. On Titan, we find forces of Xivu Arath, the only remaining Hive god who still worships darkness and of course works for the Witness. Xivu Arath is different. Savathun was all about cunning and tricks, but Xivu is fueled by war. And throughout this season we can clearly hear this and see it. She's crazy.
I remember Sagira scattering. She was worthy of death. Osiris was not.
Are you so fragile?
Following the signal and help from characters like Drifter, we dive into the oceans of Titan and descend. When we finally reach a Golden Age building, we find Sloane inside, who is okay, she survived, although she has suffered some damage along the way, partially taken by Xivu Arath as she fought since arrivals against her forces. When we ask Sloane about this distress signal, she says, "Oh, it wasn't from me, it was from Asa."
Sloane?
Here, Commander.
You're alive.
Staying alive was the mission. And I always complete the mission.
No wonder you called us, sister. Let's get you back home.
You don't understand. That distress call wasn't for me. It was for her.
What is that?
An ally. Her name is Asa.
You can communicate with it?
It's complicated, sir. I get impressions, emotions, ideas. She knows our true enemy. The Witness came for her species, too. It's like being tuned in to the enemy's radio. If we could strengthen my connection with Asa, I believe it would improve my ability to communicate through the noise.
Sloane is alive. Asa is a giant proto-worm creature who assisted her in Titan's oceans. Throughout Season of the Deep, we build the connection between Sloane and Asa so Asa can relay a message about the Witness and how to enter the portal or follow where it went. Asa is an enemy of the Witness and has valuable knowledge we need. Here's a little more backstory. Asa was a worm on Fundament, the home planet of the Hive. Her species, like the Krill, were consumed and corrupted by the Witness, some forging into these new beings known as worm gods. So Asa is what the worm gods were before they were the worm gods, if that makes any sense. Asa stayed on Fundament for a bit to battle things out, see how it would go, but years later she fled to Sol, where she found safety in the oceans of Titan. She had many interactions with scientists during the Golden Age, even during the collapse and current day. When the pyramids arrived in Season of the Arrivals, Asa would help Sloane as she fell into the oceans with her power suit. As for our Guardian, dialogue from Lightfall told us there was an enemy of the Witness on Titan. So it would seem that Asa is an ally to the Traveler. She tried chasing it across space, and others who were a part of her species were said to be disciples of the Traveler itself, like the Leviathan in the Books of Sorrow. This is likely how she learned all of this knowledge. We don't have a concrete answer to how she knows all of it, but let's get back to this season. Using darkness and egregore corals each week from deep dives in Titan's oceans, Sloane's bond with Asa grows and she's able to relay messages piece by piece. For the first 6 weeks or so, she tells us of the Witness's origin story. Here's that if you haven't seen it.
Our minds are one, linked by the darkness, but only for a moment. I must borrow Sloane's voice to speak my words. Please, heed them well. Before you can confront the Witness, you must understand it. The Witness's first victims were once like you, struggling for survival, bolstered by hope, until their hopes became reality. They called it the Gardener, their deity of life. It ushered them into a golden age. For eons they prospered, but their newfound god never spoke to them. It lavished them with gifts, but not with guidance. And though they lived in paradise, they came to crave a greater purpose. They desired meaning, structure, a winnower, to shape the garden. Their scholars discovered that the gardener shared a connection with another entity among the stars. They called it the Veil, and when they found it, they arrived to claim it. They already knew much about the light, how it could bend the laws of the universe and create life. But they came to realize that it could bring ruin just as easily. The cosmic events it set in motion could wipe out entire civilizations in a heartbeat, without reason. And so they saw the light, not as a source of prosperity, but of unfettered chaos. By studying the Veil, they came to know the darkness. A power that was shaped by thought and consciousness. And in the darkness, they found the means to carve away the chaos of existence, to calcify it into a final shape. Eternal and perfected. They brought the Veil back to the Gardener in an attempt to strengthen their connection. There, they could reshape reality itself. The Gardener would not allow it. And so it fled their world. But they would not be deterred. Having witnessed the truth in the darkness, they used its binding power to merge themselves into the salvation they craved. Thus began the Witness's pursuit. Its campaign to impose meaning on a meaningless universe. One that is nearly at its end.
So yeah, the Witness is an entire species combined into one. They found the Traveler, what they called the Gardener, on a world, maybe their home world, and it gave them paradise. This species sought more though, more meaning, and found the Veil among the stars. When they tried to connect the Veil to the Traveler fled. So what did they do? The species used the Veil and darkness to combine themselves into one being, hunting the Gardener across space to initiate the final shape and rewrite the universe itself. That being is the Witness. In the last week of Season of the Deep, forces of Xivu Arath attack Asa, attempting to take her. We stop the ritual, Xivu's corruption almost takes over Sloane, and Asa relays one last message.
Clear your zones, and fall back to defensive positions around Asa as she swims back to the arcology.
Consider it done. War beasts, you fought well. Extra rations for all.
What's Asa's status?
I've got an eye on her, and I'm shipping a transmat beacon your way. Hold on to your boots.
Xivu Arath's forces are in full retreat.
Good. Time to complete the mission.
Our dance will never end. I am war. You carry my banner. Cling to me like hope. What are you without me? Sink into my embrace. Drown in the deep. Fight for ever!
Stand down, Deputy. Sometimes the battle is stepping away from the battle. We're with you all the way.
The true path lies obscured, but she knows the way. She who hides truth in deception. The Witch Queen must rise.
Too bad she led you right to us. Now you need help from the one witch nobody can trust. My boss, Savathun.
Season of the Witch leads off from Season of the Deep. Xivu Arath is a big threat, and to deal with her, as she said, we'll need to bring back Savathun. Now there's kind of a catch. Savathun will help us if we take out her sister, and she left contingency plans for this very moment. In the Throne World, we now have access to Savathun's Spire, a place of mystery and trickery. Inside, after fighting through, we find Ikora, Eris, and Savathun's ghost, Imaru. Xivu Arath, of course, draws power from war. We've seen this with Seraph and Season of the Deep. Eris proposes a new plan, become a hive god herself to fight Xivu and take her out.
From our conflict, she believes her logic absolute. I will grasp it and contravene its power. There is no other way.
Will you come back from this?
Does it matter if I do? What I am has served me, and has served humanity.
Aka, Zita, Sen. This is what Savathun wants.
We serve our interests, not Savathun's.
She's outmaneuvered you again. You need me!
We need your silence. Do not be afraid. Bear witness to my sublimation. I separate the true from the dead. I am the many-mouthed hunger. I am the knife-edged truth. I devour the free. I conspire with my vengeance. I will take what I need. The words in my throat are the weapon in my fist. Hayat! Hayat! Hayat!
Knife-edged truth. Bring me your tithes.
Eris Morn's plan is to have the Guardians gather tribute and tithes, just as the Hive do, so Eris could become the most powerful Hive to ever exist, thus enabling her to defeat Xivu. Eris Morn can now transform in and out of her Hive form whenever she wants, but the worry is that she might get pushed too far and not be able to come back. Eris has dealt with the Hive for years. They destroyed her fire team in the pits of the moon, they took her eyes, and she's helped the Guardians of the city defeat many Hive gods. But now it was her time to become the Hive god of vengeance herself, deal with them once and for all.
Do you feel it? The latent power of the Witch Queen's spellcraft.
finalize the ritual to complete the summoning.
Throughout the season, many characters express their concern of Eris becoming this Hive god. Elsie Bray sees flashes from the dark future. Ikora is hesitant at first, but learns to trust her, and Drifter jumps in a few times to discuss with his moondust. Xivu Arath loves power and death. Her forces a couple of weeks in begin to invade the throne world, and the Guardian is sent in to deal with them. Xivu is kind of going crazy. She loves the idea of Eris becoming a Hive god. She calls her sister even. I'm gonna play some of these lines where you can hear she summons Eris Morn to confront her in battle.
Eris Morn, you know that there is only war. You prove my logic true. Meet me in blood. Match me in violence. Our broods will feed us with their tribute.
Xivu Arath, when this is finished, you will turn and run, and your worm will gnaw at you as if you were a buried corpse. You will have no tribute then, and you will starve.
This isn't over. Xivu will keep coming until she wins her war.
So now an issue is kind of arising. We have both Xivu and Eris fighting for these tithes from their armies in Savathun's throne world. Eris now needed a new plan. She's gathering tithes, becoming more powerful, but at this rate it won't work. If you remember back to the opening cutscene of this season where Eris invokes the names of different worm gods, she accidentally invoked Asa as well. Now Asa from Season of the Deep is involved once more and able to contain tithes for Eris, and the two are bound. This of course could have its issues though. Eris could remain stuck as Hive forever and Asa could be corrupted.
Welcome back, Sloan.
It's good to be back. But from Asa's impressions, I guess this isn't a social call.
Unfortunately not. What do you know about Eris's plan?
Only that she and Asa are bound by some kind of Hive ritual. I was against it, but like Asa said, sometimes we have to become our enemies to defeat them.
That's exactly what concerns me. Sloan, I need to speak with her.
No. Asa's done enough for the Vanguard. She's barely recovered from...
I will speak. Bound by covenant. Tithes held between a current.
You're helping Eris contain the energy from the tithes.
Eroding. Hollowing. Release in time. Or remain bound. Without end.
If the ritual goes on for too long, Eris will be trapped as a Hive.
And Asa will be corrupted. Twisted into... something horrible. Ikora, I'll tear the tower to the ground before I let anything happen to her.
It won't come to that, Sloan. I promise.
When I named the worms, I evoked only their resonance. But Asa responded. She is a willing and vital catalyst to empower my morph, but her pain is real and immense. My aim in this grotesque conversion was to shoulder the risk myself. But feeding from Asa's suffering, that is a line I did not think I would cross. Guardian, keep by my side so that we may soon leave these deeds behind us. I refuse to become something I am not.
In Savathun's Spire, the Guardians continue to gather tithes and also find the Imbaru engine. This was a place Savathun used to generate tons of tribute back when she had her worm. You have to continuously feed the worm, obviously, to stay alive as a Hive, and this is where she did it. Something is off about this place though. Upon entering, characters tell us there's something hidden inside. Each week, the Guardians will venture further and further into the Imbaru engine and solve puzzles to progress. More on this in a bit. Imbaru through this season is a pain in the neck to characters like Eris. He is Savathun's ghost, but in the end, he doesn't even want to revive her. He's fine with things the way they are. He plays Savathun's recordings for us and kind of guides us through, but he's along for the ride whether he likes it or not. We need Savathun back to follow the witness. In week 7, now is the time. Eris Morn awaits the final tithe. In the final mission, we enter the Spire and find the Leviathan Eater, an ancient Hive enemy, and slay it to gain the last tribute. A cutscene then plays where Savathun is revived.
Everything is on the line. Asa, the Vanguard, the fate of the Soul System and beyond. Empower her, Guardian. Give Eris the strength she needs to reshape the entire Hive pantheon.
Oh no! Xivu's calling up the Leviathan Eater. He's been around since Fundament. A real heavy hitter. I'm getting out of here, and you should too. Stick around and you'll end up a grease stain.
You will go nowhere. This is the culmination of the bargain you proposed. You will witness our triumph, or perish as one of us. In the name of all the Hive have stolen, conspire with my vengeance. In the name of Crota's Bane, the Kingslayer, and the Light, in the name of Eris Morn, die unto me for the last time, Acolyte. I out.
Eris, I've arranged the transmat, but once she's here, we'll lose containment. We can't go back on this one.
One last atrocity.
This wasn't the agreement. Xivu is still a threat.
Do it. You will not have another chance.
Eris Morn. Finally out of her shell. It looks good on you, honey.
I am your ruin.
Savathun has not been killed by a Hive since she lost her worm. Stored eons of potent lies and deceit.
All Savathun's power, plus the tithes of the Guardians.
Eris Morn is the strongest Hive there has ever been.
Hear me, dead things. I let this moment pass unnamed, without song. This is the rejection of your sad legacy. Xivu Araf, agitator, fomenter, what a world cyst you have built from your conquests. No more. Now and forever, you are banished. Hayat.
So Savathun gets revived, but Eris Morn kills her, becoming the most powerful Hive to ever exist. What's not really explained in the cutscene is the most important part of this lore. With this power, Eris could confront Xivu and try to kill her, but what does she do instead? She severs Xivu's connection to her throne world, so Xivu Arath is now mortal. If we find her and kill her, that's it, no need to do it again in the Hive throne world. With that, Eris Morn returns to normal and gives up her immense amount of power. A tough decision, but she is safe, and Xivu and her forces are crumbling to the ground. Savathun gets revived a second time and is free to go. She gives the Vanguard Umaru her ghost as an offering for her freedom. If she tries anything, we could just squish Umaru. But Eris, upon Savathun getting rezzed that second time, asks her about the truth. How do we enter the portal? We brought you back. What do we need to do? Savathun simply says, I've already showed you. You have everything you need. In one of the final weeks of this season, the Guardian gains access to the final room in the Mbaru engine where our answer awaits. Inside, we find what Savathun had been storing, an Ahamkara egg belonging to the last known one, which was Riven, wish dragons that grant wishes.
This is an Ahamkara egg. Uncorrupted by taken energy of Riven's clutch? Impossible.
We drove the wish dragons to extinction during the Great Hunt. Riven's eggs were destroyed, or so we thought.
Guardian, you must leave the Spire at once. Ahamkara are powerful beings. Even a newly hatched whim is dangerous.
Wait. Savathun left it here for us to find. Why?
So that it may wreak havoc.
We have to take it back to the Athenaeum.
What?
It can't stay here. Not with Savathun. There's no other course of action.
And if it hatches, what then?
Like you said, the kind of havoc only an Ahamkara whim could wreak. Initiate the Transmat Guardian. We'll make sure it's contained.
This is reckless.
I've decided to follow your example.
Guardian, do as Ikora says. I know who to speak to about this discovery.
Guardian, what have you been working on in here? In Savathun's wings. She did give us what she promised. The last wish.
So Savathun told us we already have what we need. In the cutscene, the Guardian finds a pattern in Savathun's wings that may give us a wish, and she left an Ahamkara egg which is now in our possession. Week 1 of Season of the Wish begins with Riven. In order to make a wish found in the Witch Queen's wings, we need an Ahamkara. In the Dreaming City, the Guardian infiltrates the Keep of Voices to clear out the soul device of Vex forces so the Techians can conjure the spirit of Riven, allowing us to make the wish.
That's the last of them. Retrieve the fragment and bring it to the chamber. I'll hail Queen Mara. Well done, Guardian. Deliver what my Techians require, and they will open a portal to the Wall of Wishes as they begin to conjure Riven. Your deep sight will reveal Savathun's wish. Once Riven grants it, we can at last pursue the witness. Hear me, Riven. Savathun's final wish, inscribed in secrecy, has been invoked by the Guardian. Grant it now, and feast upon the difference between desire and reality.
Such a long slumber. Such a rude awakening. Grant the Witch Queen's final wish, you say? I refuse.
Leave us.
Queen Mara,
What a joyous reunion.
For what reason do you refuse to grant the wish?
Why would I, O Majesty mine? Lest you forget, I am dead, as are the rest of my kind. The Vanguard made sure of it. I need no reason to refuse your wish, only a reason to grant it. What could you possibly offer to entice my cooperation? It wasn't enough for your champions to slay me, but then you saw to the destruction of all my eggs. Well, not all of them.
Like the one in Savathun's spire?
One of many, hidden within my lair, away from your vengeful eyes. But if you were to secure them on my behalf, then you would also secure your heart's desire.
And ensure that the Ahamkara live to terrorize us once again. Very well, Riven. We have struck a bargain.
When the Guardian makes the wish, Riven doesn't play nice. Riven wants something in return to grant this wish. As we can see, she's dead now. This is merely just her spirit conjured back. Most of her eggs in the Dreaming City have been corrupted or destroyed, but she wants the Guardians to retrieve the remaining clutch, so she'll grant this one wish. Ahamkara, these wish dragons that can shapeshift and grant wishes, are tricky creatures, genies in a bottle essentially. Mara and Riven throughout this season don't really trust each other to start, and we must proceed carefully. The Guardian successfully collects the first egg in Riven's lair, and Mara and Osiris prepare for the weeks ahead.
Tell me, Guardian, does helping Riven sit with you as it does me? She is a blade held in our hand. Held too tightly, or trusted not to slip, and it will draw blood. This wish was crafted by Savathun. Riven cannot be trusted with it. Has the Veil offered any answers?
My study has yielded many interesting curiosities. I understand how the Witness opened the Traveler, but not yet how to replicate it. I need more time.
Osiris since Lightfall has been studying the Veil and believes it has a part to play in the events to come. The whole goal of this season, of course, is what's described in Week 1, acquire all of Riven's eggs. She'll grant the wish, allowing us to enter the Traveler, but there might be some other things we'll need to experiment with, and Osiris is our guy for that. After claiming a few eggs over the first couple of weeks, we run into an issue. The remainder of the clutch will fall out of our reach in the ley lines. Their position in time won't align correctly, thus we won't be able to acquire them. Using an Awoken artifact found in the Dreaming City, Mara will be able to signal her personal Harbinger throughout the ley lines and guide us to the eggs. The Harbinger is an ancient creature, a sentient being and capable superweapon. It should assist us. Venturing to the Spine of Caries in a mission, the Guardian clears the way for Mara to call upon her personal Harbinger, commune with it and ask for help. It works and we claim another egg.
Well struck. The observatory is secure. Sadia and the Techians are now free to signal my Harbinger. We'll use it to pull the clutch within our reach. The Harbingers once aided the Awoken against the likes of the Taken King. But your actions today shall allow a Harbinger to aid in diplomacy. For perhaps the first time.
She and I have our own histories to navigate, but what she did to you, how she wormed her way into your mind, that was inexcusable. It pains me to put you through this.
Even after all that's happened, you still think I need to be protected?
No, that is not.
It's all right, Mara. I understand. We've always shared a connection. Even when you were lost in the Ascendant Plane, I could still feel your presence. Your heartbeat.
Guardian, I'm afraid progress is slow. The Veil is a clever tangle in and of itself. It reforms as the consciousnesses connected to it ebb and flow. They rush in, awash with dreams and wonder, and then drain away. I believe that once I understood the Veil, mechanically, once I understood Strand, that I would see its patterns with new clarity. That has not happened.
In week 4, the Soul Divisive figure out how to simulate the Techians and track the eggs, just like we can. In the Black Garden, an exotic mission leads us on our answer onto how they learned to do this. In the Black Garden, we traverse an Ahamkara lair, except it's not Riven's, it's her former mate Taranis's. Ahamkara are tricky of course, like Riven, but Taranis was different. Years ago during the Great Hunt and then during the Taken War when Riven and Taranis were split, he made one last wish. Something Ahamkara should never do is grant their own wish, but he did to protect their eggs, thus he ceased to exist. In the Black Garden here, we find the remains of Taranis and a bow, also the egg the Vex had stolen.
My child is lost in this ontology, and our enemies are hunting.
Eyes up, Guardian. I've heard whispers like this before. Riven was playing me into a grave.
Those whispers aren't mine.
What aren't you telling us, Riven? The Vex couldn't have created all this. They can't simulate paracausality.
You truly wish to know?
Watch yourself, Guardian.
That mind is protected with Ahamkara bioenergetics. Combine the paracausal energy and gut that Vex.
The voices are asking to use me as a vessel.
That's Taranis.
Who?
Let him speak. Please.
I'll try anything twice. Let's hear you, whoever you are.
Riven, how I've missed you.
Taranis, what have you done?
I've made my last wish.
Your wish, you utter fool.
It's been fulfilled. Thanks to you and the Wishkeeper, I can rest.
If there were anything left of you, I'd flay it from your bones.
It was good to dance with you, oh beloved mine. One last time.
Who was he, Riven?
Taranis was my mate. I was not always a prisoner in the Dreaming City. The Ahamkara were once free to roam its halls. That's where I met Taranis. And Taranis, unlike others, unlike me, cherished those who wished to him. Those who bargained with him were safe. It must have cost him. I found his restraint intriguing. And my art, my dreaming halls, my dance with the Queen, moved Taranis in turn. Together, we became the ebb and flow of the tide. Through him, I glimpsed a world without the tireless cycle of bargaining and feeding. Of peace. Taranis invited me to his lair. A place where we couldn't be found. In the ontology of the Black Garden. My joy of turning desire to woe faded for one rapturous moment. We made successes together. We built secrets together. And then came your great hunt of the Ahamkara. The Queen took my freedom under guise of protection. Taranis and I were forever separated. But we could still whisper to one another in the space between. At least until a king arrived and made a bargain I could not refuse. I became both king and dragon. I spoke with his voice, and Taranis knew it. So he did the one thing our kind must never do. Grant his own wish at the cost of his existence. A wish to keep the eggs out of harm's reach until someone could protect them. Someone like you. His wish keeper. You destroyed the Vex mine simulating the Techion's work. The Vex will not reach the eggs first again. But they still hold my lair. Put Taranis' gift to good use, O guardian mine. It is your turn to grant a last wish.
Throughout the season, Vex weren't the only threat. The Taken have also started to corrupt the confluence in the Dreaming City. Fighting through, the Guardian finds the next egg, but it's taken, corrupted. Guardians have freed Techians from Taken influence in the past, like in the Last Wish raid, so we should be able to do it again to save this egg. In the Ascendant Realm, we find Taken Essentia to cleanse the egg. And although we've come across various struggles when trying to claim these eggs, we've done everything Riven has asked for. In week 5, she tells us how this wish will work, weaving the ley lines of the Awoken into the veil. This would allow only one person to go through, and Mara does not like this.
I've ascertained the path the witness took, but the veil alone cannot safely reconstruct it.
What stops you?
Instability. The veil traces the shape of our consciousness, but that shifts as fluidly as our thoughts do. It is as though we alter the path by observing it. None would survive the crossing.
I can grant passage. Savathun's wish can weave the ley lines into the veil, entangle them for a moment. But you will not send an army on the wings of a wish. Only one.
One? Explain this deception.
You've done me a great many services, O Warden's mine. I'll grant you the ultimate Ahamkara courtesy. The complete truth. Savathun's wish grants one singular passage. No more.
You knew from the beginning. You sought to twist our aspirations, as your kind always does.
How many of my clutch would you have saved had you been privy to the limitations of our arrangement?
Play your part, lest I shape you into a trinket of caged hunger to be forgotten in the Guardian's vault.
I am your helpless prisoner. What other part would you wish I play? I cannot change Savathun's intent.
Then what use are you to me?
Mara. One. Maybe all we need.
I am being transparent, kind even. It could always be worse, as you know.
This is our only way to pursue the witness.
One to send.
Curious. This simplifies things. What if... Yes. Guardian, excuse me, I believe I'm onto something.
Osiris is starting to realize his Veil research is paying off. This wish may actually work according to him.
One to send, she said. I believe the witness had found a point of weakness and exploited that point to pierce the Traveler's defenses. But the witness did not gain entrance through an attack. It parried. There was no need to breach a door because through the Traveler's resistance, the way was left open. Its blast was meant to expel, but the witness redirected the flow of that intent with its own, using the Veil. If Riven can imprint the ley lines into the Veil, send one of our own to the other side without invitation, we can open the door. Once open, Guardian, the path to it matters not. Only that we're now able to cross the threshold. The Veil will flow to that point around any obstacle. I told you I was onto something. It sounds simple in retrospect to use the ley lines as means of travel, as we have before. But they do not touch the Traveler, nor the Veil, and not even Mara can command them to do so. It may seem as though Riven promises more than is possible, but that is the foundation of a wish. We must yield to our disbelief and give ourselves over to chance. In that unknown venture, in discovery, the path forward is revealed. One egg remains. Then all our integument risks, our layered depths to this cause, finally, their worth will be realized.
Crow volunteers to enter the portal instead of the Guardian. Sure, we can kill gods, wipe everything out, but Crow will be able to enter, sense Mara across the universe, and guide everyone else through later on, thanks to the Veil and Osiris. The Guardian restores the Oracle engine so the last egg can be reached.
Why is your first inclination ever to charge headlong into danger?
Because you're always keeping an eye on me.
You have fallen from my sight before. I may lose you.
It is impossible to know the probability of success. But,
Don't give me that. This is exactly like something you do.
Yes. Queen Mara.
You are not sending him, Osiris.
No, of course. But if he were to reach the other side, your connection, like the Traveler in the Veil, was forged in a collision of light and dark. It is a tangible thing.
We do not know that it would remain so. Whoever goes, more than likely goes alone.
Our problem has always been focus. By aligning your and Crow's connection with the Veil, entangled on either side of the Traveler, I believe I can forge a bridge between you. One we could all traverse safely.
I'd be a flare in the darkness for Osiris. Then we call in the cavalry. You could find me in the storm, sister. Tell them where to go.
Do you know what you are asking?
The Guardian would be but a step behind him.
I cannot keep you from your purpose. I cannot control this. And so, I put my trust in you. All of you. You will return to me.
Let's get to work.
How do you propose we compensate for the quantum?
You won't be but a step behind him, will you? Take care of him.
In Mara's personal chamber, the Guardian battles Scorn, who want to make a wish for themselves on behalf of Fikrul, but fail. Yes, Fikrul the Fanatic is back this season in the lore of the dungeon and also this particular mission, but their story will likely continue in a future episode. The last egg of Riven's clutch is now safe with us.
Our pact concludes. I will make your wish.
Now was the time. Heading back to the wish wall, Riven grants our wish, and Crow enters the pale heart of the Traveler.
So the generation of Ahamkara turns over. One last death to feed new life. What will it feed within you? This one you shall cherish, O guardian mine.
You're sure about this?
I am. It has to be me. We'll find each other again.
Always.
I kept my promise, as you did yours. Isn't that a pleasant surprise?
For that, at least, you have my thanks.
And you have mine, for always providing such a unique challenge. To impose your desires upon reality so artfully. You could teach my children a great deal. Until we meet again, Mara.
Is he?
He is on his way.
Now we wait for Crow to open the way with his connection to Mara and send in the cavalry. Osiris will assist us when the time is right thanks to the powers of the Veil, and the battle to stop the final shape will finally begin. So there you have the story of Season of the Wish. Before we wrap up this video, I'd like to throw in some information about the Veil if you're still confused. At first, when Lightfall released, we're like, what the heck even is the Veil? We spent this whole campaign searching for it and trying to stop the Witness from acquiring it when we don't even know what it was. And although the thing is still a mystery and we'll likely get some final answers in the final shape, here's what we know. This is a picture of the Veil. It's closely tied to the darkness, but may also have some relationship to the light and the Traveler. The Veil is essentially the Traveler of the darkness. It's a source of Strand where Guardians got their Strand powers and an elemental manifestation of darkness. It's believed to have existed for billions of years, potentially as long as the Traveler itself. It's thought that the Traveler and Veil were once part of a single entity or shared common origin. The Witness's ancient humanoid civilization found the Veil deep in space and realized it had a connection to the Traveler. They tried to link the two together to create this final shape, but ultimately failed. During the collapse, the Veil was involved in a significant event, likely what the Witness's species was trying to do. They found the Traveler, were trying to do this final shape again. So during the collapse, Nezarec and other disciples led attacks on Earth, and Savathun instead betrayed them, taking the Veil and hiding it on Neptune. The Ishtar Collective, a group of human scientists, discovered the Veil on Neptune. Initial contact with the construct resulted in the death of the researchers and psychological disturbances in Exos. Maya Sundaresh and Chioma Essie developed a prototype interface to interact with the Veil, which played a crucial role in Neomuna's development, but also led to tragic outcomes. The Veil is described as a web of consciousness, similar to the Vex network, but biological in nature. The light, the Traveler, deals with creation, while the darkness and Veil deals with consciousness and the metaphysical, memories, and so on. So the Witness's species use the Veil and its darkness to merge their minds together and create that one being. In Season of the Wish, we learn that we can imprint the ley lines into the Veil to allow passage into the Pale Heart inside the Traveler. Veil containment over this year's season has given us a lot of dialogue on the Veil. Light and dark might have at one time been one force, the Traveler and Veil one entity. And while there is still much mystery around these artifacts, this is an overview of what we have for now. Hopefully the final shape will give us some final answers. Season of the Wish was supposed to lead directly into the final shape, but in late 2023 we learned the expansion would be delayed until June. So in the meantime, Bungie would whip up Into the Light, a release in April 2024 that would add some new activities and small story to hold us over until the final shape. Into the Light wasn't supposed to happen, but here's what went down story-wise. Forces of the Witness would invade the city in an attempt to stall and halt our progress when it comes to entering the portal of the Traveler. The Witness has been blocked off from us over the past year since it went in. All it could do was have its minions do the work for it. In the meantime, we've been able to gather resources, make plans, and push back our enemies. In the city, we fight Hive and Fallen with the help of Lord Shaxx, 801, and other weapon foundries. They've constructed a brave arsenal of weapons for us to acquire and use, banned weapons which have now been reissued. Foes are destroyed in Onslaught, raid bosses defeated for training exercises, and knowledge gained. Now all we had to do was wait for Crow, Mara, and Osiris to show us the way.
When I woke up in this place, I could have almost believed it was paradise. I feel the light flowing through me. It's everywhere. The ground beneath my feet is a memory. So is the grass and the sky. The warmth of the sun on my face. And around every corner, every familiar hallway, I keep expecting to see you. But instead, corruption. Blight, sickness spreading through the Traveler. Because the Traveler's where I am, isn't it? This disease, I can feel it too. Something in the pit of me knows it won't stop after it's consumed this place. You, me, the entirety of everything and everyone we know. It wants to infect it all. We gotta stop what's happening here. Now. Before it's too late.
A final shape is coming.
The final shape was the conclusion to the Light and Darkness saga, the end of the story that was built up from Destiny 1 to current. Let's talk about its story. The campaign opens with a cinematic explaining the final shape and what the Witness intends to do. Freeze and calcify the universe into a perfect state of suffering and finality. In the helm, Zavala has seen enough. He prepares Operation Ahamkara to enter the Pale Heart. Ikora, Zavala, and the Guardian head into the Traveler.
The portal is unstable.
Ikora, the Guardian, me. I won't lose another soldier in this war.
Upon entering, we get split up, our ships get destroyed, and we are stuck. Marasov guides us through as the Witness tries to push back. We fight enemies and proceed through platforms, eventually crossing the threshold into the Pale Heart.
You cling so desperately to your pain, your failures. You have lost. Let go.
It saves us! It saves us! I cannot hold this any longer! Guardian, go! Go!
Are we alive? Is this... This is... Guardian. That vision. I think we're inside the Traveler. We've crossed the threshold. This is it. We're really here.
Inside, we see the beauty of the Traveler. After all these years in the last city, glancing up at the mysterious god that hung above us, we are now inside. As we traverse, we learn the Pale Heart is shaped by memories and light. The memories of beings inside are taken and shaped into physical destinations thanks to the terraforming powers of the light. We see streets and buildings from the last city, and new enemies in the Dread. Darkness creatures shaped by the Witness, some of them shaped from previous factions like Scions and subjugators like Ralk, others like the Grim, the flying bat-like creatures, may be more mysterious as Ghost mentions. Guided by the Hawk from the Dream, the Traveler in the Light, we follow it and make our way to the Destiny 1 tower, acquiring a new power in Prismatic, light and darkness combined. Just after this, the source of the friendly signal is just up ahead, and it's Cade 6.
This was the old Vanguard command center, but it's changed. Light and dark are welling up here, more than I've ever felt before. It feels like you could reach out and pull all that power to you. The line between light and dark is... it's gone. It's gone. Guardian, you fused light and dark into harmony. How? The Traveler. It's hurting. I can feel... I feel it's... Thanks. So, what's next? We're outmatched. We're alone, and what is that noise?
It's coming from over there.
You gotta get better boots, Crow. I could hear you coming a mile away. Now, Aldrin. He could sneak up on a fella. You're not Crow. Well, I'll be damned.
Cade. How long has it been?
A lifetime. The kid told me a few guns were on their way. Said the Vanguard would send their best. It's real good to see you two. I finally have someone to talk to about Crow's stupid haircut. Come on. I'm guessing you have questions. And I won't say I have answers. But let's talk.
I like Crow's haircut.
Cade tells us Crow went out to scout ahead and hasn't come back yet. Cade died in the Forsaken expansion back in 2018, but returns now imbued with light, exists in this realm. An explanation on this in a bit. For now, we have to find Crow with our new prismatic powers. After fighting through some enemies, we learn that Crow was separated from his ghost Glint when he entered a cave. A corrupted cave that the Witness controls. The Witness tempts Crow with memories and false hope, tries to lure it to his side. Our own ghost gets even more corrupted as the Witness speaks.
Cade, is that you? Glint, where's the damn kid? I've been trying to raise you both on comms for hours. Gone. The hell do you mean, gone? The anomaly we were investigating, it's a construct of darkness, I think, a cave mouth.
Glint's right. This feels cancerous. Like a blight. But it's different somehow. What is this?
Indecision.
Guardian.
You were thrust into an unending life of certitude.
It's in my mind, trying to tear me apart.
Let us free you from this architect of your enslavement.
No! I did it. I fought it off. Shut it out.
No matter. Our voice will suffice.
Although the Witness is very devious and has these schemes, Crow doesn't fall into the trap. He and Cade discuss the plans back at camp.
In the dark, tempting me. The Witness knows what's in our hearts and minds. It promises to make it all real. Listen, whatever the Witness is doing to the Traveler, our ghosts can feel it too.
As we see, Ghost begins to suffer throughout these encounters. His shell gets damaged and light appears through the cracks. Our next goal in the missions is to find the rest of the Vanguard. The former Hunter Vanguard, Cade, was now here, partnered with Crow. Ikora was next on the list. The Traveler's pale heart is shaped by its inhabitants. Ikora is found near the cradle which represents her past on Io. When Ikora returns to camp, things get emotional when she meets Cade.
We found Ikora. She's deep in meditation.
If Ikora zenned out, she might actually get some answers from the Traveler.
Thank you, Guardian. I thought that maybe here, maybe the Traveler might give me some sort of guidance, as it once did for the Speaker. I closed my eyes and I opened my heart and mind. I think I heard it screaming.
So did we, when we came through the portal.
It chooses what your eternity will be, and imprisons you safely inside it. This is its promised salvation. This is the final shape. The Witness sees itself as the god it wishes the Traveler was. And although the Traveler resists the Witness's corruption, it and everything we know will eventually succumb. So, is there anyone else with you? Not Commander Zavala, I assume. This isn't quite up to his standards.
Hey. I did my best, all right? Given the circumstances, I think Big Blue will forgive me. Will you?
No. It's too much. It's just too much. It's one thing for the Witness to look in our hearts and minds, to conjure up our memories, but this...
Ikora, come on, look at me.
I see you.
I know this is hard. It's tough for me, too.
Tough? What do you know about tough? You are always running off to play Renegade, leaving me and Zavala to shoulder all the responsibility when we were supposed to be a team.
I know. I'm gonna make it up to you.
All right.
With Ikora and Cade now back, we need our commander. Like the others, Zavala has been tempted by the Witness. Back in Season of the Haunted, we learned Zavala had a family. His son was killed long ago by the Fallen. After those days, he begged his ghost and the Traveler to bring his family back, but it never happened. He hated himself for years and had to live with this, but in the end learned it wasn't his fault and that he could move on. In the Requiem mission, the Witness tells Zavala, "I can bring your family back."
When the Fallen took his son's life, the Traveler would not return it. But we can.
This is where he lived with his wife and son, isn't it?
We were defending it from the Fallen. The Witness wants to wear him down to nothing, but he's still standing strong. Too stubborn to retreat.
The Fallen will not defile my family's memory. Guardian, honor them with me. Defend my homestead. Guardian, thank you. Just give me a moment. I need to say goodbye. I used to think I'd give anything to bring you back. But when the Witness offered me an eternity here with you, with our son, I know you understand why I refused. There are people who still need me.
Eyes up, Commander.
It's a lie. The Witness shows us what it thinks we want.
And what has the Traveler shown me?
We should go.
So the Vanguard is back together, but things are getting emotional, and Ikora will keep an eye on Zavala for now. Next, a giant mountain of our memory, Old Russia, stands in the way, with many interesting story beats that come with it. Crow tells Cade about the wish he made. The wish to an Ahamkara wish dragon back in Season of the Wish, which has brought Cade back to life. Crow's wish is the reason Cade is here in the Pale Heart, and Crow doesn't want the others like Ikora and Zavala to find out about it.
What was that?
Oh, I felt it too, little guy. That's the Traveler. The witness is digging around in its guts.
It's screaming for help.
Guardian down.
Good. You're here. I need backup. Crow wants to talk about how wonderful it is that the Traveler brought me back. Like Ikora hasn't done enough of that already.
It wasn't the Traveler. It was me. I wished my way here on an Ahamkara.
On an Ahamkara? The dragon that twists wishes and dreams into waking nightmares? What the hell made you think that was a good idea?
We were out of options. I remember thinking that I wanted to do this because I had to make things right. And just before I took the plunge, I remember thinking about the great Cade 6. No light, no ghost. Fearlessly staring up at me from the wrong side of his own gun. And there you were.
And there I was.
I should have told you sooner.
No, you did the right thing keeping this between us. Ikora and Zavala can't know the truth. Not right now.
They need faith.
Right. And I need a drink. Go on, Guardian.
After fighting through the mountain, we reach the other side and a Vex mine blocking the way. Upon defeating it, we learn there's a massive source of light nearby. The Traveler is in pain, but it's still with us. It gave us new powers here in a light subclass, bringing us back to a memory of the Cosmodrome, where we were first revived. Here, on the other side of the mountain, the world in the Pale Heart begins to mesh from that beautiful area around the tower to horrifying depictions like this. The monolith is much closer now, the portal far behind.
This is where everything started. There's an intense amount of light welling up from this fissure.
That light. That's what it used to be like here. Pure and powerful. The golden feeling you get when you're holding a winning hand. Just forever.
That energy. That wasn't just the light. That was the Traveler.
See, Cade? Traveler's still with us, every step of the way.
Well, you weren't wrong, kid. You could just use a little tact. Guess I could too, for that matter. Maybe Ikora was right to try meditating. If we could cut through the noise...
You think we can open a line of communication with the Traveler?
Something like that.
Cade and Crow want to follow this lead of the Traveler helping us. Maybe if we reach out, it will speak. On the other hand, Zavala wants to tread a darker path once more, following that voice that spoke to him, the veiled statue. Zavala believes there are trapped beings that could be freed.
When I was at my family's homestead, something reached out. A voice, a new voice, calling to me, trying to get my attention.
That wasn't your wife.
I know. It was a statue draped in a veil, a relic of the Witness.
What are you suggesting?
You've seen the Witness. You know what it wants to do to us. Maybe it's imprisoned others like that.
We start by following Cade's lead in the message part 1, 2, and 3. Part 1 and 2 don't really lead us anywhere, but part 3 gets some answers. In the message part 3, we run into Lucent Hive of Savathun's brood, but also a friendly Lucent wizard named Luzaku, who is drawn here by the Traveler as well to protect it and this place. We reach the area of light and Crow and Cade try to commune with the Traveler. At first, they don't hear anything. Then Cade feels something. the light, and a connection to his dead ghost, Sundance.
This one is Lusaku. This one is not your enemy.
What is going on? How did you get here?
Infiltrated the Black Fleet at the Witch Queen's command. Drawn here when the vessel passed the threshold. The sky, the light calls to this one. The Gardener's touch is here, brimming with life.
Gardener? You mean the Traveler drew you here?
Are we not all reborn for a purpose?
I don't hear anything.
Mind if I try?
Oh.
What is it?
It's a child's voice.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, it's whispering something.
Crow, why did you murder the handsomest hunter in Seoul?
Bastard.
Whoa, wait.
You hear that?
Come on, knock it off.
No, I'm serious this time. No,
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? Hello? Oh! Hey! You're here too. Great. Maybe we can... What the hell? Alright, Cora's gonna love this.
Devotion. Bravery. Sacrifice.
The Guardian Tenants.
Hi.
Sundance? Is that really you?
I'm what you wanted me to be.
I don't understand.
I know. You've been here before. You will be here again. You just don't remember. You can't. What comes from the light returns to the light.
Well, what if what I want is to stay here? With you?
If that's the fate you make. But you're always with me, Cade. Guardians, ghosts, the Traveler. We're all connected. We're...
Sundance.
Devotion, bravery, sacrifice.
The Guardian Tenants. I know. I know. I heard you the first time, but you forgot one. It's...
No!
Kate, what happened? What did you see?
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't! No.
Kate?
Devotion, bravery, sacrifice, death. I saw her. I saw my Sundance. The witness kicked me out before I could get anything else.
Take your time. You can tell us more when you're ready.
Ghost recaps what happened. Sundance told Cade the Guardian Creed, the last word being death. In the new strike, a tormentor stands in our way blocking the pass. Rogue, Loose, and Hive are fought alongside taken enemies, and Zavala's emotions escalate even further with Ikora over the comms, as the Guardian fights through Ahamkara bones and caverns, a lost city of the Witness, and corrupted lava-filled chambers. At the end of the strike, Zavala wants to give himself to the darkness to defeat the Witness, sacrifice himself.
It's not like you to encourage recklessness, Zavala.
It's not like you, Ikora, to lecture on recklessness.
There were other routes we could have taken, but you chose the most dangerous. Why?
Isn't this the sort of risk you've always demanded I take? How are we supposed to do that, when all it gives us is more riddles? Devotion, bravery, sacrifice. What does that even mean?
I don't know, but the Traveler wants you alive.
No! You do! That's what you want, Ikora. You once told me that to do nothing is cowardice. And now, you'd rather lose everything than to risk making the wrong move. But you aren't even thinking about that. You're just afraid to lose me like we lost Cade.
Commander, you're out of line!
Stay out of this. You weren't there. You don't know what happened when you died on us.
You're right. I can't lose you, Zavala.
Someday you will. And you'll have to learn to live with that.
We can find another way. The Traveler...
The Traveler can't help us. It could never help us. I gave it everything I had. And it keeps taking.
You have us. You have Kate back. Your fire team.
That's not enough.
Zavala leaves alone without Tarj to follow this path, and we go out to find him. Along the way, we find more darkness-veiled statues, and Zavala's ghost who has an idea. One of these spoke to Zavala, so let's just ask them. The statues turn out to be dissenting beings that were a part of the Witness, but are outcast, held prisoner among these statues to suffer until they are cleansed and ready to join that final shape. So pretty much those who didn't agree with its cause, they're a part of the Witness but want to be freed. They tell us how to defeat it.
I've got an idea, if you'll humor me. The statue that implored Zavala to give himself to darkness. There are more of them, all over this place.
You think you can get them to talk?
They'll speak up if they have something to say. That's what I do. Come on, let's establish a rapport. Look me in the eye and speak truth. Where is he? We know he came this way.
Your commander seeks our witness. But without you, he will become one among its many.
What the hell does that mean? Did you do something to him?
Those who have not yet been called from the collective will guide him. We who have been bound will lead you. You must break through.
So is that an offer to help? Hello? Pointing to our doom. Let's go. You want to help us find Zavala? Fine. But it's your fault we're in this mess.
Why did you reach out to him in the first place?
Our voices are many, but our voices are weak. It's too bright here. Give yourself to darkness. In darkness, our voices will be heard.
The last statue said they can only speak to us in darkness. That makes me think they still have some connection to the Witness.
Something that's made up of 1 million individuals is bound to have a few dissenting voices.
We are the shame our witness could not bear to reckon with. So the first knife cut us out. Exile until we are deemed worthy. Imprisoned until we can be reintegrated into the final shape.
You were once part of the Witness. Can you just tell us how to defeat it?
We are bound. There is no other way but to give yourself to darkness. Give yourself to darkness and see. Your commander needs you, little light. You will set us free. You will set us all free.
Why would the Witness imprison its own like this?
The Witness seeks to control what it can't change, and to change what it can't control. That's the purpose of the final shape.
It's afraid.
In order to destroy the Witness, we have to know how it was created to unmake it. At the end of the mission, we finally find Zavala, who confronts the Witness itself, learns about its creation on their homeworld, and loses his ghost Tarj in the process.
Zavala, please. Don't do this. Zavala!
Commander, you come to us for answers. We too once looked to the silent god for purpose. But all it could offer was more life, void of meaning. No. Lies. We ran from it. So we sought its opposite. And in it, found means to bring order to an unruly universe. Your Traveler had no tolerance for such vision. And we had no tolerance for its ambivalence. We would force purpose from it, driven by a single, immutable will. So we called our doubts fear. Anything that separated us, that clouded our intent, thus becoming one in darkness. What was made can be unmade. Meet us where we destroyed ourselves. Sieging lost. And now, we would have you join us. Commander. No! I see what you are. What do you see? I see fear.
Taj, no!
We have done away with fear. We are not afraid. Yes, you are.
So the campaign definitely has some themes of loss. We've had hints of Amanda's death throughout from both Zavala and Cade. Cade heavily misses his own Ghost Sundance, and now Zavala lost his own thanks to the Witness. But he's not ready to give up just yet. He's weakened, but he wants to help.
No ghost. I know you want to blame yourself, but Taj knew what he was getting into. Don't. Please. I was prepared to pay any cost. I was. Not Taj.
Can be unmade. Right. Oh, we gotta link up with those defector specters again.
Place they showed me. It's here. The Witness's memories became manifest too. I can guide us. But I'll need help.
We now have to unmake the Witness. In the Iconoclasm mission, we have to find the place the Witness was created to learn how to uncreate it. We fight through some of the coolest and strangest environments in Destiny history to the monolith and the ritual site. Mara flies in with the helm as we ascend, and the Witness speaks to your guardian along the way.
You assist. You wish to aid your traveler with reckless abandon. To spread the futile poison of life. Chaos, disguised as freedom. We deny this pain. Let us enlighten you.
How are we supposed to unmake the Witness?
The same way that the Witness plans to remake the universe.
The Traveler's light.
Light restores, terraforms, shapes. We could use it to break the Witness apart. Destroy it.
Forsake the architect of your enslavement. Cast aside your squandered loyalties. You are no longer a pawn of the light. Be free. Ascend to your potential. Find your purpose. Be chosen. The sword teaches that what cannot be destroyed will surpass infinity. The Hive were lost to this childish game. Too obsessed by the violence of the first knife to see the final carving. Are you not also a prisoner of this eternal chase? For all your power, you destroy to receive glittering rewards. The commendations of your peers. Triumphant accolades for all to see. We offer you an escape. Embrace this truth. Be uplifted, triumphant against entropy.
Sounds like the Witness thinks you're hot stuff.
It flattered me too. It offered me the Awoken throne. A kingdom all my own. My sister's love.
How is your sister?
On her way with the helm.
Mara?
You're in danger, brother.
And you're supposed to be with the Coalition fleet on the other side of the portal.
I know.
Mara, don't be stupid.
Now you know how it feels.
And that looks like the old Vanguard war table.
Lightbearer. These meager pawns you allowed to lead you. Their strength pales in comparison to your own. They hold you back from all that you could become. We judged humanity before you made your greatness known. Your worth. Your might. You deserve power. More than your Traveler would ever grace you with. Join us. Not as part of the final shape, but as a god.
Tarj was right.
Silence, you insolent speck.
A disciple. You wouldn't make that offer unless you were truly desperate. Terrified. Of us. Of what the Guardian can now do.
You seek the place we destroyed ourselves. Come. And be destroyed.
Hey, what the hell happened in there? The line went dead.
The witness.
At the top, we find it, the place where the witness was created. We try and fight the witness, take down subjugators. The Vanguard members are seen fighting alongside you as the Traveler gives us gifts in the Aegis and the Traveler's sword.
Feels like a tomb. Stagnant. And there, at the center, the place where the witness was made.
Give yourself to darkness, Guardian. But stay vigilant. Stay alive.
We embrace the darkness like Zavala and the statues told us, allowing us to free some of those dissenting voices and damage the witness.
It's not free yet, but it's still trying to help us. We've got our opening into the darkness.
We're still fighting our way through. Don't wait for us.
Here we go.
In darkness, we saw ourselves. Simultaneously victims and perpetrators. Condemned to fade in light, as all things do. And so we reshaped ourselves to become this purpose the universe lacked. We lost ourselves then. Destroy us.
Something's happening to the air here. Be careful.
The light forgets. The light forgives. In memory, we remain. But in light, we are freed. The light will tear us. The light will rend mind from mind, split what has become the vile one into the repentant many. Destroy us.
Whatever you're doing, it's working.
Guardian, you must return to the dark.
Your gardener cannot help you while imprisoned.
Free it. It will take all you have
And more.
to unmake that which has been made
In the darkness.
Destroy us.
We cut you out!
Guardian. We're hurt.
Get out of there!
Although the witness is damaged, it cuts your guardian out. It has won this battle for now as you and the Vanguard try to escape its torment.
We had such hope. You would understand.
It's wounded.
But you choose entropy.
We need to go!
There is only suffering!
Keep moving!
You are unworthy of salvation!
All is not yet lost. The Witness may have won this battle, but it is wounded. And while you've been occupied here, within the Traveler's heart, I've brought our allies to help you land the final blow. The full might of Keitel's empire stands behind us in this endeavor. Mizrax Kel rallies his House of Light to save their great machine. And I have found a guardian of great renown, Micah 10, who comes to us with bold ideas. If you intend to subdue the Witness, we must first fight its corruption and weaken its hold on the Traveler. You will grow in strength, in power, and when the reckoning is at last upon us, you will storm the Witness's monolith and strike where it is most vulnerable. You will shatter its hold on the Traveler, and you will end it.
So for now, the Witness has won the first 7 missions. We now have the raid to take the fight back to it, and if not in the raid, the final 8th mission with the help of our allies, Kaido's Cabal, Mithrax's House of Light. We must continue to weaken the Witness and free the Traveler. Ghost is in pretty rough shape and things are not looking good in the end for them, but he'll do whatever it takes.
We know how to defeat the Witness. I didn't think I'd ever be able to say those words. We can use your affinity with darkness to navigate it and seek out the Witness where it's most vulnerable. And we'll channel the Traveler's light to destroy it from within. But first, we have to loosen the Witness's hold on the Traveler. We aren't strong enough without its full power behind us. Our allies are here now. They'll help us ready ourselves to strike against the Witness and sever its connection to the Traveler. This is it, Guardian. I know I'm in rough shape, but I'm not afraid. This is what I was made for. Whatever it takes.
The final shape did something super cool. After the campaign was finished, there was a couple of days where Guardians would prepare for the final battle. In the Pale Heart, you had different quests, like learning about what Savathun and her Lucent Hive were up to. Cade passed the role of Hunter Vanguard to Crow. You interacted with questlines involving Kaido and then Mithrax's story. But a few days later, when the Guardians were all prepared, the raid would finally open. When the raid was beaten by a fire team of Guardians, the way was open for everybody. Canonically, those who beat the raid damaged the Witness, but the final death would come in this 12-player mission called Excision. Guardians and our allies would enter the Pale Heart and take out the Witness once and for all. Ghost was damaged, but ready for one last mission.
Hear me now! Moments ago, one fire team infiltrated the Witness's monolith and shattered its hold on the Traveler's light. Their courage bought us one last chance to finish this. But the Witness still lives. The Guardians and their ghosts will face the Witness, while we eliminate the remainder of its forces. Our final chance at freedom lies on that field. This enemy has taken so much from us all. Eliksni, Cabal, Awoken, humanity, Hive. The Witness started this war long ago. But now, we end it.
We need to get eyes on the Witness. First fire team in there, don't hesitate to engage.
Fly, Guardian! The Witch Queen and I will prevent its escape.
And your allies will fight at your side.
This is what we were made for. I'm with you until the end.
We eat the mountains. We drink the seas. We fight beside you. Keep your focus on the Witness. Empress, Mithrax, Savathun. Witness forces are closing in. Help me stop them.
Vanguard Command, we're closing in on the Witness now. This is it.
We are the first knife. We are the edge that carved purpose into being. Your resistance will be remembered within the shadow of the Black Fleet.
Saint 14 is en route to your location. Watch for the war to dawn.
Stand down!
Just like the last time, Guardian. Destroy the statue.
Free us. Yes. Free us.
We are one!
It will end soon.
We won't suffer one more day with you.
What was made can be unmade. I know what to do. Guardian, channel the Traveler's light through me. I'm ready.
I don't understand.
That's it. We did it. We did it.
No! Ghost? Please. Bring him back. He's just a ghost. You raised an army. You can bring back one ghost.
He sure shined bright back there, huh?
Cade.
What comes from the light returns to the light. My gal Sundance told me that. She also said we're all connected. Guardians, ghosts, the Traveler. Now you tell the others this was my choice. My light. Nobody makes my fate but me. You're my favorite. Don't ever forget that.
Guardian. There you are.
It's definitely healing, but we've still got a lot of work to do. Surviving witness forces, clashes with the Lucent Brood.
So much change. We've been fighting for so long. And now we've won.
I thought it would feel different.
Well, maybe because we haven't celebrated it yet. Guardian, Ghost, you're just in time. Tell them Cade wouldn't let a little work get in the way of having a good time.
You're right. For now, our task is appreciating this moment.
And after that?
We'll face the future when it comes.
The final shape was one of the best expansions in Destiny history, and as you see, very emotional. Lots of plot threads were closed. Cade's story, the new Vanguard were together. The city was saved for now. The final shape's ending would set up content for the next year of Destiny 2. In the aftermath of the Witness's defeat and thwarting of the final shape, new mysteries would spill from the Traveler. A giant beam of light and darkness called the Valence. A no-fly zone was established by the Vanguard, and from the Traveler's portal, the Pale Heart, would also spill what we called echoes. Memories from darkness and the Witness's death merged with the light of the Traveler to create these physical objects. They would eject from the portal into space in different directions. The focus of the episodes was on 3 of these echoes. We first start with Episode 1 Echoes, which happened just after the final shape. From the surface of Nessus, we team up with our old pal and AI Failsafe the Exodus Black. Failsafe reports that Nessus is changing on a molecular level, and when the Guardian reconnects to an external data array and makes their way to the impact site, they find it. The Vex around the impact site begin to act strange and are heavily interested in the Echo. Quakes rock the planetoid, as Vex around the environment are beginning to act strange, more like individuals compared to a Vex collective. Whoever acquired this Echo was likely the cause of this. We begin to research these changes on Nessus with Failsafe, Osiris, Saint, and Ikora.
It is delightful to see you again, Captain. Please return to Nessus and begin gathering material on the unusual Vex, so that I may focus on processing that novel data. And not everything else.
At the end of Act 1, we learn Saint 14 has gone missing. He went to the source of the impact site at the very bottom and no one was able to reach him. Whoever was controlling the Vex seemed to be now getting into Saint's mind. As we fight through to his location, we hear Saint. Someone called the Conductor is reaching out and controlling him, explaining how he is not the real Saint 14, just a copy.
But if I am not the real Saint, then who am I? I am not a person, just a copy of a copy of a copy.
Who's he talking to?
A new golden age is coming. Free from falsities. Like me. Ikora, Guardian.
I've got you, Saint. Don't worry. Thank you, Guardian.
This is one of the major threads throughout this episode. Saint's struggle with the Conductor's words. Was he truly just a copy of a copy? Was he even real? We learn that the Vex and the Conductor are planning something big. The flow of Vex radiolaria from the planetoid is being drained towards the center. In Act 2, we learn more about the Conductor who has acquired this echo, the Echo of Command. With its power, she is able to command and control her own Vex army. The goal, of course, is pretty simple: to find the Conductor, stop her, and maybe contain the Echo. Through Battlegrounds, we begin our expedition to the core of Nessus to see what the Vex have been building. In our first battleground, we fight Eliksni, who are also interested in the secrets of this echo. Making our way through the tunnels and destroying the Hydra boss allows Failsafe to craft an authorization code, allowing us to head deeper to the core of Nessus.
Wherever the radiolaria leads will tell us what we need to know about the Conductor. We must delve further into Nessus.
In Battleground 2, the Shadow Legion are the issue. Scions have always been interested in Vex technology, and we run into them deep below Nessus. The flow of radiolaria was alarming. Having this much allowed the Conductor to control and compel her new Vex army. If she was able to spread this throughout Sol, the entire system would be converted. We deploy nanobots into the radiolaria to track where they are moving. Turns out it goes really deep beneath the surface.
Following it blindly will take precious time. There has to be a faster way.
The radiolaria here may contain abnormalities compared to the samples I have collected over my centuries of isolation. I've had a long time to study this stuff. Bring some back, and I'll figure out what to do.
We enter the final battleground core to make our way there. The Guardian goes as far as they can, but the nanobots couldn't move any further. Ikora and Failsafe coordinate the next steps, and the plan is pretty crazy. Failsafe wants to open a portal straight to the Conductor. But to do this, she needs an enormous amount of Vex data, isolated from the Vex network. Centuries worth of data. Failsafe wants to go into the Infinite Forest and find the body of the deceased Saint 14, the saint that battled the Vex for a century before his light was drained. He had tons of knowledge about the Vex, but you can see how this might be bad. Current Saint is having an identity crisis. The Conductor telling him that he's just a copy of a copy, and now we're going to visit his original tomb.
Years ago, Osiris rescued the Saint unit we are familiar with from a Vex simulation. In doing so, he created a paradox. The Saint unit is alive with us now, but simultaneously dead within the Vex network. The databanks of that deceased Saint unit are filled with information. Information I believe I can use to locate the Conductor.
The thing is, Saint unit will have to download the memories of his other self. Experience years of suffering. His own death. It'll be kind of awful. And he hasn't really been in a good place lately.
Through the imprint of Nessus, we are able to visit the Infinite Forest and the tomb of Saint 14. where Saint with Osiris by his side relives the memories of the past and makes a decision. The conductor cannot make his path for him. He doesn't care if he's the real Saint 14 or not. He's not afraid. He is Saint, and he's here to help us no matter the cost.
Saint! I see it. I tear through the vegs. They cannot stand against me. I pull a Minotaur apart with my bare hands. But soon, I fall. The vegs approach. I am gone. But no, here I am. With both of you. I am Saint 14. The conductor cannot hide from me anymore. Failsafe!
I have the coordinates, Saint Unit.
From the memories, Failsafe gets the coordinates of the conductor and pulls her to us. A cutscene reveals the conductor to us for the first time in-game. And it turns out she's none other than Maya Sundaresh. For those that don't know, Maya Sundaresh was a scientist and one of the founders of the Ishtar Collective, a Golden Age research company that studied on Venus, and eventually during the collapse their colony ship would crash land on Neptune, where they would find an alien artifact of darkness called the Veil and build the city of Neomuna around it. Maya became obsessed with studying the Veil. It even corrupted her. She sacrificed her own researchers. Her partner Chioma began to witness this madness. And on Neptune, Maya heard the Veil speak to her in her own voice. She created what she called a conductor's chair, and experiments trying to bridge exo-minds together, a chorus controlled by one person, one conductor. In the end, she was found dead in the conductor's chair. Fast forward now to Echoes. Turns out Maya Sundaresh lived, likely through the Vex network, where she encountered the Echo of Command, forged this new body you see here, and began her journey on Nessus. Back to the cutscene though. The Guardian Saint and Ikora confront her in the depths of Nessus, and it's here where she reveals her plan. To command this radiolaria to spread throughout the system, creating a new perfect golden age under one conductor. She uses her power to control Saint. He tries to resist using his acceptance of himself being the real Saint, turning away from Maya's lies, but she still forces him to his knees as she threatens to turn us into Vex. We escape.
Humanity called to me. The collapse, the Black Fleet is finished. Now we can look back to what we've lost. Radiolaria is the means to this end. It represents the smallest unit of consciousness. 1 trillion formless minds, notes in a symphony of thought. Each one begging for direction, for a conductor. Nessus will be converted. The radiolaria I command will be spread throughout the system. I will deliver us a golden age. And if you stand in the way of progress, I will break you down into more compliant elements.
We are not your Vex.
You will be.
Get us out of here, now!
Act 3 opens a new can of worms. Not only did the conductor want to convert everything to Vex and create a new golden age, she's also searching for something. She's searching for her partner, Chioma. In the Encore mission, we find that Maya was experimenting on Chiomas she had found in the Vex network, even uploading them into Exos to interrogate them. And when she didn't get the answers she was looking for, she would just kill them and start over.
Fidelity test. What did we name our daughter?
What? Maya?
What did we name our daughter?
Where are you? What's going on? Please? Maya!
What did we name our daughter?
Nisa.
Elaborate.
We debated names for weeks. Parthenogenic incubation was moving along fine in the lab. And the collapse. Everything happened so fast, we had to leave.
Answer. Latency beyond acceptable bounds. Degassing exomind.
No!
Osiris, I read your reports from Neptune. That was Chioma Essie. What did Maya do?
She's searching for something. Using Chioma as a baseline to find our golden age among the simulations.
This is horrific.
I'm afraid this is just the beginning. She is bringing copies of her wife, Chioma Essie, out of the VexNet. Finding them, interrogating them, and discarding them.
For her golden age?
No. No, perhaps what would be her own personal golden age. The wife she remembers. The one from her own simulation.
And Maya will destroy Soul to find her.
Maya was searching for what she believed was the perfect Chioma, the perfect version of her wife. Realizing how mad the conductor was, Osiris and the squad came up with a plan. Maybe we could try and find the real Chioma, have it then convince Maya herself that she's gone way too far with all of this. As we ventured through Encore once more, we came across Shadow Legion compelled under Maya's control too, and eventually the real Chioma. Maya questioned Chioma and then killed her. Turns out there was never a perfect answer for Maya. There was never going to be. That version of Chioma was as close as it gets, but Maya's ideal Chioma never existed.
This is her. Chioma Essie. From our own past. Here. Dead. She's been thrown away too. Does Maya know what she's done?
Fidelity test. When did you first tell me you loved me?
I wish I could remember a time I loved you.
Elaborate.
I watched the woman I loved whittle herself away. Compromise by compromise. And I stood by you in each atrocity. Now all I see in front of me is a monster. Not my sunrise.
I'm trying to save you. You're not my Chioma. If you were her, you would understand. Degassing.
I am her. What I am not is your personal delusion.
You like all the others. Scared and shallow-minded. Degassing exomind. Emotional fidelity test failed.
She found her Chioma and discarded her like all the rest.
That was my fear. Maya knows what she's become. There is no version of her wife who would accept her as she is now. Sandaresh is so shrouded by her own obsession that she did not even recognize the Chioma from her own simulation.
But she'll keep searching, murdering Chioma again and again, trying to find someone who's already dead.
Just for that, she must be stopped.
After the mission, the Guardian, Saint, and Ikora confront Maya once more, telling her how wrong this all is about Chioma and her plan. She tries to control the Guardians here once again, but Saint this time is able to resist. Making his own choice, he and Ikora rain supers down on the Conductor, but in the end she's able to escape into the Vex network with the Echo of Command.
The rest of you, lay down your arms. Thank you. Now, come, drink your fill. Let me change your mind.
You can choose to end this differently. Let this obsession go.
Choice is the ego raging against the inevitable.
You may not steal choice, but I make my own fate.
I command you.
Not this time.
I can only make you look. Perhaps, in time, you will see.
She escaped. The Echo with her.
So echoes are important. A little lore backstory here. Each echo has the memory of something stored inside of it. So Maya's echo had the memory of Takal, a long-dead commander of the Kugu species who died to the darkness and witness. There's more lore on these entities contained in these echoes on my channel if you'd like to learn about Takal himself. So a summary of episode echoes. The Echo of Command falls into the hands of Maya Sundaresh, the Conductor, a scientist who became corrupted by the Veil on Neomuna and died. Through the Vex network, the Echo allowed Maya to forge the body we now see and begin to command her own Vex army, making them more individual compared to collective. She wanted to bring about a new golden age, and one of her goals was to find the true version of her wife Chioma. The Conductor went mad in her search. Whatever answer she found was not enough, despite even finding a real Chioma signature. A bunch of nice story connections happen. Failsafe returns after years of being absent. Osiris and Saint 14 have their moments as Saint goes through a rough experience to start, Maya convincing him that he wasn't the real Saint. Over time though, in a visit to Saint's original tomb in the Infinite Forest to acquire memories and knowledge, Saint realized, I am real, I'm here, this is my story and I won't back down. The Conductor controlled the Guardians various times, but in the end we overcame and she went running back into the Vex network. That's where we now remain. Episode 2 was called Revenant. It begins with a mission to Europa, responding to a distress call from House Salvation. Crow, the new Hunter Vanguard newly appointed in the final shape from Cade, alerts us that Aramis is on the surface. Aramis has caused many issues in the past with darkness use on Europa, siding with the Witness for a short period before fleeing near the time of the final shape. She's now back. We fight through Scorn enemies, but Crow realizes something strange. These Scorn are made from living tissue instead of dead ones. We see Eliksni in cages as we push through the environment. It's here where we encounter Fikrul the Fanatic, who has acquired the Echo of Rees. This echo gives Fikrul some power of the light to turn living beings like the Eliksni into a new Scorn army, the Revenant Scorn. Fikrul teleports out, and we chase Aramis to capture her.
No more. I am blessed with light.
never bow. Not to the Scorn, and not to the Vanguard.
Aramis is getting away, Guardian. Chase her down.
Good work, Guardian. This has been a long time coming. Aramis Kell. It's not for me to judge you, but I speak for the people of the last city now. They're demanding justice for all the people you've harmed. Guardians and civilians both. And it's my job to deliver you.
You will guarantee safe harbor for my people?
As long as they disarm and live peacefully with House Light, they'll be safe in the city. You have my word.
I expect the Guardian to enforce that. Now take me to Ido.
So you can start to see the issues brewing. Fikrul is back. Crow, who used to be Aldrin Sov, was the leader of the Scorn Barons who Fikrul was a part of. Fikrul saw Aldrin as a father. And now in episode Revenant, Fikrul believes he's doing the right thing. That the two can be reunited with this army. Crow of course sees it a different way. He's the new hunter vanguard of the city. As we bring Aramis into custody aboard the helm, Fikrul teleports in and causes some chaos. Reaching out to his father once more, the helm crash lands as we take Aramis to the city.
We have a high-value prisoner on board and a House Salvation catch inbound. Prepare for boarding defense.
Father, I bring a gift. A power to make all Eliksni our children. Reborn through extinction. Reason I scorn. Woe to Fikrul, Kell of Kell.
We've lost steering, we're going down!
I am assuming control of this vessel due to a comprehensive failure of arc conduit systems and my extensive experience with crash landings. Please brace for turbulence as we slam directly into...
The helm is now in need of repairs, seen next to the tower being worked on, and the Guardians have a new social space down in the last city itself. It's here where we meet with Ido and Mithrax, and it becomes clear very early on in the episode that Mithrax is not doing well because of the curse of Nezarec, a curse that has been draining his life and power for a couple of years.
What he cannot recall, Ido will help you uncover. I name you my Slayer, Baron, and I beg of you, defend our house, defend our people. Deliver them from this second whirlwind. And when the time comes, deliver them from my curse.
With the help of his daughter Ido, the Guardian will become a Slayer Baron of Eliksni legend. Learn to craft and use tonics, both for gameplay and to try and find something that hopefully cures Mithrax. Varix the Loyal is also back and has some guidance in a small part. We head to another House Salvation enclave to try and help them out, rescue these stranded fallen, but things go south again when Crow and the Fanatic meet face to face. Crow tries to settle Fikrul down, but that goes poorly. This ignites the fire even further.
Let them go.
Father!
This isn't... You don't have to do any of this. Please.
This is our purpose. Your teachings. to break their servitors, their lies, their trust in light. You are not him. You are a dead thing, like the others. You wear his face. You steal his voice. Forget his purpose. I will rip this imposter from your bones.
Damn it!
So by the end of Act 1 here, we have Aramis in a cell, Fikrul using the Echo of Rhys to create a new Scorn army, Fikrul and Aldrin beef, Mithrax's curse progressing, and the Guardian is thrown in the middle of it all. In Act 2, Fikrul steps up his game. With his new power, he heads back to the Prison of Elders in the Reef to resurrect some old foes. The Guardian works with Varix, the former warden of the prison, to infiltrate and figure out what's going on. In the prison, we find old foes Skolas was close with in the Eliksni Barrens, resurrecting them into Revenant Scorn. The curse persists for Mithrax, and Ido is making no progress in making a tonic to cure him.
Work with him to infiltrate it. Once you are inside, rip the Scorn apart until the air is rich with suffering. And when I've returned, I will burn the prison down myself.
She suggests freeing Aramis from her cell to see what she knows. Aramis was on Rhys, the Eliksni homeworld, when these Slayer Barons existed, so she might be able to help, but Crow disagrees.
We aren't making any progress on our own. I need help developing new tonics. Just think of how much Aramis has seen, how much she knows about old Rhys. She can help us.
Ido, you know that Aramis has a lot to answer for.
She can't do that from inside a box. You're just wasting time. More Eliksni are lost every day. Let her make amends by saving lives.
Ido?
Aramis is your trophy, and that's all that matters to you.
Hey, that isn't... Ido? Yeah, that went great. I'll get you the latest from the field, Guardian. I just need a minute to secure comms.
The battle in the prison continues. Mithrax tells us to head back in because Fikrul is planning to resurrect an old Eliksni weapon, something very dangerous. Inside, we hear singing coming from the Echo of Rhys. It sings songs of long times past. We also learn that the entity inside of this Echo doesn't like how Fikrul is wielding its power. We knew that Takal was in Maya's Echo, but this one is a little more obscure. From lore though, we believe it is an old Eliksni figure from their homeworld, perhaps Chelchis the Kell of Stone, but we aren't sure. When we reach the final boss room, we see Fikrul has revived Skolas, a fallen leader who in Destiny 1 tried to rally all the fallen houses under one banner in the House of Wolves. Skolas is very dangerous.
Skolas. He lives. Do you see it, Guardian? Memory of Reef Wars long ago. Years of hubris and bloodshed. The fallen House of Wolves, led by Skolas the Rabid. The song. A whirlwind dirge. A seeking song for the lost. But, Varix does not recognize the singer. The echo. It is The echo that sings to us, Guardian, sings of Reese through our memories. It seeks an old strength. Strength to guide the scattered through a time of doubt and wrath. But it sees now how Fikrul wields its power. False life for an army of the slain, with those like Skolas for his pawns. The Echo seeks another wielder. It demands one who is worthy.
We kill Skolas, but it was no use. Fikrul just revives him again with the Echo. But we do learn some knowledge that the Echo doesn't like Fikrul's use, and it seeks a new wielder. Back in the city at the end of Act 2, Ido convinces the Guardian to free Aramis.
Guess Ido talked you into it, huh?
I have seen more competent escape attempts from hatchlings.
It's not the Guardian's fault. I figured Ido wasn't going to let this go.
And now, back to my cell? Or have I spent your patience at last?
I'll make you a deal. You don't do anything stupid, and in exchange, I won't tell the rest of the Vanguard that their Golden Guardian set you loose. And we all agree to pretend Ikora doesn't already know.
You are not serious.
Ido thinks you're still capable of doing the right thing.
She is naive.
I'd say hopeful. Maybe. Ido's convinced you can help us figure out how to stop Fikrul. Fact is, we could use some help. So, I'm choosing to put a little faith in you at the moment. As far as the city's concerned, Aramis is missing. I'll handle it. Just don't let me regret it. I'm counting on you here, Guardian. Aramis.
Act 3 has us storm Fikrul's vampire-like castle. Inside, we fight scorned barons and traverse through mirrored realms. We don't succeed in taking out Fikrul right away, but we are making some progress. Aramis helps Ido work on a tonic that would extract the darkness from ether and suffuse it with light. To do this, we needed old flora from Earth, similar to that once existed on Reese. We of course had no idea how to find this, so we needed to find an Eliksni apothecary, one who was of course in Fikrul's tower. We head back in, and when we find her, the apothecary isn't fond of the humans and Guardians, but agrees to help. Mithrax gets worse, as Ido succeeds in making a tonic that would alter Fikrul's ether and fill him with light, allowing the Guardian to end him for good once injected.
She understands all you say, but refuses to speak in your tongue. We are kindred spirits. Do not fear. Ido and I will win her to our cause.
In Fikrul's tower once more, we fight through for the last time to confront the fanatic. The Guardian injects him with the tonic and kills him. And in the aftermath, the Echo of Reese chooses a new wielder, Aramis. With its power, she expels the curse of Nezarec from Mithrax.
Save my children. She cannot be trusted with power. She knows only war. After all I've done for our people, the echo belongs to me. I alone am king of Calus, first and last. There are no others. I can feel it. The light flowing through me once more. You have my gratitude. Eliksni.
Back in the city, we get a little more info. Aramis actually offered the Echo to Mithrax, but Mithrax refused, so she kept it. Aramis will now leave our solar system for good. Take the Echo with her and hopefully rebuild a new Eliksni homeworld someplace else. The House of Light will continue to thrive here in the city under the new Kell of Kells, Mithrax, and Aramis seems to be an ally for now. Towards the end of the content for episode Revenant, we did get another mission called Kell's Vengeance, where we went back into the Prison of Elders and killed Skolas. But it turns out if you waited a minute or two after his death, he just revives, so Skolas still lives, likely to become a new leader of the Scorn or something at some point. So a summary for the events of episode Revenant. Fikrul the Fanatic returns the undead abomination with the Echo of Rees in hand, and uses its light power to convert living Eliksni into a new Revenant Scorn army. Fikrul and Crow battle. Ido tries to save her father from the curse of Nezarec, and Aramis was captured. After a visit to the Prison of Elders and setbacks, we free Aramis to help us create a tonic. The tonic is injected into Fikrul, altering his ether and turning him back into a normal Eliksni for a short period of time, allowing the Guardian to deal the final blow. The Echo chooses Aramis, and Aramis with it cleanses the curse from Mithrax. She leaves the solar system with the Echo. Mithrax is now the Kell of Kells, and all Eliksni allies in Sol rally under the House of Light in the city. Crow's first job as Hunter Vanguard was tough, but we did it. He got to right one of his former selves' wrongdoings, and things are positive again for the city and our alien allies. And the third and final episode was called episode Heresy. We begin this episode with a mission in the European Dead Zone, where a mysterious anchor is found, attempting to pull the Ascendant Plane into our reality, which isn't good. The Guardian finds out that whatever is going on here originates from the Dreadnought. Drifter and Eris board the ship. During a confrontation, Eris Morn is killed by a subjugator called the Resonant Knife, first of the Reshaped. It stabs her with its glaive, and Drifter chases the Resonant Knife as it drags her body across the Dreadnought.
No. This is new. Something's wrong. We must find the Guardian.
Maybe we can make our way back, or...
Creature.
The Guardian arrives on the Dreadnought. We fight through enemies, Taken and Dread, to reach the mausoleum where the Resonant Knife escapes, and Drifter grieves after Eris's death. In another cutscene though, it's revealed to us, the player, that Eris did die, but she has her own Hive throne world, a pocket dimension she returns to after death. This was likely created over the years thanks to her Hive magics and studies, and also, you know, when she became the most powerful Hive god ever for a short moment last year in Season of the Witch. But in simple terms, Eris has a world she returns to after death, which is shaped by her own mind. She can only truly die permanently if she is killed in this throne world, just like the Hive gods. So while we know Eris is alive, others don't, and they grieve after her death, like Drifter, Ikora, and Commander Sloan.
It's taking her deeper in the Dreadnought. Hold on, Moondust. We can't leave her. We need to get Eris out of here. We need... Help! Please, anyone!
Eris. No. Moondust. It's okay. I got you. Moonlight.
The Guardian's job is to head back into the Dreadnought and attack. Face these new foes in Dread and Taken enemies and figure out what's going on here, especially with this new Echo. Commander Sloan is back, and she begins to teach us the ways to wield Taken power for ourselves, without it overwhelming and controlling us, of course. This is big throughout this episode. We get stronger with Taken power and level up as it goes on. In Savathun's throne world, we meet Savathun, who's back with her ghost. She tells us to stay away from the Dreadnought and her family matters.
Stay away from my brother's Dreadnought.
Stay away from my sister. This is a family matter. And nothing is gained by making an enemy of me. I think Eris would agree.
These anchors are being deployed from the Dreadnought, and they reach to different locations across the system. We can't disable them, but we can stop the pulse that is sending them out. To do this, we collect pieces of Hive wizards and insert them into the locations that power the Dreadnought's blast weapon. We succeed, and it's here where we confront the third and final echo so far. The echo of the Navigator, of Oryx the Taken King, in an encounter with his siblings.
I am the Taken King, the first Navigator. I rise from the deep. Wrath, what has become of our war? I slain.
Sadly, yes, elder brother. You're just the memory of a dead god. The sword you always wanted to become.
I only just mantled myself by the death of Akka. Carved my throne from the worm's corpse. If I am destroyed, then I deserve extinction. My heir, my killer, step forward.
So the being in this echo is of course Oryx, more straightforward than the previous episodes. But the thing is, it's a younger version of him from millions of years ago. Specifically when he killed the worm god Akka, used its body to craft his dreadnought ship and speak to the deep, learning the power to take. This version of Oryx is impressed by our guardian. Learning that we were the one that killed him, he wants to know more. Xivu Arath and Savathun have their own motives throughout episode Heresy. They want power. They want their brother to return to his glory and the siblings to be reunited. The Guardian escapes. In Eris's apartment, Drifter leaves a message. Because of Eris's death, he's lost, so he decides to leave. We now have to battle forces on the Dreadnought against Savathun, Xivu, a new Taken army, and now Drifter is gone. Sloane tries to guide us to keep fighting.
An echo of the Navigator, a memory of Oryx, and not the one we remember. He woke up the Dreadnought and launched the anchors. The Taken are here because of him, and the Dread are working with him. His knife, Eris's killer. But you've caught Oryx's attention. The Echo didn't know you killed him. Now he does, and he's impressed. That means he's distracted. He wants to test you. Use that. Right now, Xivu Arath and Savathun are mobilizing. Their brother's flagship is a battlefield. And Drifter's gone. We have twice the trouble and half the support. Losing Eris was hard on him.
Act 2 begins with the Court of Blades activity, where the Echo of Oryx challenges our Guardian.
Welcome to the new High War, Knife of my slaying. My sister apprised me of your triumphs. Our logic is proved in violence, but many pretenders challenge your sovereignty. Do not disappoint us, heir.
Around the Dreadnought, strange tears in reality are found. Messages, and when they are pieced together, we realize it's a message from Eris Morn inside her throne world.
Guardian, my knife, my acolyte. I may only whisper, but you must listen. I do not possess the strength to return. You must find and assemble the shards of Oryx's sword, Willbreaker. It has the power to cut into the Ascendant Plane. What meager tear I have made now seems together. Go. The sword is your path to me. Find it.
So we need Oryx's sword, the one he created the Taken with. We'll use it to cut into the Ascendant Plane and bring Eris back, because currently she's too weak to return herself. After some quests to get pieces of the sword, we have a new mission. Drifter learns that Eris is still alive and he comes back. We find him on the Dreadnought. We craft a basic version of this sword and cut a rift to find Eris.
Cut into the rift, Guardian! Cut the space between! Eris! Do it, Guardian! I'm on my way!
Behold the vast cathedral of my soul. As Hive, I slit Savathun's throat. In doing so, I made an incision into the Ascendant Plane. This became a world. A throne. It will protect my essence and restore my form. Here, I am resurrected. Here, I am omnipotent. I formed my throne with the stroke of a sword, as the Hive gods did long ago. Their tribute and blood coalesced into worlds. You have seen Oryx's throne. His dreadnought, his court, what he called the High War. Here, the memory of the Taken King recognizes his equal, his killer, his heir, you. But his sisters will come to claim him as brother and as instrument of power. Xivu Arath was sundered from her throne as she was sundered from her siblings. She would retake it all and return to their path of death and conquest. While Savathun in her high coven, having claimed the light, wishes to escape. Both the vows made to the worms and the lie that drove the siblings to that bargain. But their designs will be unmade. Their desires, their undoing. I name my throne the High Heresy, formed in opposition to the Hive. Here I am Heresiarch. Here I am Jailer. For my throne will be Oryx's prison.
Eris has a plan in her throne world. She will use this place to seal away the echo of Oryx, hide the power it contains from Savathun and Xivu Arath. But as this goes on, Eris and Commander Sloane begin to argue. Eris wants to bind the echo to her throne here, while Sloane wants to use the Willbreaker sword to just destroy the echo entirely. They argue about this various times throughout the episode. With Eris back, we continue the plan. And on the moon, we learn something terrifying. This is also hinted at throughout the episode and is a big foreshadow to future expansions, I'm sure. Something new is beginning to take enemies, creating a new Taken army for itself. We learn that it's not the echo of Oryx. Oryx says he feels a new presence between him and the Winnower. So some new entity or force was behind this. We fight through the moon to the Shrine of Oryx to stop this offering, and Oryx and Savathun argue. This version of Oryx sees his sisters as heretics. Savathun turns to the light, and Xivu follows false truths.
That ogre's undergoing the offering. The Hive do not possess this power. Without Oryx or the Witness, how? I fear another's hand may carve these new Taken into being. This place, the place of offering, where the Taken submit their weakness to gain strength. There is something else here, calling, rabid with grief.
No. Sever the bindings! Unshake this beast now, Guardian!
Oryx. The Witness is dead. It lied to you.
We saw the Syzygy, sister, and we dove to avert doom. I followed you to the...
Let me cut to the truth. The God Wave wasn't the Traveler. We were chosen for light, and the Witness gave us chains. But I can break us out of this game.
Deceit is your language.
We've both been played since the beginning. Look, this is Imaru, my ghost.
Lightfall! Where is my cunning sister? She would never allow such heresy.
And what do you call what you are now, if not heresy?
Enough! Does my blade not cut? Its edge is truth. Do ties not sink my form? Our logic, gold, and violence?
You're an inanimate object, dear brother. Your blade cuts nothing.
I do not accept this. I will navigate through each manipulation from the beginning, and I will divine the truth alone.
Oryx has shown the flaw in his logic. Faith. Now doubt creeps in. He has long been a creature of singular purpose and boundless curiosity. This revelation could send him reeling, or spell doom should he align with the Witch Queen. We cannot wait for the Echo to decide which avenue to explore.
On the Dreadnought, we collect the flesh of Akka so we can begin to bind Oryx to Eris's throne. And in a mission we are successful. The Echo of Oryx was now in Eris's throne world.
Guardian, we have him. Eris's mission was a success.
Guardian, we are triumphant. With the Echo of the Navigator as our prisoner, we have gained ground against those who would subdue us.
At the beginning of Act 3, Xivu Arath makes herself known. So on the Dreadnought this whole time, you're battling Dread and Taken, also Xivu and Savathun's forces.
I am strife. I am death. I am Xivu Arath, and I am your end. Your false god cowers in her cyst world, scheming to profane a true throne. Defy me. Lift your blade to mine. Let their edges clash and keen and sing. Raise a head to the god of war.
In the Sunless Cell, the Guardian confronts the forces of Xivu, who attempt to perform a ritual that would fuel her rage and power. In the boss room, we stop the ritual, but once again, something else steps in. The mysterious new entity wielding the Taken. It takes the boss, and then we defeat it, acquiring the hilt we need for the Willbreaker's sword.
Good. You've disrupted the ritual, but something else has stepped into the gap.
This is not my taking. Knife of my slaying. To arms.
You have no authority here.
In the final week, we begin a mission to stop Savathun from binding the Echo to her throne world. She was trying to do the same thing Eris did, take her brother back. We then need the last piece of the Willbreaker's sword, a shard to reforge the weapon to its completion. On the Dreadnought, Sloane helps us acquire this, and the entity in the deep tries to interfere once more, but Sloane resists, and we craft the sword. It was now time for the final plan. Savathun and Xivu's rituals have been thwarted. Eris wants to remove the essence of Oryx from the Echo and keep it to study, maybe learn some of its power. But Sloane says, listen, if things get out of hand, we need to destroy it, and Eris agrees. On the Dreadnought, we destroy the Resonant Knife, the subjugator who killed Eris, who has eluded us all the way up until this point. We confront forces of Xivu and Savathun once more. And finally, the Echo of Oryx itself. This version of Oryx realizes he has no place to run. He accepts his failure. And the Guardian uses Willbreaker to destroy the Echo of the Navigator in the final encounter.
Got wind the leader of this bunch of dread is around here too. Good. I'm not about to get in your way, hero. I can tell you've got murder on the mind. If you beat me to that son of a worm, you fire a couple extra shots for me. Got it?
I am the Nut-Edged Hunger! I am
the Waiter. Death Charter. First among navigators. And I am brave.
We are finished, Guardian. All slates wiped clean. No more old time's sake. You and I, we are not friends. Universe preserved. Witness dead. All that you begged me for, I have given. And it's still not enough for you, is it? All I asked was for you to stay away from my family matters. A simple request.
I sense you there, Eris Morn. Heretic Queen. Will you chain me again?
I can hold you long enough. I reach through my weapon even now.
I do not yield. But I have nowhere left to go. Have you counted the stars, Guardian Knife? Have you understood the spaces between them? I vowed once to understand, and I have not, and I do not. Every vow I have made is empty. I have already failed. As my sisters have become heretics, so too have I. Long ago, Oryx was killed. If I am still Oryx, then I am already dead. And if I am not Oryx, then I do not live. Ayat. That is enough.
I had him within my grasp. I was so close. So close. And yet, you were right. We cannot take this risk any longer. His foundations were lies, and he was a traitor, even to himself. And yet, the edges of this plane are ragged where he stood. A monster. A piteous fool. A brother. Ayat.
In the end, the Echo is destroyed, and its power is now gone. Xivu and Savathun, the Hive gods, still exist. Savathun in particular is very angry at the Guardian. Sure, she's helped us in the past when it was beneficial to both parties, like in the final shape, but it seems like that deal is over. A new taken god exists somehow in the deep. Lore tells us it's very weak at the moment, but waiting for the correct time to burst through and enter our reality. When the door is open for it, it'll be there. So a summary of episode Heresy. The Echo of Oryx is on the Dreadnought. Hive sisters fight for power and their family. The Guardian learns taken powers. Eris Morn dies, but has a throne world, and we use it for a while to contain the Echo, keep it safe from the Hive sisters. The Echo realizes his family and his own failure. Their own heresies. Nice title, right? He tries to escape to Fundament, the Hive homeworld, but in the end realizes there's no point. The Guardian, after crafting Oryx's sword over weeks, destroys the Echo for good. Hive sisters exist still angry, and a new taken god is growing in power. After the year of the final shape and its episodes, Bungie began a new story. An entirely new saga, in fact. Episodes were sort of like seasons to clear up some threads. The Fate Saga was the start of a new journey. A saga that Bungie said they already knew the end to, and it would span over multiple years. We were supposed to get a conclusion much quicker than the 10+ year final shape. The Nine have always been in Destiny's lore, but now they were at the forefront. The Nine are interdimensional aliens that are anchored to each of the planets and the sun in the Sol system. They depend on the life on these worlds to survive. If the planet dies or the life on the planet dies, so too does that member of the Nine. You can think of them as fourth-dimensional gods or creatures looking for a way to exist freely in our reality. The Nine have long sought a way to break free from their constraints, and they've tried many different ideas. This debate of ideas split them into two factions among each other, the Inners and the Outers. At the end of episode Heresy, we began getting strange signals. Drifter was getting visions, and Ikora was detecting something strange in a planetoid 1.7 light-years from Earth. The first expansion, The Edge of Fate, is all about, well, fate. The Guardian, Orin, the emissary of the Nine, Drifter, Ikora, we were all brought to Kepler by the Nine for a reason. Things seem unclear at first, but the more you play, the more you understand. As you hear these cutscenes and dialogue, there are some things to note. Now, this was when the DLC first released, and at that time Bungie had different voice talent fill in because there was a voice actor strike going on. If you play the expansion in its current form now, their voices are back to normal, but for the sake of this video, they are different. We open with a couple of cutscenes, of course. The third member of the Nine, Earth, speaks through our emissary Orin. Each member of the Nine is referred to as just a number, so in this case, 3 is summoning Orin in a new age. The Guardian seeks adventure, but have forgotten about the Nine. 3 is fated to remind us, send a message. And at that moment, Orin breaks free as their emissary of the Nine, speaks for herself, and returns to her Titan form.
What follows light and shadow is silence. That silence breaks. I am summoning you as a new age begins. I see sapient life turn to each other. They remember how to look to the stars. They remember curiosity. They remember how to thrive. But they have forgotten. They forgot we were here long before the Traveler. They forgot that they need us. But they are fated to remember. I will remind them. I'm sure you will, but not through me. Find someone else. My will is my own.
In the European Dead Zone, Ikora is investigating an anomaly. As she and the Hidden approach, a train car from before the Golden Age crashes through with an invitation. Coordinates to a planet, a trail we are meant to follow.
I think it's safe to say this is what's disrupting our beacons. I've seen primitive trains like this in old ruins. Never liked the look of them. These readings have a bearing. Gravimetric distortions leading out past orbit. Like footprints. Like a trail we're meant to follow. Guardian, I'm sending coordinates your way. It appears we have an invitation.
This takes us to Kepler, a planet in the deep reaches of our solar system in the Oort cloud. We fly in as Ikora briefs us. There seems to be a black hole at the center of Kepler. If it becomes unstable, the entire system would be destroyed. On the surface, we find a distress signal and begin to follow it. In doing so, we encounter the fallen House of Exiles, who have been on this planet for a long time. When the Fallen first came to this system, they sort of split off and made this their home instead, cut out from all the other Eliksni. The Exiles are using dark matter to alter themselves, have a fanatical Archon leader, and a mysterious god whom they worship, this Giver. The distress signal is from a character called Lodi, telling us that the people that live here are in danger because of this singularity, and he himself seems to be confused and lost, not from here.
Mayday, mayday, mayday! Lodi transmitting. Strange matter detected. Singularity opening near local HI and NHI population.
I can't tell when this mayday was sent. Whoever made it understands the danger this place is in. A singularity, a distress call, and now another ancient train. But how do they all connect? More importantly, how can we help? The status of the singularity will worsen with time. We can't do anything about that right this moment. But discovering a locking mechanism this complex and a radio transmission that sounds human means we could be on the precipice of encountering another pocket of civilization.
We use dark matter technology and abilities to traverse the landscape of Kepler, and quickly learn that the Nine are involved extensively. We fight through the exiles and meet their leader, or a vessel of him, a vessel of the Archon. Using dark matter, his consciousness seems to shift between bodies. From this encounter, we find a Strangelet capsule, a container of dark matter. These are key throughout the campaign. And after picking it up, we meet Lodi, the one who sent the distress signal. He asks, "Hey, why are you here?" and recognizes Ikora. In the cutscenes, Ghost explains why we were sent here, and we meet the humans native to this planet in the Aeonians.
Hold it. Who do you work for, and what's your business here?
Telemetry originates at this location, but the signal is weak.
What are you doing here?
We're Guardians, from Earth's vanguard. Circumstances suggest we were invited, but we don't know who sent the invitation.
Earth?
Have you been here a while?
I have journal entries tallying 4 weeks, but my 5 o'clock shadow says a day. Something's wrong with time. It's my job to investigate. You picked up something that's special to the people here. Use it. I'll see you on the other side. We can talk there. You can, tell me all about Earth. Sorry for all that earlier. My name's Lodi. My introductions aren't usually that rude. Come on, let me show you around. Your companion gave me a debrief about your mission before she insisted on meeting the scientists here.
Scientists?
Oh yeah, the Ionians are brilliant. They've been great hosts since I showed up here a few weeks back.
Objects from a different time were sent to us, like we were called or invited. Did you get one too?
Of sorts. I got a call of my own. I hope your ride was smoother than mine. Are you headed back to Earth after?
Are you asking for a ride?
Just conversation. Appreciate the offer. I'm staying with the locals for a while. Time distortions all over this place. The Eliksni make it hard to traverse further out. Fascinating, aren't they? You know, the language structure is similar to Finnish. Keep an eye out for the House of Exiles. They didn't like me getting close with my recorder. If you're here to sort out the time anomaly, it sounds like we're on the same side. I'll help you look into your calling card. You help the locals with some of the weightier tasks. You seem like you can handle yourself. First in a few words, I can appreciate that.
The Aeonians are humans who arrived here a long time ago, during our Golden Age. They survived through the collapse and kept evolving, kind of like the people of Neomuna, but a little bit different. They've just been stranded here. The Aeonians worship the Singularity, the technology that brought them here, and are thankful for the Guardians' help. They used to work alongside the Exiles. They used to have a friendly relationship, but that went south eventually. You can find some of these allies around their camp still though. The Guardian works with Lodi to stabilize the planetoid further.
Translating what I can, the Dean's honored to encounter the first new humans in centuries. She says the Ionians' deity, the thing they call the Holy Anomaly, is on the other side of the altar, threatened by the Singularity.
The source of our invitation seems to be on the same side as that Singularity. In the center of the Aeonians' camp, we find the Altar of Relativity. Turns out that strangelet of dark matter we found, it stabilizes the lock to keep the Singularity contained. If we find more strangelets, we'll be able to enter the Singularity and learn what's going on here. So that's the main goal throughout the campaign. Do things, collect strangelets, and hope we can get through. A lot happens in between, of course. Lodi seems to be holding back more information than what he's letting on. Remember this dialogue for later.
So Lodi, tell me more about how you got here. The more we know, the better chance we can find a solution.
All I know is I woke up here 4 weeks ago in a singed suit. I don't remember how I got here. I know I'm from Earth, I remember my family, but not much else.
That sounds like how a light bearer would wake up, but you don't have a ghost.
No, I'm alive. I mean, you probably know more about this place than I do. But I do remember hearing Guardians have a complicated relationship with memory. Is there any truth to that?
That's a fairly common question. Guardians forget who we were before our first resurrection. We forget in exchange for the light.
Shame. Feels cruel.
Lodi, I need to be frank. I don't buy your story.
Yeah. Well, you don't know the half of it. If I wasn't me, I also wouldn't buy my story.
What do you know about whatever brought you here?
Nothing. I woke up here in a singed suit after the most insane fall of my life.
Orin is near the camp too, and so is the Drifter. Orin broke free from her job as emissary of the Nine, what we saw in that opening cutscene. But her mind has still not recovered, and she's kind of all over the place. Can't remember some of the messages she's supposed to relay. She's here to help, and she knows the Nine are looking for a new emissary.
I meant to deliver a message, but can't remember what it is. I know the Nine will need a replacement emissary. They will not find one nearby on the X-axis. They will need to search a millennia up and down the Y.
We head out to collect strangelets, and our first step is to deal with the fallen exiles and their Archon, or at least try to learn more information. We investigate a power site belonging to the exiles. The power from the plant is heading straight into an Eliksni warship currently in a port. We knock out the power, but the Archon is still out there, pushing for a way into the Singularity.
This world will slip into unknown spaces, as I have seen it. Exiles with it. Their death is fated to be reborn!
Enough! We may have knocked out their power, but the Archon's still out there. We'll need to be ready when they make their next move.
The Eliksni are using dark matter altered ether. Our next goal is to try and access this production. Maybe we can mess with them. We find a drilling refinery and try to disable their machinery. We concentrate dark matter to override the system.
A gift from his giver.
The giver and the Singularity sound like synonyms, but I can't see how a black hole gives anyone anything.
Given what we know, my hypothesis is that the source of the Holy Singularity, as the Ionians call it, and the Exile's giver are one and the same.
Ikora, the Nine invited us here. It was 3. The thought just... it's like it unlocked in my head.
The 9. 3. They didn't just bring us here to deal with the Archon. The 9 are extra-dimensional beings. They're connected to the celestial bodies of our solar system.
So the Archon's warship was disabled, but he's still trying to get it airborne. We collect another Strangelet from a Prime Servitor, and we're making semi-progress when it comes to stabilizing things. But Lodi gets freaked out when he learns he can't go back in time to where he's from, and tells us more about his past, more about where he came from.
I thought there would be a connection to the invitation and the time-lost objects we're seeing here. As you said, Lodi, something is indeed wrong with time. But we're only seeing time-lost objects from our own past on Kepler, not subjects ripped from alternate timelines.
Alternate timelines? What kind of technology can do that?
None that we have access to.
Can they be sent back?
No. The Vex can manipulate timelines, but they can't send a subject back in time.
At all? Not even after they've been brought forward? But can anyone do that?
No. Not even the light can do that. What's going on?
I want you all to know, at once, that I sincerely apologize. I withheld the nature of my arrival. It was for the sake of the place I'm in service to. My people protect many secrets, but now it's clear I'm too imperiled to continue this deception. I've concluded I'm in deep shit. Miss Ray, you explained how Guardians used to be just people who died and then were reborn. You said they forgot everything about their old lives. Maybe part of you knows you can believe me.
Out with it, Lodi.
My people and I discovered a signal in deep space which connected to an object we found under our city. It brought me here. All the way from the space age before the collapse. I'm from the past.
How?
I picked up a phone. I felt the ringing more than I heard it. The when and where doesn't matter anymore. It's all gone. What does matter is that the unknown was calling. Long distance. I knew if I didn't pick up that phone, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. But whatever was on the other end wasn't chatty. Reached out, pulled me through time and space. I should have been afraid. Because it was one horror show after the next. I was skipping around like a needle across the record, jumping from track to track as if my will was not my own. But I wasn't afraid. Not of death, not of aliens, not of whatever this was.
Only the Vex have come close to time travel, but not like this.
Can you go back?
Not as Neon.
Orin's right. I don't think I can now.
You could have told us at any time. Why conceal the truth?
Protocol, I didn't know if I could trust you. In my time, I worked for an organization called the Department of External Observation. The DEO was trying to make contact with extraterrestrials, so we had protocol to follow in the event of abduction. That protocol meant concealing who I was and where I was from to keep my people safe, but they're all gone. I'm alone, and I need help.
So Lodi, of course, realizes, hey, I can't go back, and things only get crazier from here. Drifter mentions info about the haul the Nine gave to him, the giant rock he pulls behind his ship. It finally seems to have a meaning.
Acting up. I don't reckon I know what to do with it, but I've got a thought. You could go so far as to call it an inkling. You've banked a lot of motes over the years. Maybe it's time to cash out.
We save some Aeonians and learn that the Vex are here too, attacking some food supplies. So we have crazy exiles who used to be friendly with the Aeonians. Now the Vex are introduced, specifically the Vex belonging to Maya Sundaresh, the conductor.
Lodi, those Vex. You need to know who controls them. Her name is Maya, the conductor. She was human once.
What's her objective?
On the surface, to return our current time to a more prosperous one. But her true motive is to reunite with her spouse.
Neither of those sound particularly sinister, but I take it it's what she's willing to do to achieve that goal.
Maya has an ability. She can control whoever she pleases. She's commanding the Vex, a normally leaderless faction, and she's even taken hold of our allies to turn them against us. If she's here, she can do anything to get what she wants.
More on the conductor and the Vex in a bit, but of course we still have Fallen to deal with. The Exiles have gotten into the progenitor ship of the Aeonians, the colony ship they used to get here. Through dialogue, it's explained that this is a massive part of their culture and technology. Kinda reminds me of the concept art we first seen when Frontiers, I guess, was announced. But if this thing blows up, it would shake the ground so much and speed up the Singularity's growth, so we have to deal with it.
There are too many problems, and all of them are connected.
You have no idea.
Lodi and Orin speak. Orin says that the Nine have plans for Lodi to become their new emissary. All of this was fate. He was pulled through time for this specific reason.
They found you so fast. My name is Orin. My name was Nasia Sawa. What do you call yourself, stranger?
Lodi, pleasure. Miss Orin, do you know something about who brought me here?
I know you will be elected to become something impossible. Your molecules have already volunteered.
I'm sorry, my molecules?
I was the emissary as you are, and will become the same. I quit, and it left me transmuted. I think if I can help you adjust, I can reclaim my mind.
Emissary for whom?
The beings in your dreams.
You know who brought me here.
It's fading for me, but I hear the singularity as well, in the distance.
Like a groan. You hear it too?
We run into the conductor soon after on Kepler, and it brings up a whole load of other questions about the collapse and the Golden Age. And Lodi has to learn the truth. Of course, he was pulled from a time before the Golden Age and collapse, so he doesn't even know that it took place, doesn't know that everyone he knew has died.
Your continued interference has been noticed.
The conductor. Even out here, anyone who stands in the way of restoring your new Golden Age ends up trampled. You're here to make things worse.
Am I? I understand our designs for the future seem mutually exclusive to you, but I have ignored the Guardians since Nessus.
What power does this Maya bear? It's hives and nausea. Whatever paracausality she wields is fundamentally rule-breaking.
You chase a villain of your own imagination. My goals are not against you. They are above you. Now, leave us.
She's still going to throw everything she has to get us out of the way. Gate Lord incoming!
So, Maya wants to return us to the Golden Age. The Ionians haven't talked about it. When was the Golden Age?
It ended centuries ago. There's reason to suspect the Ionian ancestors arrived before it began. Imagine watching the world end from the edge of the system.
Ikora, when was all this? Did the collapse happen in my time? Did my family die in an apocalypse? Or did they get to grow old and die happy? I need to know that they live a full life, even if I'm not there to see it.
How long ago? How long? When did the world end?
So many records were wiped out. We don't have an exact number. Hundreds of years ago.
They're gone. Are you kidding me? Just like that? There was an apocalypse, and it's ancient history, and that's it. I mean, didn't someone think that to etch a date in a stone or something helpful? There's no time capsules, there's no bunkers, just gone?
And I can't undo any of it.
Lodi. That would have never been possible. Surely you know this.
No. I don't know.
You're not the first person to wake up lost. I'll tell you what I tell the others. The Golden Age rose, and fell, and then so did the Dark Age. There were few of us then, and survival barely eked out. But we did. Humans live. We built a city. In time, there will be more.
There were hundreds.
I know. Can you tell me what you do remember?
What does it matter now? I'm sorry. That was... sorry. It's such a simple question, but I know. I remember stars. I used to drive out into the country to see them. As bright as they were hundreds of years ago. Oh, always used to take my breath away. Just looking up, realizing all over again how much more was out there that nobody saw. Guess the stars aren't such a wonder anymore.
out here?
There are still mysteries.
We rescue an Aeonian doctor and need to find a piece of technology belonging to her people. The Eliksni are taking the stolen tech to their Archon, and that tech turns out to be Mattermorph, one of our new abilities that allows us to move platforms around. The strangelets we collected aren't enough to get us to the third member of the Nine, 3, and it seems we need a new stable source of power. We fix a reactor and repair the Aeonian generators, and during the mission we get some crucial information from Orin. She explains that everything that has happened was because of the Nine. Not just here, but through time, the Nine have been pulling strings. The reason the Drifter is here, Lodi, and even Ikora.
Guardian, these words are not my own.
Progress. Trending and fleeting. Met with primeval victory. Set in motion to vivify. Did you play the game? Keep eyes on the field. Bank every note. Instructions given and heeded. The Drifter's Hall arriving. We hope you prepared. Help. Did you pay attention, Guardian?
I can see why you left.
I wanted my freedom back. As emissary, I knew I was signing it away, but what I got in return wasn't worth it in the end. Just when I saw through to the past, learned my own names, they scraped me out hollow. I learned the hard way liberty was more valuable than power. They can keep the kid with the nicer bosons. My freedom is worth the price. You hear that? Don't even try.
Orin, as far as I'm concerned, the Nine ignored every single one of our existential threats in recent memory. Gaul, the Hive Pantheon, the Witness. None of them warranted extra-dimensional intervention?
Oh, they intervened. You'll just never know. Everything you listed happened because the Nine allowed it.
Eyes up, Guardian. Here's the source of all the trouble.
They've wronged you, Orin. That much is clear. But their interference in the larger affairs of Sol seems minimal.
How about on your cohort? The Hall? That hideous thing dragging behind the Drifter's ship. The Nine gave it to him years ago. Didn't say what for. He tell you it's reacting to Kepler?
Yes. He was almost uncharacteristically forthcoming with that information. He's got the situation under control.
You don't understand.
I'm trying to. To be clear, I don't doubt the Nine exist, nor am I trying to minimize your struggle for freedom, Orin. You said we came to Kepler at the Nine's behest. But so far, all I've seen is a planet on the brink of annihilation unless we do something to stop this black hole. Where is the intervention?
It already happened. The Nine collected their tax. On the Drifter's Hall. On Lodi's gift. On the Guardian's calibration. On you, Ikora. We just haven't seen it yet. I'm sorry.
What about the Guardian, Orin? They've changed the fate of the universe. They chose to be here.
Each choice, right, trial, wasn't absent an organizer. Do you know you comply with instructions you don't know exist? From the moment you arrived on Kepler, you've marked coincidence after coincidence. Happenstance, serendipity. The brush of a spider web against your cheek may as well be chiseled slabs to the Nine.
There's our strangelet. Collect it now.
The likelihood of the outer orbits being knocked out of position has decreased. They appreciate that... Oh, am I finally allowed to remember something?
They're speaking to you?
They are reminding me... No, I am reminding me. The message.
Orin begins to remember some things. She's supposed to tell us a message, but the time isn't right yet. After dealing with the reactor, we bring the strangelet back to the altar and continue. Drifter mentioned the hall earlier, and at this point he's struggling to control the derelict as it's kind of being pulled towards Kepler. Orin tells us it's almost time to meet 3. The 9 contact us through Lodi and show Ikora her true past. How the 9 manipulated her life. How they killed her so she would become a guardian and lead to this very point in time.
They want to talk to you. To help you understand, both of you. Oh no, don't touch it. Sorry. I don't know what happens if you touch it.
You hold it. Guardian, get close.
Two speaks on behalf of 3, that you might grasp your necessary presence at this point in space, in time. Commander, your first step, scheduled at our hand. An intervention necessary to ensure attendance.
The 9 killed me to get me here?
From simple perspectives, the technicality. Lightbearer, thank you for your attendance with minimal interference. To you we say, vengeance required. The culprit lies within. The drifter must prepare his gift. Emissary, reveal your truth. Wake the dead. They will speak. You will listen.
Why would we listen? The 9 manipulated our lives. How far back?
Two showed me how you died. But I already knew the rest. You deserve to know the truth. I'm sorry, Miss Ray.
Now when I call you up, it's like your phone don't ring, baby. And when I see you in a crowd and call your name out loud, it's like you don't hear a thing.
What was your name?
Lewis. Agent Lewis Yarrow.
Thank you, Lewis.
How long did you know?
From the second I saw you.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because you're not her! I figured the Nine put you here to torture me. The one face I'd recognize. And she had no idea who I was. If I told you, it would be because I wanted that. Not because it would help you.
Well, you're right. It doesn't. You know that much about me, Lodi. Did the Nine kill me just to ensure I would end up here?
Yes. Maybe your body had to be in the right place for your ghost to find you?
I woke up by a tar in the desert with a flower in my hand. Ophiuchus chose me as his guardian. And every choice I made led me here.
Catastrophic intervention. That flower was an aster.
I don't want to know. Don't tell me her name. Don't tell me anything about her. She's dead.
Guardians forget their past life for a reason. Who we were is immaterial to our potential as paracausal beings. I am Ikora Rey, Warlock Vanguard. I am an accomplished scholar, pioneer Thanatonaut. I've won hundreds of Crucible matches, and I have thwarted humanity's most dire threats time and time again. The woman I saw, the woman Lodi knew, she wasn't me. I don't even know her name. Yet, I mourn her. She had a life, a vocation, a family she loved. The Nine took that from her. And for what? So they could throw the very same train that killed her at me centuries later? Sprinkle a clever little trail across Sol for us to follow? For what? I have no desire to see more of that woman's life. But I need answers. She deserves them.
So some pretty crazy connections. Lodi knew Ikora. They worked together at the Department of External Observations in Chicago. This explains how he knew who she was when they first arrived on Kepler, and because Ikora is a guardian, she doesn't remember her past lives. Orin tells us that the Vex seek the Nine. We know the conductor has some master plan at work, so that definitely can't be good. Ikora guides us through to fight them despite her feelings about her past life being revealed. The Vex are making a quarantine protocol to prevent the singularity from expanding. They even tried to assimilate the planet, controlling the flow of radiolaria, but we stopped that too. The Vex were trying to use the power of the Nine as a shield. Maya's Vex wanted their power.
Knowing the Nine can subvert our agency is bad enough. But you're saying they can predict futures the Vex can't?
The Vex find a future that suits them. The Nine engineer one through. If the Guardian dismantles it, we'll have enough Strangelet capsules to safely reach the singularity.
And Three's on the other side with our message. One step closer to an answer. One last leap of faith. If Maya can already manipulate time, why all this friction?
Unlike the Nine, they're bound by their dimension. Chronal flow applies to all. Time moves forward, never backward. I want answers too, Ikora. We're simultaneous.
You never tire of learning the same lessons. Your response is not necessary. This is not a conversation. You're only meant to listen. How readily you obey fate. A leader without agency. A discarded puppet wrapped in her wires. And the weapon. Guardian, the Nine flatter you and themselves. But my enemies do not threaten me, because I do not allow it. I command their passivity. They cannot raise their weapons.
I will drag the past to us if I must. That's her plan, isn't it? She knows the Nine can do things the Vex can't.
Precipitous moments. Her tone will change soon.
Yes, it will.
A Vex mind has the last strangelet we need to enter the Singularity and meet 3. The 9th member of the Nine speaks through Orin.
We did it. The quarantine field is failing.
We just detected a shockwave from the Singularity.
My connection is still tethered. Ikora, I'm letting 9 in. Talk to me to talk to them.
We have questions.
Commander, answers later. Bask. Perihelion around my maypole. But I do have a message for the weapon to be. Guardian, we knew salt water would evaporate. Missiles aping at solar flares would collide. Humanity was destined to burn. 3 and I, well, we looked at the Valley of Unknown Space. We saw our nature would nurture the conditions for uppercase light. Your resurrection was enabled by our hand for this purpose. Your action will end the looming horizon. For this, you were positioned, set into orbit. This and 3's message to come. Always loved warming your armor, Sunshine.
Everyone, we have the last Strangelet capsule. Guardian, we need to take this to the Altar of Relativity and get that door open.
This is it. I'm finally gonna learn why I'm here. Big moment. For all of you too, I'm sure.
I'm sure the Archon will be on the move soon now that the quarantine is down. And when he does...
Quiet. Yes, you have reached your goal and torn down my collective's quarantine. This is marginally impressive, but not beyond expectations. You are free to enter and play out your adventure. As I have said, I concluded my business there long ago. All that is left is to see if the Guardians really do make their own fate. Or if you will let the Nine puppeteer your power to their whims. Remember that it is they who manipulated you. They who spent your lives so recklessly to save themselves. They who see you as something less. All I am doing is all I have ever done. Improving a broken system. You may remain shielded. Or be drawn into a losing battle. Goodbye, Guardian.
The reactor we were at earlier is going critical, so we need to shut it down. We just fixed it earlier, but the Vex were causing some major issues. During this, Lodi begins to experience visions.
Something's wrong. 3 isn't talking. I was just flashes. Brooklyn, but everything's on fire. Is this the collapse? Oily rain? Heads tipped back. People don't know it's irradiated.
Lodi! We're running out of time!
Talk to me, please! 3, we need help! It's just showing me things. An eruption in a tundra? A bear boiling in mud? In a forest of ash? 3! The reactor is melting down! We need you to help us! Stop showing me a meteor? Talk to me! Damn it, why are you showing me this? Why won't you help?
Cut the connection! Lodi! Orin! Find cover! We're on our own.
We now come to the final mission, the message. Here is everything, the dialogue and cutscene. It's quite a lot, but then we'll talk after.
Lodi, before we get further, the woman you knew, what was her name?
Are you sure you need to know that, Ikora?
I want to know who I'm fighting for.
You're fighting for the most fearless person I know. And when we get to that god, You're going to ask them why they killed Dr. Nella Davis.
The transfer was successful. My senses are beginning to settle. I feel smaller.
Couldn't help but count while you all were calling the 9, but, where was 3?
Absent. And I remember I know why. I'm supposed to tell you something.
You have your chisel, Orin. Use it, and find us clarity. The Vex and the Singularity. Maya's goal has always been to return to the Golden Age. But a black hole won't get her there.
But maybe a member of the 9 could. She came to make a deal with 3. Trade the current age for the Golden Age?
A trade like that wouldn't be possible. The 9 can bring anything forward in time, but nothing ever goes backward. 3 would have told her as much.
Maya's echo means no isn't an answer.
This sounds like it isn't about simple refusal, though. It's a matter of physical impossibility.
When Maya spoke to us in the Gorge, she said she did what she came here to do. But we're not back in the Golden Age. What did she try to do?
The echo can compel, but it cannot force the impossible. We can't worry about this now, Guardian. We need the Archon out of the way. Then we'll deal with Maya.
The Giver must not be approached. Exiles, prevent the Deathless advance!
Whole damn flood of exiles just ran outside. Archon's not bluffing. Can't get close to whatever the hell that is. I'm taking too much fire.
No. This is how it happens, isn't it? The message is clear. I understand what was forgotten. 3 is dead.
The 9 that invited us here is dead?
I'm so sorry. It was like a block in my mind. The 9 wouldn't let me remember until now.
They brought us here to tell us something. They rearranged our entire lives. For what?
There has to be a reason. What type of message are we supposed to hear from the dead?
The end of endings has been revealed. See how the blood of the Giver feeds the Singularity.
They're using 3's body to widen the black hole. They made the Singularity. We need to hurry before we're overtaken.
Train the Giver. Devour its flesh beyond flesh, my exiles. Coast the infinite. And you, Deathless, I will cut you down long before the Singularity grows large enough to swallow you.
The Archon is the only thing between us and the answers we deserve. Bury him, Guardian.
The grand design speaks of the end, dear ones. All of this is as foretold. It is why we prepare, why we readied our bodies and conglomerated our minds.
Power's draining from the catch. That should get the Archon out into the open.
Kepler will rend into infinity as exiles return, riding the miracles of the event horizon home. Face me, weapon of the 9! This was not the path of the grand design. Incorrect, false, trickster, deathless, ruiners! Or, my exiles, we need more. Recommand the scimitars. Whatever they refine is their last. How could you? How could you take this from me? May you rend and burn for an eternity. In the Singularity's embrace.
I just had the craziest idea I've ever had in my life. What if we can wake it up? What if that's what the hall is for? Play the game. I spent years filling it with energy. The hall knows what it was made for.
3 intervened, so Drifter would bring the means to revive them. Brought Lodi to give them a voice. Summoned the weapon and myself, so we would hear their message.
I don't want to see 3 again. You were brought here to raise the dead. Bring them to life. They'll close the tear, wake them, and listen.
Orin, wait. This call is different than the others? What happens to me if they're dead?
I guess you'll find out.
Guess so. Whatever you see, don't worry about me. I was made for this. Line's open, weapon.
On your signal, hero.
You got us here, Guardian. Now get us the answers we deserve. When you're ready.
Not running from this one. As much as I'd like to. Not every day you resurrect a god.
You stand here, that I would not die alone again.
If you cannot give me what I want, what can you do?
Still I die afraid, at your sister's command.
You are a being who bends all rules. Why do you fear breaking this one?
A death ensures extinction. Listen carefully, children of my earth. To survive, you must bind the 9. It cannot be done. The weapon will do it. Strike true, weapon. Goodbye, Ambassador. Goodbye, Commander.
Come, coward.
That's a neat little trick. Thanks, friend. I'm fine. I'm dead again. Or 3 is dead again. The 9 can't exist here. Same as we can't exist in a painting.
3 said their death starts a chain reaction that leads to extinction. But if they went through all the trouble to get us here, to send a message to the children of their Earth...
Then it must be a warning, not a promise. 3 gave us instructions to prevent extinction.
Bind the 9. A dying wish to save us. We're asked to do something we're told is impossible, on threat of universal extinction. All 3 of our lives altered by the 9 to bring us here, to receive the message. Guardian, Weapon, Ambassador Lodi, and me. Vanguard commander, apparently.
And I never meant to go into politics. I still don't know what I am now. But I know I'm still me. I want to help. I want to say hello. The heavens aren't raining fire yet. All we can do is pray that 3 bought us the time we need and get to work.
It's back. The hall is back, like it never left. Take a good hard look. 9 touched. They won't let me go. We eat our hearts out trying to help, but things always get worse. That's fate. Long life just means you get a good view of the carnage.
We're not out of the game yet.
Yeah. We're in it. As pawns.
I'll go after him. We will figure this out.
Yes, ma'am. You both know my situation. This is my time now. I want to be of service. Is there a place on Earth for me?
What kind of colleague would I be to leave an agent behind?
When 3 spoke through me, I think I saw time the way they do. Flat. Like I was high up and could see my life all at once. It was hard to make out where I came from. It was so far away, but I could see where I am. I fit here. Like 3 knew I was the best agent to poach. What can I say? I bring that special something you won't find for another 1,000 years. From that vantage, way up high, I saw that I don't go back. And that someday that'll be okay. Because I'm needed here. I can be the emissary humanity needs. Create a bridge between us and the extra-dimensional suits. Bind the 9. It'll be dangerous. Sounds fun. I'm the emissary now. 2 feet in 2 worlds. Orin said first thing she did was make a new look for the role. I think she was onto something. Everyone in the future just has the worst sense of style. I'm sorry. I can't hold it in anymore. You are wonderful people, but you all look ridiculous. Anyway, if you're looking for next steps, Weapon, I've got intel on something that might interest you. The 9 found something from the old office. Thought you might be interested.
In the singularity destination of Kepler, we find the dead body of the 3rd member of the 9, 3, the one that was connected to Earth. The Archons are feeding off of its blood, and their ship is seen in the distance, trying to enter or ignite the singularity. We kill the Archon, and it turns out the Drifter's Hall was a key. All the power we've been playing Gambit with over the years was to revive 3. Kind of cool when you think about it that back in Season of the Drifter when Orin gifted this to the Drifter, that it actually had some bigger purpose than just what seemed to be Gambit at the time. 3 speaks through Lodi and tells us that a dead member of the 9 means the universe will go extinct. To fix this, the Guardian, the weapon, must bind the 9 together. Through that cutscene, it seems that the conductor encountered 3 previously. She told us earlier in the campaign that she got what she needed, so it seems that's when she might have killed 3, using the power of the Echo to try and pull it into this dimension, but as they explained, the 9 can't exist here, so it died. Drifter revived it with his ship, and that's when we learned the information through Lodi. But Lodi is the new emissary, and will work with us to fulfill this wish. 3, the Giver, is gone, but we must now make our own fate. Will we let the 9 puppet us? Will we be able to bind them together? And how will the Fate saga unfold from here? The Edge of Fate had a great story despite new gameplay changes that many didn't like. Lodi was here to help, pulled through time to help the Guardian and Ikora bind the 9, whatever that meant. The death of 3 began to have effects on Earth. The raid for the Edge of Fate was called Desert Perpetual. The conductor Maya Sundaresh discovers that the remains of 3 and the realm of the 9 contain powers beyond normal Vex understanding. So she sends her Coral Vex into the Desert Perpetual to seize and convert that power. Guardians invade the operation, destroy Korgos, and stop the first major attempt to merge the 9's dark matter reality with the Vex network. I have a full 18-minute video going more in-depth on that raid story, but that's an overview. In the wake of this new adventure, Edge of Fate's major update was called Ash and Iron. Its whole story involved the conductor Maya and how she was scouring the system for Golden Age and Warmind technology, specifically hidden in the Plague Lands and Earth. She has expanded her control of the Vex after the Edge of Fate and began pulling forces from alternate timelines to assist her agenda, even members of the Cabal from the Red War. She sent forces to the Tower, in the Plague Lands. There we found that Siva was destroyed after the events of Rise of Iron years ago. But in Golden Age facilities like Warsat bunkers, she sought Golden Age secrets. After all, that was her goal, return to the perfect Golden Age. The Guardians venture through the exotic mission and the Plague Lands to make sure that we get this technology before Maya does. And that's really the basis of what Ash and Iron was. It was called a major update, but it wasn't much story-wise.
You have chosen nothing. A dead world, an empty future bereft of any meaning.
The future is not yours to shape.
When my command is complete, it will be.
That's the machine. Destroy this, and you destroy the conductor's ability to bring Red Legionnaires into our timeline. That's a Quicksilver energy signature, one from another timeline. Take it, Guardian.
Months later, we come to the second expansion in the Fate saga called Renegades. Renegades was a continuation of the Fate saga and story, but also was Star Wars inspired. An evil Dredgen was emerging in the system. Drifter got word that the 9 might have been involved with constructing a new Cabal army called the Barrent Imperium. The Guardian and a crew begin to check things out. Renegades begins 2 months after the events of the Edge of Fate. The Vanguard has hidden this prophecy from the people of the city. Earth is experiencing changes because of 3's death, and the Drifter now sees new connections between the 9 and something else happening in the solar system. The 9 showed him a vision, and it was terrifying. Next to that, there's a new Cabal army rising way too fast. The Vanguard won't sanction any mission, so Drifter forms a crew to take on this challenge for himself. You have Ido, Drifter's partner Eris Morn, Anur, a warlock of the Praxic Order who were all about the use of light in the past and no darkness. She investigated Drifter and his con games for years. Drifter's ghost is there named Blue, who can't speak after saving him years ago. They kind of hate each other. And of course, you have the Guardian. The campaign opens with the crew stealing an encrypted disk. a disk that has valuable information on the Barrent Imperium. The Imperium chases the crew in their massive starship and pull the drifter ship inside of it with a tractor beam. The voice of Premier Loom echoes over the loudspeaker as he announces he and Dredgen Bale's arrival. Loom is the head of the Imperium Cabal. Dredgen Bale is an evil villain with ties to Drifter's past. They board Drifter's ship and freeze the Drifter in some sort of stasis.
Hide yourselves. We're not done fighting yet, Ido.
Surrender to the Barrent Imperium. You're wanted by Dredgen Bale.
Now who's using that name? Get moving, will you?
So long for this. Dredgen Hope.
In the first mission, Anur, Eris, and Ido talk to us as we fight through the ship, making our way to where Drifter was held. We learn some fun facts, like the name of the Cabal species is actually the Barrent. We travel through a trash compactor, and finally reach the detention facility. We get some info pretty early on that Dredgen Bale and Six, the member of the Nine tied to Saturn, are clearly connected somehow.
I thought I left the Dredgens behind. This Lightbearer, his name's Bale. Dredgen Bale. I don't know why they're showing me something I thought I buried, but I was right. The Nine ain't done with us.
Did you come for Dredgen Hope? Or for me? The singularity of Kepler was to be the deliverance of the Outer Nine. Your clotted, spilled blood denied our liberation. Know this false weapon. In every future, you are a jailer.
How? This is the soul of a celestial body. One of the Nine. They are speaking without the emissary.
We find the Drifter and escort his stasis block back to Drifter's ship in the hangar. Just as we get him inside, Anur tells us to fire up the engines as she has a standoff with Dredgen Bale.
Oh, damn. Lost a little skin there. Thanks for the save, hero. Thought I was gonna end up chilling drinks for the Imperium. Bale, hey, can you get my left leg? It's falling asleep in here. Okay, fine. You talk like the emissary talks. It can't be the Nine, and that's why it has to be. No, I'm not gonna ditch you for him. Can't you have a little faith? Knock that off. Just tell Anur to hurry up and disable that tractor beam so we can blow this fuel depot.
What is that?
Dredgen Bale.
Start the engines. Take off as soon as you can.
The Drifter belongs with us. It's in his nature. He has so much to teach.
He isn't the mentor you want. The Drifter left your cult long ago. I can tell you're new blood, untrained. Does Drudgenvale know you mock his name?
Not mockery. Continuity. I carry the mantle now. And I know you, Elnor. You're a Praxic warlock. You crave justice. Why die for a criminal?
The more you push to keep him, the more I'm inclined to resist. You follow in the footsteps of Guardian killers. Why do you hate your own kind so much?
No more questions.
As you wish.
Back in the city, Zavala speaks, which was kinda nice to hear. He realizes there is this new threat out there we're fighting, but the Vanguard don't really want anything to do with it. They are focused on the prophecy itself, concealing it, trying to figure out how to stop it. They can't focus on these other missions. So instead, we travel to Tharsis Outpost to get help in our next steps. We have this Imperium disk, but we need the local crime syndicates to help us figure out what's on it. This information is super important, and Drifter shows us the vision the Nine implanted within him when he was captured.
We'll get you set up on building a reputation for yourself out here on Tharsis, gaining leverage on the local miscreants. But as the Nine weapon, there's something you gotta know first. I know I sold you on this job as a scam on the Imperium, but you heard on that ship what I've known all along. The Nine are back in the Imperium at the top. They surprised me with that junior dredging, but they're pulling his strings too. I've had the same nightmare since Kepler. A vision that runs and smells and tastes on repeat every time I close my eyes. And in my heart, I know the threat. If I don't do it, they hurt her. Back on that ship, Bale knew me as a dredgen. Heard stories of the sad old days and wanted a close-up look. Thought that was all there was to connect us. But there's more. A couple months ago, I had this vision. Didn't know if I was cracking up or what. Because when I came to, I tasted granite and battery acid. And I knew it came from the Nine. Today, that same voice spoke through Bale. Never gonna get that taste out of my mouth. Just listen before you judge, all right? They told me
Attend my exegesis. Eschaton is coming. I am informing you of your path because futurity dictates now is when you are informed. Little mannequin of flesh and fear, not made to see your end. The outer perspective widens. We know your binary option. We know the zero you choose. You will relinquish your insupportable burden and know peace. You will join the shadow, raise his tools against what wronged you. Banish the light. Save yourself from forever. Blinded, small thing. Freedom lives in the foreordained. One heart within your body. One without. Chains that bind your fate. Break them. Be free, or the maze door opens needlessly to deep, grieved death.
So Dredgen Bale has evil intentions. Six speaks through him and has some sort of master plan. The outer members of the Nine have a clear goal. The vision that the Drifters saw told him to join Dredgen Bale and banish the light, become the new leader of the Barrent Imperium, and destroy the city and its guardians. The information on the disc was uploaded to Drifter's ghost Blue, and because Blue can't speak, we can't figure out the info we need. So with the Spider, we enter the lawless frontier to track a courier for him to get the ghost parts we need to repair Blue. There are 3 crime syndicates in Tharsis. You will work with each of them at some point, but also backstab others when needed, so you'll fight them in the field too. Back in Tharsis, we have the parts we need and we fix Blue, finally allowing her to speak. Turns out she's really angry at the Drifter, has a pretty cool accent, and we also get our next goals.
Did it work?
You doorknob! You lousy, awful, stupid, waste of light, bottom-feeding leech!
Hello to you too.
Are you disloyal, coin-flipping, ghost-ditching, scraggly beard two-timer? If you had a mom, she wouldn't call you! Oh, and the only time you're sincere is when you're asking for money! And your headband makes you look like a line cook!
Guardian, thank you for fixing my ghost. This is Blue. Named her because of that sunny personality.
Bite me! I need to talk to the Guardian. With my voice. That was healing. Drifter and I have a complicated relationship. Scratch that, it's not complicated. He's a flake. No, worse than a flake. He's a scoundrel. That data he stole wasn't any old data. It was plans for a superweapon. Nightfall Station. No idea on its payload. Drifter's sure the Imperium's connected to the Nine. And I think he's right. This tech, it's impossible. And that vision he showed you, it has him shook. Me too. Now he's shut away from me, from Ido, from Arnor, which I get. And Eris. One person he let in. Watch him. I gave up my voice to save the Drifter once. I'm through keeping my mouth shut.
Drifter says he might have to do something crazy. He might have to willingly submit to Bale, act like he's a part of his crew to learn some more information. You know, Dredgens working with Dredgens. While Blue takes some time to sift through what she can about the encrypted disk, the Guardian continues their missions. We head to Venus to do a job with the Pikers, the first syndicate. They are a group of Eliksni atheists, and for them we take down a bounty target. Meanwhile, Eris and Drifter pick up a 9 signature out in orbit of Mars, and it's really powerful. This is not good. The Imperium seem to be up to something.
Whoa. You picked that up on the Vanguard sats? Some kind of high-yield energy emission.
Something near Mars, but away from orbit. Their signature is of the 9.
We learn they appear to be experimenting with anti-light tech, building some sort of superweapon called the Nightfall Station. The Guardian heads in to do some demolition to one of the test sites for this weapon to try and learn some more. In this mission, Anur and Zavala speak, have some butting head ideals, like how Anur doesn't like that the prophecy is being held from the people of the city.
Your ride's heading out to you. We'll get you out.
I guess I'm feeling nostalgic, whether I wanted it or not. And I really have a spare moment. Those early strikes on the Martian frontier were a highlight of my career, Guardian. Just wanted you to know.
Drifter has an idea on how to break open the info in the disk and get more info on the Nightfall Station's superweapon. On Mars, Spider says he's got a deal for us that can get us behind Imperium firewalls. If we clear out an outpost for him, he'll give us a shank that can hack certain systems.
The code in here is wicked, real anti-Guardian. Got light deadfalls everywhere. The Pikers didn't write this.
Of course not. They stole it from the young Empress Kydal.
Wait, we're allies. Why would Kydal have anti-ghost encryption?
Contingencies, my dear. No, there is an outpost across the basin. The Pikers want it. Clear it out, and the shank is yours. One last thing. It's a totality division post. Make sure none of your new friends survive to rat you out.
That's it. All right, deploying the shank.
If everyone involved in this transaction is on the level, this shank should splice the Imperium data terminals for us and get us their plans quick.
We fight through Mars in walkers, get some information about the Nightfall Station on the way. And in the end, Spider dips as he normally does, as we try to defend his barge from enemies. But in the end, there's too many explosions and it crashes into the sands of Mars.
All right, I've got the first tranche of data. Reviewing it now. Anti-baryonic scoops, infalling density reservoirs, large-scale super annealing. These are plans for a colossal dark matter projector, a system that uses the same energy as the 9. Zavala was right. They're building a weapon. Just received another data packet from the shank. A moment. The nearly functional prototype is on a ship. Imperium registry. Bahaghari, pull it up on our scopes.
Wait, that's the ship Eris and I saw bleeding 9 energy. It's headed into Mars's orbit.
Stopping that ship just became our first priority.
The Pikers are trying to cover their tracks.
Very ugly business, but it's you and them.
Save my ship, and I will give you Mars.
Spider isn't here. He ran. Well, weapons free.
The Imperium is transmitting bombs onto the barge. Defuse them. No. You know what? No way. Too many. Just get out of there.
Look, Spider's barge is gone. Nothing we can do about it now. Let's go, Guardian.
But we did get the shank we needed, info from the disk. Now Drifter is making his big move. He takes the derelict into orbit to go and meet with Dredge and Bale, join his side so to speak. Back in Tharsis, Blue tells the Guardian to get our ship and go after him, so we do. But during this moment, the Imperium test fires their superweapon on Tharsis outpost. A superweapon that unleashes a wave of eclipse energy. Energy that suffocates light and maybe darkness too. So every Guardian in Tharsis dies, reduced to an empty shell.
Hey! Have you lost your mind?
We both know I've done worse, Blue. Sorry, Fire Team. I need Bale to trust me. He's just a kid. And a Guardian is a terrible thing to waste.
Agents of the Last City, welcome back to Mars. We've ended the lives of dozens of Guardians and Ghosts on Tharsis. Nightfall has nullified their light. And only hollow shells remain. The 13th understanding in the 7th Book of Sorrow states that to rend one's enemies is to see them not as equals, but objects, hollow of spirit and meaning. Nightfall does it gladly. But we won't stop with Tharsis, no. Nightfall is coming for the Last City. The time of Guardians as shepherds of humanity is over. We were supposed to protect the people, not rule them. The Vanguard must evacuate the city, or be eradicated when Nightfall fills your sky.
I didn't understand what was happening at first. All those Guardians and Ghosts.
Dozens of casualties, every one of them irreplaceable. And Drifter has disappeared without a trace.
That lowlife always cuts and runs. We can't rely on him.
It was all so normal. But then, that horrible light. How many Guardians would those ghosts have found? How many people would they have saved? Bale was right there, and all I could do was hide.
For now, we should focus on stopping Bale. The city is his next target. The Vanguard will be focused on preparing for an extinction-level event. In the meantime, we have leads to follow. Guardian, we need you ready.
Drifter's running a Bale. Thinks his vision is saying Eris will die if he doesn't. As if we can't change that. I'm through trying to stop his foolishness. He can chase the 9 without me.
Drifter's ghost Blue cuts him off. Drifter is with Bale now, acting as if he's part of his crew. The Drifter contacts Lodi to learn more about Bale's superweapon. It has connections to the 9, only they could have given Bale this kind of tech. They contact 6 and want to know why, or what it is it's doing with Dredge and Bale in the first place. What is 6's plan?
I suspected we needed 6. The last emissary to channel them was Zur, and, well, it left him changed.
The emissary and I opened the connection. I invoke you, 6, to answer for transgression.
The outer 9 are difficult to translate. They aren't like the 9 we can have a conversation with. 6 is alien.
Abject disinterest. Invocations absent of purpose.
I inquired his involvement with Dredge and Bale.
Audience is not devoid of charge.
I could feel myself losing hold on reality. 6 pushed me down.
Enough! Tell us of your intentions with Dredge and Bale.
I have a message for the weapon.
You, Guardian.
A weapon is requisite. In the distant future, we set about selection by right and by trial. A weapon was chosen, not by all, not by me. The Outer loose a more compliant tool. A weapon the Outer command, your dredging. Its knees bent and rings kissed. We gifted Bale the station core. With 3's death, protection negated. Prophecy is certainty. Our liberation demands causation. Volition does not exist. You will smear Bale into unrecognizable meat. For continued alignment, the Outer thank you, weapon.
We tried to hold them in place.
But his strength was too great. 6 departed, but left us with what you must know. The Outer 9 have crafted your shadow.
So 6 said a weapon is needed in the future. In Edge of Fate, we know that the members of the 9 voted that the Guardian become the weapon of the 9, which is true. But 6 followed another path beyond that vote, wanted another tool. And that tool is, of course, Dredge and Bale. 6 and the Outers gifted Bale the dark matter core for their super weapon, and the weapon, the Guardian, is foretold to end Bale. Anur tells Drifter to do what he's always done on missions. At this moment in the campaign, Drifter's all confused. He's like, I'm following the vision of the 9, but I don't know what the heck to do next. It tells me I either have to lead the Imperium or Eris Morn dies, but I don't know what to do. Anur says, do what you've always done. Con them. Trick Bale and the Imperium. The Nightfall station isn't finished yet, but when it is, they'll be able to target any location from anywhere. We require an Imperium shuttle to board the Nightfall station. To get one, we work with the Tharsis Reformation Vex, independent Vex who love to gamble and were freed from the Conductor's new army. We head to Europa, and in this mission, Zavala and Bale have conversations to learn more about Bale. Bale is devout to 6, sees his fate, but there is a great cost. He feels so much pain because of this fate. 6 and Bale built this superweapon for a reason. The 9, or specifically 6 and the Outers, want to open a portal to escape their confines. The Kepler Singularity in the Edge of Fate was the first attempt. The next attempt is using Nightfall Station to kill enough Lightbearers to generate enough power to open said portal. Bale refers to Six as the alchemist behind these plans. We steal the cargo which has information to the shuttle logs.
At last. Commander, you know all new lights, do you not? Of the ones I slaughtered, who are you closest to?
There is nothing human of you left. Cease operations, or the Vanguard will annihilate the Imperium.
No. Weapon, you know what it means to be chosen. You understand. Maybe you don't. Being a vessel means being in constant pain. The pain is proof I am needed. I'm proud of the fate that was chosen for me. But the cost... Weapon, what's been taken from you? You can't remember, can you? The light erases the good with the bad. You'll never know. The Nine take from me. The Traveler took from you. At least my partnership with Six is temporary. Perhaps yours is too. Enough of the old man whispering in your ear. It's just us. Tell me what it's like to kill a god. To feel the life force of an all-powerful being drained by your own hand. You've done it so many times. Does it lose its luster after a while? Or does it transmute, shift from one all-powerful being to another? What you saw at Tharsis was a demonstration of eclipse energy. It negates paracausal power completely. A perfect, targeted, bloodless kill. And each light bearer's death is an offering to something greater than myself.
You speak of tithes. Who do you tithe to?
I am the hand which pens the book of the alchemist. I tithe to Six of the Nine, and he rewards me with strength. This is what Six learned from the King's Echo drifting among his rings. With enough strength, Six can carve a doorway and be liberated at last.
Bale is practicing sword logic in service to one of the outer orbits. This complicates our mission to bind the Nine. I need to speak to Ikora and the emissary. Good work here, Guardian. Our situation is dire, but this information gets us closer to stopping Bale.
Back on Europa, we enter a hidden Imperium base to steal the shuttle we need. We also get some background information on the Imperium itself, like its creation with Loom and Bale, some of their backstories.
I called up some of my sources. Listen to this. The shuttle was a Barrett prototype presented at a design conference in the last city. And our premier Loom matches records of a Brachus Loom. Keitel says he vanished with a squadron 3 years ago.
So, Loom took troops and prototype tech with him, and Six gave them more time, maybe decades, to build the Imperium.
I've got another bit of helpful news. I had my people look closer to home, and they finally got a lead. Bale's got half a dozen false identities in the city. He's been getting supplies from the Tex Mechanica foundry. I think it's time the Vanguard had a nice sit-down chat with him.
We head out to steal access codes from Eliksni splicers of the Pikers. On Venus, Drifter, who's with Bale at this point, patches Lodi into the call to contact Bale. Lodi would work his magic to get more information out of him. Bale is connected to Six, feels pain from Six. He wants to know how Lodi does it as the emissary. Why doesn't Lodi feel the pain he does?
Hey, Dredgen. I hooked an emissary on the line. All 3 of us Nine touched, but they've got a special hold on Lodi. He's one of us.
Hello. You can call me Lodi if you want.
Look, you have no reason to trust me, but I had to reach out. I've been in your shoes, and so is Dredge and Hope. What the Nine put us through can be frightening, isolating.
A vessel for so many. How are you still alive? I've lost too much of myself. So many pieces. My liver, the flesh of my face, what I've lost, he replaces with metal.
What element?
How do I focus on that through the pain? Right now, I'm on Venus 2 weeks ago and here, now, at the station.
I lose myself across time. The station makes sense, but what's on Venus?
The important places get stuck. I keep coming back. Here. They're connected.
The important places do get stuck, don't they? I find that useful to ground myself if I'm adrift too long. What's it like in the other now, 2 weeks ago?
It isn't important to me. I keep getting me mixed up with 6. Everything's blurred. They took me to Venus to flip a switch, to turn on a shield generator. Is channeling the Nine painful for you?
You weren't made to be a vessel.
No. 6 chose me. I'm a weapon. What do you mean you don't? That's impossible. What do you mean you're fine?
I haven't lost what you've lost. There wasn't supposed to be a second weapon. 6 is using you, Bale.
I'm sorry.
You can be sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean you're fine?
So we get the clearance code, but we go on sort of a side mission with Anur. She's interested in your Guardian's abilities. She sees that you are capable. She also realizes that the Praxic Order needs to change. The ideals of just believing in the light of the past doesn't seem to work anymore. Guardians wield both sides of powers for good and just reasons now. So the Praxic Order needs to change, and you can forge this path together. Anur will guide you to forge your own Praxic blade. The mission takes us to this artifact of darkness sealed away in a Praxic vault. We see the same path Bale followed to get his blade, the place where 6 met him and manipulated him in the first place. Bale can't believe that he wasn't chosen to be the weapon. We learn that the Praxic Order basically created Bale accidentally. They would secretly store and experiment on these dark artifacts in their vaults. And because of that, they opened a channel that allowed 6 of the 9 to possess a Lightbearer inside, turning Bale into the Outer Member's new weapon. The Praxic Order's craze to control darkness without understanding it backfired big time.
The Praxic Order maintains vaults throughout the system to purify or lock away dangerous artifacts of darkness. Only Praxics who've earned a Cormorant seal are allowed entry. An undecorated rookie waltzing in? They'd say you're one of a kind, but it looks like an intruder's preceded us. We're here to claim your blade, and we've walked into a crime scene. I thought I understood your methods, Anur. You are uprooting Praxic tradition. Tradition should change for the right reasons. Time for your first test, Guardian.
I don't know what you're saying. My blood, it's boiling! Stop! Please! Through every plane, a champion is perceived!
That's the end of the security log. Everything after this is glitched out. Bale met 6 here. The Order's habits of secrecy enabled this. Our belief in our own judgment. There'd be no Tharsis Ghost massacre without this vault. We would be on Earth helping the Vanguard without this vault, Mahal. Morn. You're right. we can still arm the Guardian with a Praxic blade, forged in Bale's shadow. A weapon for a weapon.
Weapon. Praxic. Witch. I know no one in the system cares what happens to me. Least of all you. But I spoke with your emissary and I need to know. Tell me if I'm not meant to be a weapon.
The Guardian can confirm it. Our records state from the Council witnessed on Kepler that they voted for the weapon. And it's the Guardian. I hope Six hasn't killed your ghost already. Because Six used you. And he doesn't plan on leaving until you're dead.
You're wrong. This is temporary. We made a deal. Six will honor it. He has to.
You wretched soul, realizing you're not in control. The Nine abide nothing but their own rules.
Six's fire inside me, filling my lungs with smoke, white-hot pressure behind my eyes. Burning and pressing down until there's nothing left under my skin but charcoal. But I don't die. I'm a hollowed-out vessel for something else. Forever. Is that all I am to Six? Why do you get to walk away from this weapon? Why you and not me? I know you look down on me, Praxic. I can feel it. Your superiority complex tastes like corroded lead. It's burned into my tongue.
You were not meant for this role. It is why you are suffering.
I will not be pitied. I chose Six. I let him make me stronger, and it will be worth it. It has to be worth it. I am not a victim. I know the price. I am recognized by a giant. My sacrifices made me strong. So, why am I in agony? I thought the pain had a purpose, but it's just a consequence. And I have my answer. This is all there is.
Bale could never be a Praxic. We forge our blades from our inmost light. They're reflections of who we are. Know this, Guardian. You and your blade are a force for good, balanced between light and darkness. And our Order's very first hunter.
There's no way out for you either. It can't just be me. I can't be alone in this. Hope will understand.
Superb blade work, Guardian. You've taken your first steps towards Praxic dogma. For whatever the hell that's worth. It seems the Order that we created Bale in the first place. Your methods armed Bale. Help us finish him. Of course I will. I just didn't think that your zealous Order could make a mistake. That hoarding what you claim to denounce would cost humanity? We were doing what we thought we had to protect the city. So were all of us, utilizing the darkness against the enemies of humanity, while you excoriated us for it. I need to meditate on this. Guardian, there is no dredgen your blade can't cut. It's a reflection of you. Today, I'm not proud of myself or my Order. Perhaps you can help us change.
The next step was for us to get Imperium uniforms for the Totality Division, so they could infiltrate the ship with us aboard the shuttle and sneak behind enemy lines as we enter. We battled to a firebase on Venus to destroy the shield generator of Nightfall Station, allowing us to breach the station itself. Anor briefs the Guardian on the mission, and Blue, who had grudges against Drifter for most of this campaign, is coming around a little bit. She wants to help her Guardian.
Are we friends, Hope?
Of course we are.
I've been having doubts about sex.
You know, the last emissary walked out on the 9. Took some doing, but she got there in the end.
I'm not an emissary, though. I'm nothing to the 9 but a broken weapon.
Let's stealth out the window. Go on, Guardian. Ambush them back.
They passed the test. Now we wait for them to get here.
Hey, just enough time for a chat between friends.
Exactly what I was going to say to you. A few details to settle, and your fate is achieved. Perhaps we don't need 6 to retake the city. We could do it, just the 2 of us. I will be my own weapon. We have everything we need to fix what the Vanguard destroyed. We will free the people of the city from an immortal dictatorship. We choose who leads us, no one else. 6 is near. I'm sick of his agony. What more do you want from me?
You can resist him, Bale. If you want freedom, you can take it.
One stubborn mess of a ghost. Damn it, this is what I get. Icing out my Guardian.
You got there in the end. Why dwell on it?
Because he's only that honest when he's pulling the wool over someone's eyes. Why didn't I talk to him?
Oh, you had your reasons. You're not the only one who gets fed up with him.
Precious and chosen weapon. Look what you have made. See down the valley of time how you shifted fate itself. With Hope's allegiance, you alone have guaranteed liberation. I did it. The city will be free of the light. Free to make its own choices. Yes, brave weapon. I see your curiosity. I see your perseverance. I feel pride. You're proud. Thank you. Thank you. Hope, we do this now. We will retake our home and tie to our benefactor in gratitude. Every light will be smothered and every ghost obliterated. Finally, we are needed. I know my purpose now. Show me I'm not alone in this dredge and hope, no matter what happens.
Anything you want. Tell 6 I got my head around the vision he gave me. I know what path I'm gonna take.
I knew you would.
Our shank way of entering the command center doesn't work, so Drifter tells us to enter, disable the shield, and walk in with our weapons on the ground. In Bale's eyes, in this confrontation, when the Drifter ends the weapon, the Guardian, the Drifter's vision would be fulfilled. He would be the one to lead the Imperium, or so he believes. But in this cutscene, Drifter enacts his own con plan and tries to take out Bale instead. Bale escapes.
Think something nice next time you see Rao. Her crew's disguises are perfect. Shut off the generator, and Nightfall Station's shields come tumbling down. Go on. Drifter knows what he's doing. I think.
Are you done, Hope? All stands ready for the weapon.
Yeah, weapons on their way. We're all in this together now.
6. I am yours. Bend your head for the crown, or bend it in grief. You are called to your service eternal.
Understood.
You've done well. Finish it. And the Imperium is yours to lead.
Cool it, kid. They'll get everything that's coming to them. I need you, Blue.
You always do. You sold us out, you wretch. Why now?
Survival. Only one play left.
I've saved your sorry ass so many times. This is how it ends.
I got no choice.
Please don't do this! I can still help you!
You already have.
I chose you. And this is how you repay me?
Never trust a Trajan.
Get me out of here!
Where's your ghost, kid? Where's your ghost? Where's your ghost? When I kicked this gig off, I had a fear. I knew the Nine were behind Bale and the Imperium. Thought I'd do the scoundrel thing and leap before I look. Pull the rest of y'all with me. I let the hook set and didn't fight it. Thought it would be easier to let fate drag me along as well.
Getting a little shaggy dog, Drifter.
I hurt you, Blue.
Yeah, you did. I won't forget that. Let's clean this up first.
Take it away, Blue.
Loom's flagship is in orbit around the Nightfall Station. We're gonna hit it first. 2 birds, 1 stone. I'll take shotgun with the Guardian.
Woo! Pinching me that quick?
No, you're a ride. We're finishing this together.
Right. Together.
So we get some crazy intel in that cinematic. It turns out that Bale isn't a Guardian at all. He's actually just a normal human. His dad is a part of the Tex Mechanica weapon foundry in the city. So Bale is just a mortal dude, but was empowered by the Nine in this Imperium technology. Now don't get it twisted, he's still quite dangerous. You saw him take on lightsaber battles against Anur, who's an actual Guardian. But all of this does make sense for his story. He hates that the city is ruled by immortals who weren't elected. He himself is not immortal. In the final mission, we have a couple of tasks. First up, we hit Loom's flagship. In a brig, we rain down rockets and projectiles, destroying every enemy in our path. Loom speaks as we fight to his flight deck. He teleports away, but we crash his ship.
A legion directed by a lightless kid. I can't get over it. Bill's not a guardian. He's just a punk with a gun. At first, I wondered if he lost his ghost, like Eris or Zavala. But his hate for them makes me doubt it. He's a planet killer. Bale brought hell to Mars and wants to do the same on Earth. And we made him. Let's hustle! Find a way to get these lasers down. If you run into Bale out there, make sure you do what Drifter couldn't. Bale's no Dark Guardian. He's just a man. Finish this.
Opposed weapon. Dredgen, you and the coward Hope are pretenders to the name. You intend to be an agent against prophecy, a razor to cut fate from its divine course. You are an object, nothing more.
Scion's got the ship locked down. I can't take control from here. Backtrack. We can take the main lift to the bridge. We'll face Loom directly. Imperium priority channel is howling. Catching you.
The inner's weapon approaches. Dredgen, I offer you tribute to eclipse the sun. Allow me to face them. Allow me this gift. Go, Loom. Kill them. Rise, weapon. Rise, thing. I offer you this charity. A place in my legend. Eclipse is anathema to you, but it fuels my cuirass. With it, I will crush you. You and Bale deserve each other. You will fight forever. Though you are immortal, you will find the Celestial Master has made him difficult to kill. Our Empress no longer provides. You and that Earthborn Awoken have seen to that. Your people have taken root inside us and rotted us from within.
You've got him on the ropes. Here until you need me, Blue. You got my number?
I got your number. Got you on speed dial. And, thanks. Thank you. You know, for apologizing.
Alright, buckle up, Ace. Sending you the Sparrow now.
Heading out on a flying Sparrow-like vehicle, we board the Nightfall station and race to the center where the core is located. We damage it and escape just in time. Drifter and Anur battle Bale out in space, and the Nightfall station is destroyed.
It's a straight shot to the weapon core at the end of the trench.
You won this moment, weapon. Enjoy your triumph. Glory delayed will be twice the sweeter when harvested. You will fall the next time we meet.
Stasis walls ahead. Where are those coming from?
That's Bale above. Keep it moving. I'll deal with them.
No! Stay in orbit. If you get hit,
We're all dead. Pull and anchors, keep the Nightfall weapon stable. Blow them up. No weapon, no power. That'll put those 9 in one hell of a bind. Right, Drifter?
Blue? Blue!
I'm here, D. Still with ya.
Eclipse energy is spiking. The weapon is preparing to fire. Blue, can you get through to the Drifter?
No. Nothing. It's okay. He'll be there. There's our exit, Ace. Let's go! Tight, hero. Ah, damn it. I'm reading multiple engine signatures.
Hope you're comfy in the trunk, Guardian. Only room for me and Blue up here. Couldn't let you hog all the glory.
Is the weapon ready? Energy levels are fluctuating. Will it fire? Yes, Lord Mail. And the Vanguard had its chance. Now we liberate Palace City.
You don't have to do this, kid.
You show me that I do. I'll walk this path alone.
We have you. Take him.
Thanks, Fire Team.
Don't thank us yet. The Vanguard wants to talk.
The Vanguard have dropped all charges against you. But there's still a debt to pay.
Yeah. But them too. I know I played it reckless. But cozying up to Baal was the best way to protect the crew. Kind of plan that makes sense when it's just me on my own. Less so when there's other folks. When there's you.
You were never at risk of losing yourself to the Nine.
I know.
Nevertheless, Dredgen Baal remains on the loose. Dark Guardian cells across the system are resurgent.
Yeah. Dredgen Vale's still out there too. There'll be a reckoning when new meet's old. The system caught in between.
And what will you do about it?
I'm not sure what our hero's thinking these days, but the Vanguard and I are done. I'm lucky they're letting me keep Gambit. Blue and I had a heart-to-heart. Pretty much ordered me to get out there and clean up my own mess. For once.
So I reckon I'll go hunt me some dredgens. And deal with 6 and the 9 as they come.
A worthy pursuit. Here. To replace what you lost. A token to remind you that wherever you are, you have a home to come back to and a fire team to welcome you.
So there you have the campaign of Renegades. The crew destroyed the Nightfall station. Bale and Loom are still out there, and Drifter even mentions Dredgen Vale, which is kind of cool. That's Shin Malphur. Meanwhile, Drifter will take a backseat from city affairs for a while, hunt Dredgens instead, and maybe pop up when he's needed with the 9. Anur and the Guardian's bond strengthens as she grants us the Cormorant Seal and entry into the Praxic Order. Renegades picks up 2 months after the Edge of Fate, where the death of 3, one of the 9, has destabilized Earth and left behind a prophecy: bind the 9 or face universal extinction. As the Vanguard hides this truth, the Drifter forms a rogue crew, including Ido, Eris Morn, and Anur to investigate strange new threats. They steal an encrypted Imperium disk, only to face Premier Loom and Dredgen Bale, a sinister figure tied to the Drifter's past. As the team unveils the secrets of this disk, they uncover Bale's alliance with 6 of the 9, and a devastating superweapon called Nightfall Station, designed to extinguish light itself and open a portal for the outer members of the 9 once powered by all of those deaths. Through missions across Mars, Venus, Europa, and Tharsis, the crew battles the Imperium and rival syndicates, infiltrates enemy strongholds, and learns that Bale was once a mortal corrupted by the Praxic Order's experiments with darkness. In the end, Drifter deceives Bale. The Guardian helps destroy Nightfall Station, and the team halts the 9's plans for now. Bale and Loom survive, and the Drifter retreats from city politics as the Guardian earns a place in the Praxic Order, setting the stage for some darker conflicts to come. Renegades had a dungeon and a bunch of lore taps. Basically, Bale and Loom still live. Evil Dredgens were rising around the system, and 6 was on a path to ascension. We were supposed to get a major update called Shadow and Order in March, kind of like Edge of Fate had Ash and Iron. Shadow and Order would have expanded upon the story of Renegades, but as you probably know, Bungie decided to cancel development and give us one last major update. This was sad because this new Saga story had some interesting moments and characters. We even had 2 more codenamed DLCs in the Shattered Cycle, which was going to take us to Old Chicago, and the Alchemist was supposed to come after that. But the final update is called Monument of Triumph, and it does have some story threads to leave things in interesting places and close off other beats. I'm sure Bungie made some content for this update specifically, but we can assume that most of it came from that planned Shadow and Order for March, and also some of the future DLC content, like some of the weapons, sort of all packaged together and thrown into this update. So knowing that, let's talk about the end of Destiny 2's story. Monument of Triumph has basic lore you play through and learn through dialogue for some characters, and also lore cards that have crazy reveals. When you jump into the update, you will be greeted by Ikora and Lodi at the tower. Both of them speak about recent events and the Traveler's return.
Guardian,
You and I know better than most that nothing is simple or easy when it comes to the Nine. It has been harrowing to watch our planet, our home, unravel from the inside out after Three's death. The laws of physics no longer abide. Weather patterns, food supplies, every aspect of life on Earth has been affected. But now, the Traveler has nestled above the last city once again. What was unraveling is suddenly stabilizing. Correlation does not impart causation. Is it opposing the Nine? Easing our pain? Or simply embracing us in shared grief? It doesn't matter. I can finally draw a full breath again. All we can do now is what Guardians do best. Protect the people of Sol. Earth may yet heal. And that's something worth celebrating.
Hey there, Guardian. I've been having a hoot exploring the last city. The people are welcoming, the food is great, and boy, do they hold you in high regard. On Kepler, you were just my friend. Another alien like me, but here, you're kind of a big deal. I feel like I should salute you. As kind as everyone has been, I can tell the prophecy is still on their minds. And with good reason. The Hidden report eclipse-powered forces appearing across the system. The Outer Nine at work, undermining our reality. They're dead set on escaping Sol no matter the cost. And if they degrade the integrity of our space-time enough, they could do it. We need to shut down those invading forces. I hate to put yet another crisis on your plate, but this is something that only you can handle. We'll eventually have to face the Outers as weapon and emissary. But until then, we're both exactly where we need to be. On the front lines. Where it counts.
So it's left open as a mystery. This is likely for development ending reasons clearly, but it does leave things in a spot that could be picked up from in the future. The Nine are still a massive threat, trying to escape reality, especially those Outers. The Traveler has returned, maybe to heal, maybe to protect once more. Remnants of the Nine's damage is seen throughout the system on various worlds, distortions that tear reality, that make enemies stronger. We also unlock a cutscene which is very emotional. Zavala interacts with your Guardian and officially steps down as commander of the Vanguard, giving the position to Ikora Rey, just as prophesized back on Kepler.
It's quiet tonight. Peaceful. For centuries, that's been my purpose. To keep this city and see it at peace. Iron rusts. Shields crack. You bend to your purpose. You contort to carry it. And forget that you were upright before. I forgot I could look beyond my own feet. Beyond one step at a time. Duty bound and bent me. But it made me. If I set that burden down, I no longer exist. Do you understand? I am, right now. My burden made me, but it didn't make me lonely. Zephyr. Hakim. Cade. Amanda. Taj. Every loss. Every friend etched across my heart. Ikora. You. Every Guardian whose trust I commanded. And that remains. In the absence of duty, that is what makes me. Thank you for walking with me all these years, for carrying this burden with me. You make me proud. I have only one life left, Guardian. I am afraid. But I continue. I live.
Zavala, Guardian, what's...
It's time, Ikora. Before you and the Guardian, I formally renounce my title and post. Ikora, the Vanguard is yours. There is no one else I would want to take up this burden.
I've known since Kepler. 3 called me Commander. A mistake, a confusion of time. It was always going to be like this, wasn't it?
You must say yes, Ikora. Or it doesn't happen.
I told you, I already have.
It's a nice evening. And there is much to do. But join me. As friends, not colleagues. For a little while before I go.
Nothing ever stays the same, does it? What do you think is in our future?
That's for us to decide. Together.
Monument of Triumph also released an exotic mission. Cabal of the Totality Division faction from Renegades were sent to the moon to look for something mysterious. There's 3 parts to this exotic mission, and this was likely going to come out in Shadow and Order and continue the events of Renegades with Dredge and Bale. Again, I made a full summary video on this, but it basically boils down to Dredge and Bale going deep beneath the moon and crafting a forge that can create weapons of sorrow. Weapons of sorrow are very lethal and dangerous against Guardians, like the Thorn for example. Down here they were making a forge to create thousands of these weapons, and they were using a Guardian to power it.
You can steal Cole's legacy, erase the Dredgen from your histories, suppress the messages of the Nine. No matter. The new Dredgen will make our own weapons, our own legacy. From the ashes of your fraudulent tower.
Good work, Guardian. With any luck, you now hold the last weapon of sorrow ever made.
It's better off in your hands, hero, and that's the truth.
Hopefully that poor, tortured warlock in the forge can finally find peace. Too bad we can't say the same for Bale. Six is devouring his mind, synapse by synapse. And he won't stop until the Outer Nine control the system. But whatever they're planning, it won't include an arsenal of sorrow. The weapon has seen to that.
In terms of those Renegades villains after all this content, lore tells us that Six, the member of the Nine, has stopped speaking to Bale, saying the plan that they had forged is no longer possible. So Six departs, doesn't contact Bale again. At first, Bale tries to reach out, but then he realizes his path has changed too. So he takes off his helmet, returns to the city to live a quote normal life for now. Six and the Nine are still out there. Premier Loom still exists. And this is where things are left involving those villains. Amongst the content, we also have dialogue from others on various locations that keep things interesting. Ikora tells us that the conductor has fallen silent and her echo's power fizzling out. Mara is searching for Seer Ido, who still lives, and she's after something at the end of the universe. And possibly one of the biggest reveals, a character called the Winnower, who's aligned to the Gardener and Winnower from before time, actually speaks to you in the Dark Forest through Lodi. This likely was where the Fate Saga was going and setting up this possible next enemy.
Hello, my good chum. There's blood on our hands, isn't there? From this little spat. Even they know it. That our meeting is inevitable. The Eternal Nine. Big deal. Between you and me, who isn't? You know, the pieces they want you to knock down are already set. Ending with me. Showdown at the end of time between champions of dark and light. That's why they courted you. Impress their own importance upon you. They need your violence because I exist. But they don't get to put you on hold and walk away. Drag those 8 egos back in. Do what you do best. Impose your will. That's what a weapon's for, after all. End it on your terms. This is what you wanted, isn't it? In your heart of hearts. Don't worry. When it's over, I won't abandon you. Take a breather. Take your libations. Let that vigor seep back into your bones. Get hungry.
That wasn't a 9. But it knew you. Very well. I don't know what that was.
Now those are all threads for the future, and I discuss each of them on the channel. But in terms of an overall conclusion, this is where we are. There are some crazy lore cards that have big reveals too. Just to give you a taste, there's a lore card where Dredge and Bale and a Hive Knight meet with Savathun. They tell her that Teox, one of the Hive sisters' teachers from back on Fundament before they became the Hive, is still alive in the Vex network and a simulated version of their homeworld. So you can imagine Savathun is going crazy and wants to take her out. All Bale and that knight want on behalf of Six, that member of the Nine, is for Savathun to take out the conductor, which might have happened given her echo has fallen silent. There's also setups and hints for other things, like Xivu Arath is building strength again. She's found her throne world. She's taken control of the Dreadnought. So it all points to possible future conflicts with the Hive, the Cabal homeworld, whatever the Winnower situation was going to be. But because the story isn't continuing at this current moment, these are only in lore cards. It's a shame Destiny has no immediate future as we sit here amidst news after layoffs, at the time of remaking and combining this video. But if you're still with me to this point, hopefully you see just how important this game has been to fans, how extensive its story is. This was the entire main story with some side elements, but it does get way deeper. I just hope someday we will get to explore more stories together in this epic universe. I will still cover and make Destiny videos as long as I can on its story. So if you'd like to see Destiny stories and also stories like this on other games and worlds, make sure to subscribe to the channel. I have also created a Patreon to support storytelling and creative efforts, whether that be in videos, maybe games, and other types of media. You can sign up for free, and there are also other tiers if you feel like supporting that give more insight into the creative process and stories of these worlds. But I thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you all in the next video.